Chapter 1, Sudden Job. Kulalo Luxalo invites you to join the 72 Guild chat group F13K group, do you agree? What sound? Was it being beaten to produce auditory hallucinations? Goya Kingdom, a temporary stronghold of a pirate. Luffy, who was only 7 years old, was covered in blood and was hung from the beam of a house like a sandbag. At this time, a pirate with a height of 1.8 meters and a black sun tattoo on his left arm was wearing a spiked glove and punching him. The cause of the incident was that Ace robbed a pirate in order to save money to go to sea. Luffy was accidentally caught and is being tortured. The so-called carelessness is actually something in the plan. As a traversing sea fan, Luffy knows the opportunity of Ace and Luffy's bond. And what he is doing is just copying this opportunity. Unexpectedly, the interrogation process was beyond imagination. Bo. Bergamai. It's useless. This kid doesn't even have the strength to call. It looks like he can't say anything, and it's too tragic. His eyelids were already swollen into buns, and he couldn't see who was begging for mercy. But fortunately, the ears can still hear. This is thanks to the power of the devil fruit. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that even the head will be blown. The executioner paused. Luffy swallowed hardly the saliva. The smell that filled the top of his head and the burning pain proved that he was still alive for the time being. Ugh! Ace, and Sabo, you don't come again, I, a stupid traverser, will die here today. You have the time to protect this kid, why don't you find Ace and Sabo for me? The knife is on the neck, but The spiked glove sticking to blood suddenly hit the face. The sound of tinnitus instantly replaced the voice of the pirate talking. This punch hit the right cheek, and he was temporarily deaf with his right ear. Immediately afterwards, he received another punch on the left cheek. Luffy only felt dizzy for a while. The pirate's voice was far away from him, and the whole world could only hear the buzzing of tinnitus. Kulalo Luxalo invites you to join the 72 Guild chat group F13K group, do you agree? In the tinnitus, a clear voice came again. This time, Luffy was sure that it was not an auditory hallucination. Without thinking about it, Luffy spoke subconsciously. Agree. The next moment, a chat window appeared. This chat window is the same as most of the chat software he used in his previous life. Group status reminder, only the group leader can speak in the current mode. System prompt, Voldemort joins the chat group. System reminder, Nero joined the chat group. System prompt, Venom joins the chat group. System reminder, the Clown joins the chat group. System reminder, Luffy joins the chat group. System prompt, Right to join the chat group. System reminder, Kaba Akiyako joins the chat group. System prompt, Suzuki joins the chat group. System prompt, Tang Seng joins the chat group. System reminder, Nayulai join the chat group. Kulalo Luxalo, don't worry, let me briefly introduce it. Kulalo Luxalo, I am calling you here on behalf of the 72 Guild. There is a job that I want to introduce to the vast number of traversers. If you are willing to accept it, let's sit down and talk slowly. If you don't want it, it's okay. Those who don't want will be removed the group, and now you sign the contract. You only need to brand the spirit brand on it, and it will be signed. 72 Guild Anchor Contract. Introduction, you live broadcast and I make money, and at the same time share your benefits. Live broadcast time, unlimited. The contract will be automatically cancelled if the guarantee mission is not completed for 3 consecutive months. The monthly guarantee is 10,000 lower grade Shenjing. Sharing, the anchor's income is divided equally with the platform and then with the guild. In short, the anchor can get a quarter of the reward from fans. Guild rewards, the anchors of the same group will be evaluated every month. The first place will receive additional rewards and recommended resources from the guild. The reward amount is 1/5 of the guild's share. Platform rewards, complete the corresponding quota tasks to get a random treasure chest of the corresponding level. Soul Brand, as a humble rookie in the crossing army, I suggest you agree. Suddenly a job fell from the sky. Is it because God saw him being too miserable? It is still said that this crossing was premeditated. But having said that, he is really miserable now. Before crossing, he was surnamed Lu Mingfei, at the age of 36, and died on the battlefield. He is the commander of the infantry battalion. With his qualifications in the military, being able to live again, should be alive and well. Besides, the world he traveled through was the world he knew well. It's a pity that he still looks at himself too highly and underestimates the world. The knowledge he has mastered and the essentials of offensive and defensive, development, fire preparation, concealed access to the enemy, impact, expansion of the results, resistance to the enemy and counter-impact, development of offensive, timely hiding, active strikes, comprehensive protection, relying on forward position strikes, mobile firepower ceiling blocking, holding deep positions to fight, timely maneuvering counter-impacts, etc. Organize various security, investigation and counter-reconnaissance, observation and notification duties. Organize vigilance, determine the force, deployment location, direction, range, airspace, and mission of the ground-to-air vigilance, round-trip route, method of supporting vigilance, communication and identification letter, mark, communication with enemy reconnaissance and attack protective measures, etc. Organize air defense. Organize protection against nuclear, biological, chemical, and incendiary weapon attacks. Tissue engineering guarantee. Etc., etc. He has a lot of contract combat knowledge. Vehicles, weapons, and technology are also hard enough. But when he came to this world, when he was 5 years old, he was thrown into the mountains by an unscrupulous old man to survive in the wild. What was even more exaggerated was that the old guy once drank too much alcohol and tied him to a balloon when his head was hot. Ugh! At the beginning, at the moment when he opened his eyes in this world, he made a complete growth plan. After all, he is a person who wants to be strong, so he can live better for the rest of his life. But when he grew up day after day, he realized that, let alone a practice plan, it was very difficult to survive. 72 Guild Anchor Contract. Soul Brand, as a humble rookie in the crossing army, I suggest you agree. Agree. The thought just passed out. His name was signed behind the Soul Brand mark area. System reminder, the contract takes effect, welcome to join 72 guilds. System reminder, the 72 guild random gift pack has been sent to your inventory, please check it carefully. System prompt, your ban has been lifted, you can send the voice or text message you want to send with your mind. At the same time, the pirate interrogation room suddenly brightened. In the blur, Luffy could see 2 teenagers wielding steel pipes breaking in. It's Ace and Sabo. You are finally here. The big rock hanging in Luffy's heart was finally put down. At last I didn't play off. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 2, Something Seems Wrong. As the rescue arrived, the tense string in Luffy's heart finally loosened, and then fell asleep. When Luffy woke up again, he found that he had returned to the familiar bandit den. In this world, who would give his grandson to a bandit to raise him? That was his cheap grandfather in this life, the naval hero Lieutenant General Carp. Luffy! You finally woke up. Following the prestige, Sabo, with golden hair and a top hat, was guarding aside nervously. Then the strong mountain-like bandit took the lead, and Dodon's adoptive mother also came over. Are you awake? Just wake up. Dadan put down a sentence coldly, turned and left. This huge woman with orange curly hair and a height of 2 meters and 1 in height seemed indifferent on the surface, but Luffy still saw real worry in her eyes. She was a person cold outside and hot inside. Dadan's huge figure moved away. Luffy finally saw Ace behind Dadan. Ace also wrapped some bandages on her body, and she could see that the battle with the pirates was not very smooth. "Thank you for saving me. Is your injury serious?" Luffy smiled sincerely. "This gratitude is from the heart, and from now on, everyone is a fateful friendship." Ace squeezed his fist, brows between his eyebrows, and couldn't help but question, "Why didn't you recruit it? They are killers who don't blink." This is asking him why he didn't tell the pirate where the treasure was hidden. In the original world development, after Luffy was caught, Ace ran to the location of the treasure as soon as possible, and moved the treasure to the location with Sabo. Afterwards, the pirates remained silent, and the two thought that Luffy had not betrayed them, and was experiencing the possibility of torture. There will be a rescue later. And, deep brotherhood. Luffy grinned, "I don't know how to betray a friend." Ace looked dazed. Then he said, "I didn't promise to be your friend." He went out without looking back. Sabo on the side rolled his eyes when he saw this. "What a arrogant guy, don't listen to him, he never left when you were in a coma." Luffy turned to look at Sabo. Sabo immediately admired, "You are amazing. When I first rescued you, I thought you were dead. Get to know again, my name is Sabo, and we will be brothers from now on. This is a friendship for half-life." Luffy almost burst into tears when he heard Sabo's words. He is so difficult. "My name is Luffy, please advise me more. How should I put it? If time can be reversed, he will never use such a stupid way of making friends." But having said that, this is not the case. It is impossible to make friends with Ace within a few years. His defensive psychology and rejection of the outside world are too heavy. Dang dang dang. The system reminder sounds like knocking on the door. The picture in front of Luffy went dark, and a layer of translucent operation panel appeared in front of him. This is, by the way, that chat group. Kulalo Luxalo you finally woke up. The current number of group members is 1011. Luffy's eyes fell on the head of the group leader. ID, Kulalo Luzalu. Sex, male. Occupation, hunter. Tip, add friends to see more detailed information. Hunter. For a moment, Luffy thought of where he heard the name of Kuroro Luzalu. Hunter. Meteor Street. Head of the Phantom Brigade. He crossed to the pirate, and the group leader crossed to the hunter. The others. Joker Brother Luffy, what did your random treasure chest open? Luffy glanced at the historical record above. Seeing that everyone is sharing their treasures. Tang Seng has a sea-level flame glove. Venom fired a D-class electromagnetic rifle. The clown played a sea-level hidden weapon trick playing cards. G-level cotton gloves are drawn on the right. Akihiko Kaba drove a group of D-class nanorobots with a cubic meter. Suzuki draws out an F-class ninja headscarf. Nayuli lays out an unknown C-class egg. Except for Voldemort, who didn't speak offline, he was the only one who hadn't opened the box. Looking at the familiar name, inexplicably, Luffy had a feeling of encountering a conspiracy. For a long time, he couldn't figure out how to travel into the world of an anime. He made a lot of guesses. For example, he didn't actually traverse, but was locked in a virtual reality game. Also, he really passed through. The world described in the animation is real, and the author is guided by the gods, or other wonderful phenomena describe the world. Besides, in fact, he is already dead, and the experience before him is a dream he had before dying. Which guess is true? In 7 years, Luffy gradually accepted that the world he was in was real. In other words, tell yourself that the world is real. Because living in a conspiracy, being suspicious all day is tiring. But now, the reality has become more and more unrealistic. Joker why don't the newcomers speak? Naraku, my little brother should be shy. Luffy received the message prompt, but did not rush to reply. Instead, click on the chat history to continue reading. Further up, are their respective exploded photos, exploded from birth. Tang Seng and he are fellow villagers, both from the northeast. Naraku is a Japanese girl. The clown claims to be a circus performer and his dream is to bring happiness to the audience. Akihiko Kayaba, Suzuki, a game anchor, a cozer. Nirvana, doctor. On the right is the rich second generation. Venom, it feels like he is in the middle or late second stage, because he claims to be not a human being on Earth. Further up, the group members asked the group owner about the 72 guilds. The group owner claimed that he was also an anchor like everyone else, not the guild management. He only knew that the 72 guild was a guild that excavated the plane to make money for the anchor. Some people asked where the group owner was, but the group owner refused to answer. The chat history turned over. The doubts were not solved, but more. Tang Seng, don't the new friends know how to send messages? Tang Seng, this thing doesn't have a keyboard and doesn't require typing. You just need to think and control your mind. Luffy tried it, and familiar Chinese characters appeared in the input field. Chinese character. Does the whole universe and all planes speak Chinese? It was a complaint, and then Luffy was instantly alert. This is a sense of violation. It's a loophole. Lu Fei, haha, the whole universe is speaking Chinese? Luffy, stop pretending, I know, I'm in a virtual game world, right? Luffy, I need an explanation. Luffy, I can cooperate with you in research, but at least let me know the ins and outs of things. Tang Seng, hey mom, what did I say is wrong? It turns out that language is the biggest loophole. Naraku, no, all I saw were Japanese. Kulalo Luxalu, I enabled the language recognition function to make it easier for everyone to communicate. Kulalo Luxalu, now I turn off this feature. Following a sentence from the group leader, the text on the chat page jumped, and the text of two people changed. Naraku's really became Japanese, and Venom, is it a strange string of characters? Luffy, Clown? Kayaba Akihiko? Kulalo Luxalu, to facilitate communication, let me turn on the translator. Then the text can be understood again. Suzuki, what's the situation with Venom brothers? Venom, I said, my home is not the Earth, you still don't believe it. There is an alien among the Traversers. Luffy, Venom, where is your hometown? Venom, I can't tell you this, it's a secret. Can you believe the Venom? If you are in different virtual reality games, what is the point of adding an alien set member? Luffy is a little messy. Lu Fei, okay, let's get to know it again. My name is Lu Fei. I didn't change it after crossing into the world of One Piece, but my real name was this. Before crossing, I was a fan of the second dimension. Kayaba Akihiko, One Piece World? What a strange name, does your name have any special meaning? Luffy, what? Suzuki, then my name is Uchiha Suzuki. This name was inherited after passing through the original name. Forget it, I am dead in the past. I am here in the world of ninja, and I am also a fan of the second dimension. Naraku, my name is Naraku. My original name is Sanako under the tree. There are many very cute monsters in the world I travel through. I am a beautiful cat myself. Please take care of me, meow. Naraku is a cat? Luffy, isn't your body a suture monster? Or are you not Naraku in Inuyasha's world? Naraku. Silence. Luffy, sorry, I joined the stage. Silence. The others in the group were silent, and the atmosphere became weird. Naraku, how do you know what my body is? System reminder, Kulalo Luzalu applied to add you as a friend, do you agree? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 3, Are You Male or Female? Luffy, Inuyasha is very famous, should anyone who like to watch anime have seen it? Sasuke, what are you talking about, why do I feel a little bit incomprehensible? But I haven't seen Inuyasha, what is it about? Looks good? Luffy, what about the others? Have you never seen it? Joker, the name doesn't make much impression. Tell me about the plot. Luffy, tell me about a witch named Kikyo who reincarnated and returned to the Warring States period and fell in love with the half-demon Inuyasha to collect the 4-soul jade. Joker, okay, I haven't seen it. Right, I haven't seen the +1. Tang Seng, although I really want to say that I have seen it, I really haven't seen it. Nirvana, no. No one has seen so many people in the group. Are these people Earthlings? Or is it that everyone is not in the same era? System reminder, Kulalo Luzalo applied to add you as a friend, do you agree? Luffy noticed the system prompt. The group owner took the initiative to add him to chat with him privately. If you don't say anything in the group, you have to say it alone. Agree. System prompt, added successfully. Kulalo Luzalo, where are you from? Luffy, Earth? Something that is clearly convinced, I don't know why Luffy feels a little guilty. Kuralo Rusiro, I am not asking this. Kulalo Russell, let me ask you, a world full of zombies, a person named Alice did not become a zombie after being infected, but instead possessed abilities, that world, what was the name of the film? Zombies, viruses, Alice. Luffy, Resident Evil? Kulalo Luxalu, your real name is Zhang Xiaoshan? Lu Fei, no, my name is Lu Fei, my last name is Lu Fei. Kuroro Luzalu, it seems that you are not him anymore, too, you can't be him. This sentence seems to contain too many stories. Luffy, he, is your friend? Kulalo Luxalu, well, it's my benefactor. Kulalo Rusiro, I traveled through Alice last time, and like you, I received a live broadcast invitation and became a plane anchor. He was also one of them at that time and told me a lot about Resident Evil. Let me escape a lot of dangers and live to the end. Alice is the protagonist, can she live to the end without help? Luffy suddenly thought of his own experience. Hastily shook his head, this kind of thought is undesirable. The sense of distress must be strengthened. Don't be afraid of 10,000 in case. If Ace and Sabo are late, he might really die. Luffy, have you crossed twice? Kulalo Luzalu, I don't know how to cross the first time, but the second time is my own choice. Luffy, how did it do it? Guild? Kulalo Luzalu, the guild has an optional world mission. If it is completed, you can apply to the guild for reincarnation. World mission. It sounds like an infinite stream. But Luffy was not too excited. If the world he's in is just a virtual world, don't change the world too easily. Move the mouse to change the game. I'm afraid everything is a lie. The so-called crystals are all fake, so no matter how much they earn, it has no practical meaning. The operator behind the live broadcast guild earns the real money. But before crossing, virtual reality technology seems to have not yet come out, only VR glasses. And I have never heard of it, where is there a platform for live streaming? Ugh! The more you know, the more you don't know. Lu Fei suddenly felt some brain pain. For a while, he missed the time when he hadn't joined the group before. Or think about it for the better. Maybe he agreed with all of this. For example, the state has developed a submersible virtual reality technology that serves military needs, and then he voluntarily shields some memories and sneaks into the world of pirates. Without waiting for Luffy to convince himself, an idea came up again. Maybe he didn't die in battle. The enemy escorted him to the laboratory to conduct live experiments of virtual reality technology. Luffy lying on the bed accidentally involved the wound on his body, grinning in pain for a while. Sabo, the heartwarming big brother, handed Luffy a bowl of water, and Luffy thanked him for taking the gudong and directly dried the water. Ace asked me to ask what you want to eat, and he will call you. Ace's anger came from the door. I asked you what you want to eat, who asked you to ask him? Luffy was taken aback, such a proud voice was as sweet as Zional. Is this still the bad boy who tried to slobber him when he met? This is simply a good model brother. The scene of meeting Ace for the first time appeared before his eyes. At that time, Ace, who had freckles on his face and was tanned like a black monkey, was sitting on a tree branch, like an alpaca, sending an unfriendly greeting to him with a sip of water. I want to eat meat, the more the better, eating meat can speed up the healing of my wounds. It's just, is your injury okay? Eating meat can speed up the recovery of the body. This is what he has practiced. It should be the ability of the rubber devil fruit. Also, if your teeth are broken, you can supplement calcium by drinking milk to recover overnight. Humph, this little injury is nothing to me, you should worry about yourself. Sabo. Go away. With the cry of Ace. Ace went one step further down the mountain to hunt. Sabo promised to bring back the most delicious meat to Luffy, so he chased after him. Watching the two enthusiastically run errands to hunt for themselves. Feeling uncontrollable, Luffy drafted several plans for the development of a thug brother. Dang dang dang. The chat window bounced and Kulalo spoke. Kulalo Luzalu, have you watched the corresponding film in the world I am now in? Kulalo Luzalu, if you have seen it, we can trade. Kulalo Russell, you tell me about the world in which I live, and I will pay you accordingly. Kulalo's words awakened Luffy, who had fallen into a happy fantasy. This dual purpose is a technical activity. Unfortunately, Luffy is single-threaded, and his head can only handle one thing. If you were not careful, you slipped the number. Where did you talk? By the way, Kulalo has a friend like him, named Zhang Xiaoshan. That friend helped Kulalo's last life. Kulalo's last life was Alice in Resident Evil. Why didn't Kulalo ask that friend for help? Okay. Kulalo just asked him if he was Zhang Xiaoshan. It can be seen that Kurora should not be able to contact that friend. Luffy reorganized his thoughts. Luffy, if your world has a meteor street, a family of beating enemies, and a hunter's guild, then I have read it. The original is called a full-time hunter. Regardless of whether the crossing is a conspiracy. Right now, it is obviously more necessary to hold a group for warmth. Kulalo Luzalu, very good, then the deal can be concluded. If you want to ask, you can also ask me. Luffy, Then I want to ask something other than a transaction, what is your friend now? Kulalo Luzalu, he gave up the live broadcast contract and withdrew from the group. Luffy, didn't you add friends? After asking Luffy, I regretted it, which is simply nonsense. Kulalo Luxalu, this chat software is internal software, it can't be used if you give up the contract. Sure enough, as he thought. Luffy, Do you feel the world is real? Kulalo Rusiro, for me who have experienced the end of the world, I am now earning one more day of living, whether it is true or not. Kulalo Rusiro, I also have a crazy friend who said that if this world is fake, death might bring us back to the real world, and then he committed suicide. Will he return to the real world? Don't know, if you are interested, you can try. Luffy. He has never experienced the end of the world. But he died in the war, and the truth is that it is better to die than to live, and he understands the same profoundly. Luffy, let's forget about suicide. I like to live to death. Lu Fei, I remember correctly, Alice in Resident Evil is a woman, and Kuralo Rusiro in The Hunter is a man. Are you a man or a woman? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 4, Tea Evolution Potion. Kulalo Luzalu, I was originally a woman, but I wanted to experience what it was like to be a boy, so I chose to be reborn as a man when I was reincarnated for the second time. So, Kulalo Luzalu, the guild is omnipotent. If you want to change your gender, you can use some props besides completing the world mission and reincarnation. Luffy, Deo, props? Kulalo Luxalu, well, it's not a medicine girl or an operation, but a gender change in nature. Kulalo Luxalu, for example, as far as I know, there is an item called SCP-113 that allows people to switch genders. Kuralo Rusiro, A&D. Kulalo came up with excitement and introduced it excitedly. Luffy was sweating as he listened. Luffy, I don't need to introduce it to me anymore. I think it's good to be a man, and I don't have any needs in this regard. Kulalo Luzalu, don't be shy, it's really nothing, I'll just be a girl, shouldn't I change to a man? Lu Fei, there is no demand in this area for the time being. I will talk about it later and talk about it later. Refusal directly, Luffy was afraid that the other party would think he was discriminating. So I changed to a tactful rejection method. Kuroro Luzalu, well, if you need it, please contact me. I know a lot of traversers. I will help you pay attention to the props in this area. Luffy, She-he? Is it a misunderstanding? Let's change the subject. Luffy, is it really okay for me if I give you spoilers? Will someone notice me and click me? Kulalo Rusiro, no, my fans sometimes spoil me about something, but most of their words can't be believed. Sometimes they're pretty bad and give me some wrong information. Being scared, or... Anyway, you know, it's a trick, a prank. So... Speaking of fans, Lu Fei became interested. Luffy, how much do you know about fans, who are they? Kuralo Russell, I am not very clear, or even sure if it is a human being, or if they have many races, ghosts, gods, monsters, etc. are all possible. Kuroro Luzalu, the guild will have one ultimate mission, complete 10 world missions, and become them. Luffy, Ascension? Kulalo Luzalu, it can be understood that way. Luffy, what is the world mission? Kulalo Russell, dominate, or destroy the world you are in. Rule or destroy. The mission is too abnormal. Before, when chasing Fan. If anyone said that Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, could rule the world, he would definitely say that as long as Luffy wanted to, he would definitely be able to do it. Not to mention anything else, Luffy's background lies there. The mysterious D family. The son of Long, the commander of the Revolutionary Army. Navy hero, Carp's grandson. Whether it's pedigree, background, or strength. It's not fake at all. But if you really are in it, you will find it. How naive are the thoughts of the past? Rule? The forces behind the Navy, will the world government agree? Will the 4 pirates agree? Or does the Revolutionary Army agree? Neither Carp nor Long is a person who is swayed by family affection from the standpoint of personal identification. This can be seen from Carp watching Ace being executed, and Long leaving his son aside to concentrate on his career. Destroy. You can't rule it, talk about destruction. Luffy, you said you completed the world mission? Thinking of what Kulalo Luzalu had said before, Luffy couldn't help but stand in awe of the woman who was reborn as a man. Kulalo Russell, I'm lucky. The world itself is on the verge of destruction. I just pushed it again. With the information provided by the hill, everything went its way. Luffy couldn't help being speechless when he heard this. The protagonist who was supposed to save the world was suddenly sentenced to the rebellious camp. How could the world be better? Luffy, 3 seconds of silence for the world of Resident Evil. Kulalo Russell, how much do you know about hunters, and how likely do you think I will rule or destroy them? Kulalo Luxalu, I have T-virus and G-virus on my hand. Opening your mouth will destroy the world. This person is really crazy. Luffy, it's not easy to judge. There is a dark continent outside the hunter world. I don't know if the world mission includes it. If it does, the T-virus should not be able to make a lot of waves there. Kuroro Luzalu, the dark continent? Have not heard. Luffy, how old are you now? I said that your body has established the Mirage Hotel? Kulalo Luzalu, I am 10 years old this year and I have not been established, but don't judge my strength by age. I have used T-virus to transform myself. I have some abilities with Alice, and I am still growing up. Kulalo Luxalu, because of being strengthened by the T-virus, I also have a certain understanding of the power of the hunter's world. Kulalo transformed by T-virus. The inner core is still the soul of a mad woman. This combat power is indeed impressive. In Lu phase cognition. Kulalo is 26 years old, has the ability to think of thieves, and is the leader of the Mirage Hotel. Assume that the 10-year-old Kulalo who is chatting with him has the strength of the 26-year-old Kulalo. Then want to rule or destroy the world? Luffy, is your mindfulness still that of a thief? It is to be turned into a book, which can steal the power of other people's thoughts. Kulalo Luzalu, yes. Luffy, Can you ask, is there any benefit in completing world missions? Luffy, I can judge the specific information. Kulalo Luzalu, I have a world backed by it. My world is still being rebuilt. Apart from housing storage, there are only some viruses, monsters created by viruses, and Alice. I'm currently trying to study war robots. Hiss. Kurolo said it was an understatement, but Luffy felt the power in it. In Resident Evil, ordinary zombies have low combat effectiveness. The better one is the creeper. But the elites among zombies are different, such as tyrants. The fear of being dominated by a tyrant is still fresh in my memory when I first played Biochemical 2. If you gather hundreds of tyrants, I dare not think about the picture. Coupled with hundreds of Alice clones, how? It can be called a war meat grinder. Luffy, I can feel your strength somewhat, but still not optimistic. Luffy, the army of tyrants is very strong, but it is not enough to stuff the chimera ants between their teeth. Luffy, chimeric ants are creatures in the Dark Continent, brought back by an unscrupulous hunter, and can rely on devouring creatures to evolve infinitely. Luffy, but, it's human work. Since you have the backing of Resident Evil World, there is still hope for you to work patiently and study the chimeric ants. Kulalo Luxalu, it seems that the world I live in is really not simple. Tell me about the Dark Continent. As a deal, I can give you a T-virus. T-virus? Why are you here for the deal? Destroy the world? Luffy, forget the T-virus, I have no plans to destroy the world, expression, crying while covering his face. Lu Fei, as for the Dark Continent, I don't actually know much, because that work is not over yet. Kulalo Luxalu, the author had an accident? Luffy, well, in the Fourth World War, several major countries were caught in the flames of war. Kulalo Russell, before I crossed, the Third World War did not happen on the Earth where I am, the Earth where you are is really dangerous. Luffy, the Earth where I am? Are there many more Earths? Kulalo Luzalu, yes, for example, you are different from other people. The only explanation is the parallel universe. Also, Kulalo Luxalu, you don't want the pathogen of the T-virus, do you want to either strengthen the T-evolution potion after treatment? Kulalo Luzalu, I use it on my current body to ensure safety. Kulalo Luzalu, allows you to have the ability similar to Alice. Kulalo Luxalu, T-virus is not my exclusive, other travelers may also have it, so even if you don't want to use T to destroy the world, you can inoculate T-evolving potion to prevent T-virus. Use T evolution medicine to gain immunity to T virus? Luffy's eyes lit up. There must be no harm to others, and no defensiveness. It is really possible that the T virus is not unique to Alice. The group chat window pops up. Narrow at, why are you not talking anymore? You haven't said how do you know about me, hey. Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 5, I and number 039, am not a greedy person, just SSR. It took 10 minutes for Lu Fei to explain to all the group members what he knew about the plot. Then, amid many questioning voices such as unfair, this is cheating, why is it not me, Luffy successfully reached an intelligence transaction consensus with the 11 online members of the group. At the same time, Luffy used the trading system under the guidance of Kulalo Luxalu to receive the blood collection device sent by Kulalo Luxalu, complete the blood collection, and send it back. Of course, the blood was collected to prepare the T-evolution potion. After careful consideration, Luffy determined the necessity of inoculating T-virus evolution agent. Of course, some trust is required when using it. Is Kulalo Rusiro worthy of trust? No one can be trusted by intuition. Least Luffy never evaluates a person's credibility intuitively. But at least, Kulalo wants to get accurate and true information from him. Then the first thing she needs to do is to show enough sincerity. Therefore, in group chat, Luffy, since the guild is omnipotent, there should be things like soul contracts, right? No verbal or speculative answer can compare to insurance from constraints imposed by force majeure. Luffy, who has died once, cherishes his life, never let himself down. Kulalo Luxalu, yes, a contract of 10,000 lower grade crystals, this money counts mine. Luffy still doesn't have a clear understanding of the purchasing power of 10,000 lower grade Shenjing. However, the monthly guarantee mission of the 72 Guild is 10,000 Shenjing, which is not a small number if you want to come. Luffy, I'm so sorry, 5:5 points, you put it on first, wait for me to make money, and then pay you back. Kulalo Luxalu, good. Tang Seng, what about us? Venom, +1, money is a good thing, but unfortunately I don't have it yet. Luffy, you can make up your information when you have money. Joker, before that, will you give us information? Luffy, yes, but edible items will not be traded, in case you threaten me with poison, not paying for it. Nirvana, how could it be that we are not like that? Sasuke, that's right, how can we do something that is so boring by poisoning? Joker, he. Kulalo Lucero, actually, I made some tricks on the blood collection device. Silence. Everyone stopped talking. The whole world seemed to be quiet all at once. Luffy, well, what conditions can you give me an antidote? Kulalo Luzalu, serve with me and never betray. Luffy, yes. Kulalo Luzalu, very good, very sincere, but unfortunately, I didn't do anything about it. Luffy, really? Expression, pitiful, tears with eye circles. Kulalo Lucero, really, but at least it proves that you are not careful enough. Luffy, actually, I didn't directly insert the blood collector. I put the blood in the bowl first, and then let the blood collector draw blood from the bowl. Kuroro Luzalu, really? Wait a minute, I will test your blood, if as you said, there should be debris from the bowl in the blood. Venom, I have a new understanding of trust between humans. Sasuke, I've gained a lot of knowledge, and the bosses are deadly when they fight against each other. Right, the abandoned house hides in the corner shivering. Tang Seng, I was so scared that I clipped. Kayaba Akiyako, Xiao Tang, you even chatted while going to the bathroom. You are disgusting. Tang Seng, do you look down on the toilet? Kayaba Akiyako, give you a look and take it back by yourself. Nirvana, I seem to smell a stink. When everyone was arguing, Kuroro Luzulu came back after the blood test. Kuroro Luzulu, well, you won. Luffy just laughed, the professional relationship is too cautious. Naraku, what does brother Luffy do? Killer? Tang Seng, same as curious. Luffy, in the previous life, he was the commander of the infantry battalion. Right, how old is that official? I am not very clear. Akihiko Kaba, the battalion level is the top level configuration of the infantry in the contract combat mode. The rank of the school level, major or lieutenant colonel, are not ordinary people. How old were you in your last life? Well, in peacetime, you have to live 70 or 80, so are you not my grandfather's generation? Luffy sweats. Grandpa's? I am so young. Luffy, you are wrong. You can call me uncle. I was 38 years old. Is there no war in your world? Right, nothing. Suzuki, at least not in China. Naraku, we don't have this either. Venom, my hometown is unified. Nai Yuli, no war. Nothing. Then he really didn't have a ball. Luffy, then how did you cross? I wore it after I died. Right, let's start with a bat, you know. Tang Seng, what bat? Right, are you pretending to be a fool? Kayaba Akihiko, what happened to the bat? Right, Right, you shouldn't be on the same ball after seeing me and you. Right, don't mention bats, I'll tick my teeth when I mention bats. Brother Luffy, do you have babies in your treasure chest? Why doesn't it open yet? The student right didn't say anything. Luffy almost forgot that he still had a treasure chest. Looked around. The bloodletting was released just now because of the above toilet. It is obviously inappropriate to use the toilet again. Luffy, I want to drive too, but there are people around me now, it is inconvenient. I will drive when I have time. Venom, I won't tell you that the treasure chest can be opened directly in the storage compartment, so you don't need to take it out. Luffy? Joker, well, I won't tell you, the treasure chest cannot be taken out at all before it is opened. Suzuki, funny. Right, funny +1. Okay. Luffy, con. I didn't pay attention, I'll just drive and wait. Luffy, it's not that I'm blowing, my hands are always red, and people give me the title of Little Red Hand Fei Ge. Right, the face of the black man floats by, and my jealousy makes me circle the corner of the wall. Naraku, cheer up, brother Luffy, I will also draw a circle to cheer for you. Ignoring the negative buff in the group, Luffy rubbed his hands. Began to pray. There is a Tao that does not save the wrong, Krypton does not change life. In the past, Luffy didn't believe in some of these things, but the traversal has come true. It's time to worship or worship, in case it becomes true. I am not a greedy person if the gods and Buddhas are on the top, so I don't want you are. Let's issue an SSR. Wait, the treasure chest does not seem to have an SSR level. Thoughts together. The Anchor auxiliary system popped out the relevant information of the treasure chest. Anchor treasure chest classification, level 11. Complete the 10,000 reward task, and the platform will reward the mahogany treasure chest. The mahogany treasure chest, red rank, corresponds to the item treasure G rank. The chance of random items. 90% of the corresponding grade items G grade. 9% grade +1 F grade. 9 per thousand grade +2 E grade. 1 per thousand level +3 D level. Complete 30,000 reward tasks, and the platform will reward Orangewood treasure chests. Orangewood treasure chest, orange level, the data is the same as above, superimposed in sequence. In addition, 50,000 brass treasure chest, 100,000 green bronze treasure chest, 100,000 bronze treasure chest, 300,000 blue silver treasure chest, 500,000 purple gold treasure chest, 1 million white crystal treasure chest, 3 million black crystal treasure chest, 1,000 myriad pink diamond treasure chest, 60 million gold diamond treasure chest, 100 million supreme treasure chest. Therefore, the precious grades of items from low to high are G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and supreme. Another note, the contracted random treasure chest is not a platform gift. The contracted random treasure chest is provided by the guild where it is connected. The treasure chest is connected to the guild reward warehouse, and the final interpretation of the items is owned by the guild. 72 guild random treasure chest out of the reward range, below the supreme. Below the supreme, can I get SSS level items? With such a strict lottery system, it seems that good things can't be drawn out by hand read. In other words, this guild's treasure chest is likely to be his only opportunity to close up with SSS level treasures. Luffy felt a little bloody. Again, I was wrong. I am not a greedy person if the gods and Buddhas are on the top. I don't want to be supreme, and I just have an SSS level. With this heart, we can learn from the sun and the moon sincerely. The storage bar appeared in front of Luffy's eyes. The storage bar is a 3x39 square grid, and the treasure chest is at the top left corner. Luffy's eyes fell on the treasure chest, and the treasure chest information pop-up window popped up. System prompt, do you want to use it? Use. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 6, Luffy and Number 039, S live content. The treasure chest buffer is full and the treasure chest opens. The treasure chest disappeared, replaced by a big bathtub. Item name, Hanyukwon. Item precious degree, C level. The degree of danger of the item, G level. Introduction, a bucket of spring water produced in Jochuan Township allows the girl in the bath to gain the ability to become a man. Gender conversion conditions, cold water changes, hot water changes back. Donor, Ranma. Evaluation, such an evil curse, let me give it a thumbs up. Looking at the tub in the storage space, Luffy's face turned black. Isn't Ranma changing from male to female? What is the operation of turning female into male? But having said that, this thing is useless, right? He is a real man. Group chat. Right at, have you opened it yet? What's wrong? Right, no matter what happens, my cotton gloves won't be tasteless, right? Luffy. Luffy, are there any girls in the group who want to become boys? There was only one girl in the group, and that was Naraku, Sanako under the tree. Naraku, what? Luffy reluctantly shared the item information to the group. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the group suddenly became happy. The group owners who haven't appeared for a long time even bubbling up again. Kulalo Luzalu, this item is very good, but unfortunately only girls can use it, or Luffy, you don't need me to help you find transgender items. Silence. It lasted about 3 seconds. When everyone reacted, the whole group exploded all at once. Rows of small question marks and small expressions of nosebleeds were instantly slaughtered. The meaningful strings of "oh" made Luffy's old face hot. Luffy, I'm not, I don't talk nonsense. Sasuke, I don't need to explain, we all understand. I'm also a half-professional coser. Yes, Luffy. What style of skirt do you like? I recommend the dark style and the home warm style. I have a few manuscripts here. I'll make it for you and give it away for free. What do you understand? What do you know? Don't mess with your brain. Hey! No manuscript. Take it away. Sasuke posted the manuscript. It's not a spoof, it's a real finished picture, and the material recommendations for the corresponding price are also marked on it. But it was quickly brushed up. System prompt, Suzuki applied to add you as a friend, do you agree? No. 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 Group chat. Suzuki I add you and you agree, and I will chat with you privately. Luffy, I don't want it, don't give it to me, don't send it. The group was still agitated, and a series of I want brushed up. Luffy clarified, I really didn't find a major transgender thing. Kurolo Rusiro, I prove that he didn't want it, just let me pay attention. Luffy, I don't. Regarding morals, Luffy directly posted a screenshot of the chat. The screenshot clearly shows the conversation between Luffy and Kurolo Luxilu. Kurolo Luxilu, don't be shy, it's really nothing, I'll just be a girl, and change to a man? Luffy, there is no demand in this area for the time being. I will talk about it later and talk about it later. Kuroro Luxilu, well, if you need it, please contact me. I know a lot of traversers. I will help you pay attention to the props in this area. Then the group started to match funny ones and talk about it later. Luffy. Luffy, do you still want information from me? When this is said, it is like a break on a highway. Caused a series of rollover scenes. The witty classmate Wright had an idea and turned around 180 degrees. There was a live drift, and he changed the subject without bluntness, by the way, we are going to broadcast it. What are you going to broadcast? Kurolo did not continue to tease Luffy, and caught the topic, if you have never broadcasted it before, it is not recommended to start the broadcast unpreparedly. Kurolo Luxilu, because the first live broadcast of the guild will give an internal association recommendation to the guild. Kurolo Luxilu, this recommendation is very important to you who have zero popularity. You must find a way to keep these people in your live broadcast room. If you do, you can complete the gorgeous turn from passersby to anchor. If it doesn't, it may face elimination. When it comes to jobs in the future, everyone no longer laughs and starts to get serious. Luffy also consciously deleted the memory of being ashamed of onlookers just now. Luffy, is there only one recommendation? Kurolo Luxilu, the newcomer has a total of 4 recommendations a month, once a week, all of which are related recommendations within the guild. The first time the effect is the best, the later the effect will be worse. Kurolo Luxilu, in addition, because it is an association recommendation within the guild, the groups that receive the information are naturally old fans of the guild. That is to say, the same piece of cake is given to you and can be on this piece of cake. How much you divide depends on your own ability. You are in a competitive relationship with each other. Right, competitive relationship? Is the boat of friendship going to capsize before it even sails? Kurolo Luxilu, come on, as long as you complete the guarantee mission, the worst will not be eliminated. On the contrary, the one with the highest reward will get a random lottery opportunity rewarded by the guild. Nai Yuli, recently, I was planning to capture a Kylian and study the composition of Daegu's spiritual son. This should be interesting, isn't it? Kylian, the lower-level giant in the Death God. This live broadcast is very Nirvana. Naraku, so, what am I broadcasting? I recently planned to separate the weird-shaped bugs from the main body. Does anyone see this? Naraku separated. The plot is very similar to the original one. But Naraku in the original drama didn't choose to be a clone because he hated bugs. It's too lonely and wants the company of family. Later, in order to become stronger, I pulled away the part that affected me to become stronger. Later, pull away the heart and hide it. In addition, as a half-demon like Inuyasha, Naraku also loses his demon power every month and becomes an ordinary person. At this time, the clone can also play a protective role. It's a pity that Naraku's clone betrayed him in the end. I don't know if Shanako will repeat the same mistakes. Joker, do I want to perform acrobatics? Is it too common? Right, as a parasitic beast that eats and waits to die, can I live live sleep? Kayaba Akiyako, I am now a data life stored in SAO, what should I do? What about live broadcast players? Data life, the main storyline of the sword has already begun. Sasuke, I'm about to take a ninja exam recently. Is it okay to broadcast the ninja exam? Tang Seng, I'm going to travel to learn the scriptures recently, live to learn scriptures. Kulalo Luzalu, except for the right, everything sounds good, how about you Luffy? The main storyline of One Piece has not yet begun. What's good for live broadcasting? Find revenge on those pirates who beat yourself up? Or is it a shredded dragon? I remember that it is true that the Tianlong people will visit the East China Sea recently. But, don't want to die young, now he is better not to provoke Denon. Even his father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long did not do such a crazy thing. Besides, one might not do well. If Tianlong Ren had an accident on the island, a demon-killing order would come down, and the entire island would be buried. So don't be dead. Luffy, how about taking the T-evolution potion you gave live? Luffy, hold a gift PK, support me to take TS brush lollipop, don't support brush slap? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 7, Luffy and number 039, S Little Abacus. Kulalo Luxalu, whoops, that's good, it's on the road, live broadcast? Luffy, no, but I have seen pigs run. Venom, 66,666. Joker, Brother Venom, you also said that you are not from the earth, and you know what 6,666 means. Venom, 2,333, my learning ability is very strong, you guys used it just now. Sasuke, 6,666. Right, is mine bad? My host is a girl. The live broadcast of girls sleeping should be interesting, right? Girl? The host on the right is not Izumi Shinichi? Sasuke, damn it. This is ruthless. Tang Seng, are you a man and a woman? Right, guess? Oh ho ho. Luffy, who is your host? Not Izumi Shinichi? Right, who is Izumi Shinichi? My host is Kana Kimishima. Kimishima Kana, this guy Luffy knows, is a very cute girl. Possess the ability to perceive parasitic beasts, that is, the sixth sense is super strong. In the original work, because he perceives the parasitic beast on Shinichi, he thinks that he is connected with Shinichi, which causes ripples in his heart. After all, girls believe in destiny and marriage, which is very romantic. But because of a wrong perception, I found other parasitic beasts and witnessed the parasitic beasts devouring humans, causing trouble to the upper body and being killed by the parasitic beast. It was very tragic. The right parasite is good on this girl. At least it can change her destiny. This is good, very nice. Luffy, very good, then you have to protect her and don't let the tragedy happen again. Right, tragedy? What tragedy? Luffy, in the original book, she can perceive the existence of the parasitic beast, and then be killed by the parasitic beast. Right, what? Which one killed it? Tell me. Lao Tzu killed him first. Sasuke, he talked about Lao Tzu, he seems to be a man, a beast. Nai Yuli, parasites on girls, beasts. Clown, beasts. Tang Seng, I'm not envious, beasts. Naraku, no, Yu Jun is very cute. He cherishes that girl very much. It was her luck that the girl met Yu Jun. Venom, will girls be popular? Then I will switch to another host and live to sleep. Sasuke, then you are awesome. Venom, you think it's a good idea, right? Then I have to study carefully what kind of girl to look for as a host. Sasuke. Right, brother Luffy, who actually killed Kana. The right looks serious. Lu Fei thought hard about it. Not to mention, I really forgot who it was. It should be a passerby among the parasitic beasts. Furthermore, the parasitic beasts that invade the head can be easily accommodated. The name of the appearance cannot be regarded as the target of capture at all. Luffy, I don't remember what it is called, I only remember that the male lead came late, witnessing Kana's death, and rushing to avenge Kana. Right, male lead? Lu Fei, well, a parasitic beast that failed to occupy the head just like you is on his body. It is also on his right hand. Right, can he kill parasitic beasts? Was it the parasitic beast on his body that killed it? Lu Fei, No. After the hero's mother was killed by the parasite beast, the hero once found the parasite beast. The parasitic beast easily became the hero's mother, pierced the hero's heart, and then got on the hero's body. In order to save the male protagonist, the parasitic beast divides itself and repairs the male protagonist's heart. The parasitic beast's differentiated body spreads to the whole body with the beating of the male protagonist's heart, allowing the male protagonist to obtain the strength similar to that of the parasitic beast. Right, oh, that means repairing the heart with oneself can strengthen the host? This guy's focus seems to be different from what he wants to express. Luffy, yes, but the male protagonist also loses part of his emotions as a human being. Right, so. Right, after becoming a host animal, my personality has indeed changed. I thought I became smarter, so I lost my emotions. Lu Fei, it's right to say that you have become smarter. The parasitic beast has a strong memory and is almost unforgettable. It can also differentiate multiple eyes and read different content at the same time. Right, I suspect you are peeping at me. Right, thank you for your information. I remembered the favor this time. Do you need my help? Or wait until I have money to give you the crystal? Luffy, I'll talk about it later, there is nothing needed at the moment. Kulalo Luzalu, I have something I want. I am curious about the parasitic beast. Can you catch one for me to study? Kulalo Luzalu, as a reward, I can configure tea fortification potions for you or your host. Catch the parasitic beast research. The focus of lunatics is also very different. Nirvana, can the easy system trade living things? Then, is it possible to visit through the trading system? Kulalo Luxalu, in theory, it should be possible, but this function is restricted. Group members are prohibited from trading themselves. Kuroro Luzalu, but if you can split yourself into two, you can trade the separated part. Suzuki, then if I learn the shadow clone technique, can I trade my clone? Kayaba Akiyako, I am now a data life. If I can split into two selves through data backup, can I be fine? Kulalo Luzalu, you can try it all, I welcome it very much. Kayaba Akiyako, when I successfully split into two, I was still trying. Venom, I want to try it too, but will the little venom split from my body deny me as the boss? Venom differentiation? This is a horror story. According to Luffy's knowledge, in the development of the original world, the venom unconsciously split, and that split individual parasitized on the murderer's body to become a new individual called the Slaughter. The point is that there is no family relationship between the venom differentiated individual and the body, and the two guys will kill you when they meet. In addition to that accident, a villain organization called Life Foundation also stripped the venom from Eddie's body. He then stimulated the venom by technological means to separate his daughters, and finally successfully separated the 5 daughters. And these 5 descendants and the 5 mercenaries of the Life Foundation merged to give birth to 5 new symbiosis: Howl, Swallow, Whip, Riot, and Extreme Pain. In other words, the venom differentiated individual's preferences for good and evil are determined by the host that originally parasitized. This feature, in a sense, allows the value of venom to increase instead of degrading. Tang Seng, I am so envious of you all being so powerful. I seem to be just an ordinary person. Tang Seng is an ordinary person? Tang Seng's previous life was a golden cicada, a peerless beast in the Hongmeng period, not ordinary at all, okay. Even if he is reincarnated, it is said that one bite of his meat can live forever. I don't know if it is a rumor. Clown, we cried together for ordinary people. Are clowns ordinary? There are no ordinary people in this group. To be ordinary, Luffy feels that he is the most ordinary. He is just an ordinary demon fruit-capable person. The weakness is obvious, being killed by the sea and Halo Sheik. How about looking for venom and wanting a clone to strengthen it? What kind of life form will the venom parasitize on him? He is so good, he must be a good boy. Strictly disciplined, well-behaved, sensible, stubborn, enthusiastic, strong, brave, and fearless. Try it when you don't think of the content of the live broadcast after taking the tea strengthening medicine. Luffy clicked on Venom's avatar and asked to be friends. Then add everyone in the group again. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 8, Sabo stays in the bandit den. After adding friends, Luffy's excitement gradually calmed down after a long time wrangling. Start to study the function of the system. Luffy thought. A 3x3 Gigaga storage page is projected in Lu Fei's eyes. Pop-up introduction, Level 1 storage space. If you need more space, you can purchase an upgrade. Not to mention the bucket of Honda Quan drawn by the lottery, this storage space is the best reward after signing the contract. It's simply an artifact of home travel, murder, and looting. The best thing is that you can also purchase upgrades. How to buy it? Plain store? Thinking so. The mall page related to storage space appeared in front of you. Yes. Storage space style upgrade gift package. For no reason, Lu Fei suddenly thought of Xone. Click on one of the bubble costumes, and the Gigaga changes from a simple 3x3 arrangement to 9 bubbles floating around. The bubbles will float over on which bubble the line of sight falls on, which is very vivid. Look at the price again, 100 inferior crystals. The system prompts, the balance is insufficient to purchase. No need to look, his balance must be 0. Luffy clicked on the starry sky dress, and the bubbles in front of him transformed into the sea of stars. At a glance, he looked profound and boundless. Every storage space was a big star, not too cool than bubbles. Price, 1000 lower grade Shenjing. At this time, a push upgrade package scrolls on the product page in a banner mode. Luffy clicked on it with a thought. It was discovered that it was a 10% discount event for a straight up to level 5 storage space. Price, 90,000 top grade Shenjing. Top grade Shenjing? What is the exchange rate relationship between the high grade Shenjing and the low grade Shenjing? In doubt, an exchange rate introduction pop-up window appeared in front of me. 100 lower grade crystal equals 1 middle grade crystal. 100 middle grade magic crystals equals 1 high grade magic crystals. That is 10,000 times the lower grade crystal, 980 million? Puff. Don't even think about getting up to level 5, it's all a question of whether you can get up in this life. Luffy found the next level to be upgraded to level 2 to satisfy his curiosity. There is no discount, the storage column of the level 2 storage space is doubled, and the price is 10,000 lower grade Shenjing. The price is not so exaggerated. Satisfied with curiosity, Luffy wanted to look at other products. Unfortunately, no new page popped up. This mall seems to only serve storage space. Group chat. Luffy at, Team Leader, since there is a crystal, there should be a place for consumption, I can only upgrade the storage space after looking for it. Tang Seng, same question. Suzuki, +1. Kulalo Luxalu, you are still in the internship period, and the mall can only be opened when you become regular. Kulalo Luxalu, there are 2 malls, one is the platform mall and the other is the guild mall. Kulalo Luxalu, the mall on the platform has everything, but the tax is high, and it is very unfriendly to newcomers. The guild's tax is low and the goods are cheap. Right, thank you for popular science. I am suddenly full of curiosity about the future, but unfortunately I have no money. Kayaba Akiyako, how long is the internship period? Kulalo Luzalu, 3 months. Kulalo Luxalu, okay, nothing is too important. Don't I'm configuring Luffy with T-evolution potion, unless you want me to shake my hands and configure something weird. Kuroro Luzalu even prepared the potion himself. This woman is amazing. Luffy, received. Kulalo Luxalu, the DNA extraction went well, and you are expected to get the medicine within 3 days. Luffy, you have worked hard. Kulalo Luxalu, I will do my best to configure the best medicine. Don't let me down. Tell me the useful information as well as possible. I will use the information you provide to the value of the information. Perform a second evaluation, and if it is higher than my expectations, I will give you additional rewards. Luffy, guarantee to complete the task. Kuroro didn't reply again, and went to concentrate on preparing the potion. At this time, Ace and Sabo, who went out hunting, also returned. The two carried a wild boar that was as strong as an elephant. Ace and Sabo are 3 years older than Luffy, and they are only 10 years old now, but their physical strength has long surpassed adults by a few blocks. Ace and Sabo put the wild boar down, and the bandits happily began to slaughter and cook the wild boar. Hey! This pig is for Luffy. You want to eat and fight by yourself? The bandit paused and looked at his head. Orange-haired Aunt Dadan's old face was stern. Smelly boy, you have to figure out that we are raising you, and you don't even have a place to live without me. Ace replied, hee, it's obviously a dead old man who forced you to provide us with a place to stay. Do you really think you are righteous and brave? As soon as this remark came out, Dadan's chi orifices gave rise to smoke. Roared, you are just unfamiliar white-eyed wolves. Ace's nostrils rose. Sabo smiled and said, as far as I know, Dadan is a stinky old woman who will not refuse requests from others. Smelly old lady. Dadan sprayed with a black face, who are you? Sabo introduced himself with his big white teeth, my name is Sabo, because of special circumstances I want to live with you for a while. Raising 2 is already a headache, let's have another one. Dadan said angrily, as far as I know, Sabo is a notorious brat. Sabo grinned and said, every other. Please take care of it. Having said that, whether you agree or not, bow to thank you. Dadan glanced at the wild boar, as far as you 3 small bodies, how can one pig finish eating? It's better. Ace glanced coldly at Luffy, who was smirking and watching the lively, this kid is very edible. Hearing this, Luffy grinned. Perhaps it is the ability of the rubber devil fruit, every time you eat meat, Luffy, you can get great satisfaction, and the body seems to feel a little stronger. So his appetite has always been very good, and his digestion is amazing. Don't talk about a wild boar, even if it comes again, he will eat it. He. Seeing Lu Fei smirking, Dadan suddenly felt his head hurt even more. On weekdays, Luffy and Ace didn't deal with each other, and she was happy to see it, and never ignored it. Because if it weren't for Luffy's annoying grandfather, she wouldn't need to be a nanny, the head of the Free Bandit. So whenever Ace bullies Luffy, she is happy in her heart. She can't treat Luffy badly, but it's none of her business for Ace to bully Luffy. And Ace was also brought by Grandpa Luffy, and it couldn't be better to make that old man have a headache. But in the current situation, these 2 brats seem to be in a group. The days after this will be even more sad. Thinking about losing even the joy of schadenfreude, Dadan became more and more depressed. Roared, how can a wild boar be enough to eat? Go and hit another one. Looking at Ace, who was scratching his neck, sneered and said, unless you don't want me to take in this stinky boy. Ace snorted and turned to go out. Let's go, you know that this old woman is such a face, go and bring in the wild boar hidden in the door. The sneer that had just risen on Dadan's face suddenly solidified. The brat had been prepared. Ha 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 ha. Luffy couldn't help it anymore and laughed happily. Luffy laughed, and Ace and Sabo also laughed. Dadan's face went from blue to purple, and eventually became black to the bottom of the pot. Don't be too proud. The hunting will be left to you in the future. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 9, T-Evolution Potion arrives. After fighting with the pirates, Ace and Sabo realized that they were not strong enough compared to the real pirates, so they formulated a series of training plans. One of them, everyone has to fight 100 games every day. In other words, Luffy will play 50 games against Ace and Sabo, who are 3 years older than him. The ending. Luffy thought he would win. After all, he was also a battalion commander in his previous life. However, on the first day, Luffy lost 100 games in a row. Sabo and Ace's combat experience is not weaker than him, even more concise and effective. No wonder they could rescue him from the pirate den with 2 water pipes. Luffy, is your ability really useful? How it feels is just more resistant to beatings. If you lose the ability to swim in order to resist a few beats, you are really pitiful. The rubber devil fruit is useless? How is this possible? Although it has been very difficult to just be alive in the past few years, Luffy still developed a lot of fighting skills. Just to be fair, it was useless in the battle with the 2. It doesn't take the power of devil fruit to deal with you. Luffy looked at the sky with blank eyes. In any case, his soul is also an adult, he was beaten by 2 children, and his face was a little bit hard to get through. Sabo, it seems that we are taking lightly, this kid actually underestimated us. Sabo grinned and said, then it will be more serious tomorrow, so that the little guy can deeply appreciate the love from the brothers. Luffy rolled his eyes. Then the 3 of them started hunting, and when they brought their prey to the bandits' den, 1 day passed. On the second day, the practice continued. Luffy still does not have the ability to use the rubber devil fruit. Sabo and Ace really had reservations yesterday, this time they started even harder, and Luffy once again lost 100 games in a row. Don't brag, right? Actually you don't know how to use your ability, do you? Ace held a small wooden stick with green leaves in his mouth, with a malicious smile on his face. Sabo smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you can't use it. Would you like us to show you how to use it? Luffy was taken aback. You help me? How can you help? You haven't eaten devil fruit. Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and they suddenly showed malicious smiles on their faces. Then one left and the other came to Luffy's side. Luffy suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you going to do? Ace and Sabo pulled Luffy's arms from left to right. We will help you see how long your hands can stretch. As they said, the 2 took Luffy's hand and ran to both sides. For a while, Luffy looked like an elastic man, being pulled and deformed. First, the arm, and then the whole person was pulled into a flat plate. The facial features are twisted, and the mouth is grinning to the root of the ear. Hey! Stop it! Luffy protested, but the 2 brothers were very happy. Sabo! Let's go around the tree and tie a knot. Ace ran to a thick tree with 3 adults hugging each other. The 2 were far away, Sabo whispered back, will this be too much? He said too much, his hands were not vague, and he cooperated with Ace to tie Luffy's hands to the tree. Regarding how long the body of the rubber devil fruit can stretch, Luffy has actually experimented with it a long time ago. The malleability is about 100 times, but as he eats more and more meat, the value of his body growth also increases. So there is no need for 2 black-eyed guys to give him a test. If I don't stop, I'll fight back. I'm scared when I get serious. The left hand meets the right hand, and the 2 brothers begin to tie their hands. But at the same time, Luffy's belly began to bulge like a rapidly inflating balloon. A true meaning, a rubber balloon man who is not a true meaning. This balloon guy is certainly not a stretch guy with 4 gears. The 4th gear elastic man used the armed color domineering. Luffy tried to teach himself domineering, but he never found the way. This balloon guy. In fact, there is no fighting power. The usefulness is that after the body swells, Sabo and Ace can't tie their arms to the tree. While Ace and Sabo were still in shock, Luffy withdrew his hands. How? Are you scared? As soon as Luffy spoke, his anger fell halfway through his mouth, and his body shrank rapidly. Sabo. Ace. The 2 brothers looked at each other from the back of the tree. Ace grinned, and suffocated Luffy's spherical with his foot, kicking Luffy away. Sabo. Go kick it back. Hey? Damn it. Is this what people do? When flying into the air, Luffy adjusted his direction, let his head down, then opened his mouth to release the air in his body, in order to change his motion state and escape the end of being kicked by the ball. Then when ascending, stretch out your arms, grab the high tree trunks, and land steadily on the thicker tree trunks. See it? If you use the power of the rubber devil fruit, you won't even be able to touch me. Luffy stood on the top of the tree and shouted. Ace under the tree lit up when he saw Luffy's arm stretched out to grab the trunk. Compared to blowing yourself into a balloon, this ability is obviously more practical. But if he didn't pick up Luffy, he just rubbed his stomach and said to Sabo, Sabo, is it time to eat? Hey? Hey! As they said, the 2 turned and left without looking back. Hang Luffy on the tree. Hey! Don't ignore my words. Ace said loudly, then what do you want to eat today? What about crocodile rice or roasted wild boar? Sabo replied loudly, I just ate roasted wild boar yesterday. Let's have crocodile rice today. Luffy. Don't think that using meat can change the subject. The cultivation on the 2nd day was as bad as the 1st day. On the evening of the same day, when Luffy was about to sleep, he received a trade application from Kulalo Luzalu. T-evolution medicine has been developed. Transaction complete. Under the moonlight, the blue-violet medicine was reflected in a deep shimmer in the classic DNA double helix glass container between the 2 matte cylindrical metal heads. It is like a beast hidden in the dark depths of the deep forest, full of mystery and danger. System pop-up introduction. Item name, T-evolution potion, T-virus derivative product. Item precious degree, A level. The degree of danger of the item, C level. Introduction, it is an exclusive medicine prepared for designated DNA, but it also has certain dangers. Producer, Alice, Kilolo Luxi Lu. Evaluation, a dangerous product created by greedy desire, creation and destruction coexist, hope and despair coexist. Luffy, isn't this stuff 100% safe? Kulalo Luxalu, there is no 100% safety in this world. Even if it is cold water, if you are unlucky, you can choke people to death. Luffy. This sentence is so reasonable that it can't be refuted. But refer to the score of Honda Quan. Precious degree, C level. Degree of danger, G level. In contrast, according to the KTIF gradual decrement scoring rules, a full 4 levels. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 10, It's Just 99-1. Luffy, okay. What is the chance of success in terms of percentages? Kulalo Luxalu, there is little relationship between the risk score and the success rate. If I have to say a success rate, then my estimate is 99%. After all, it is a fine product I made with all my strength. Kulalo Luxalu, I have configured a lot of evolution potions, and the score of A is only 5 fingers. You are very lucky. 99%? Reassuring data. Kulalo Luxalu, if you care about the degree of danger, I can reconfigure a B grade score for you, and the degree of danger will be reduced to F grade. Which one is B level and A level? Carefully consider choosing the dangerous degree F level. But obviously there are better ones that can be used, and I am not willing to use it. Kulalo Luxalu, but, from my professional point of view, although the dangerous degree of B-level medicine is F level, the success rate is about 70%, which is not comparable to the A level. Luffy. That's a tangled fart. If you want to choose, of course choose A grade. Kuralo Luxalu, actually, it doesn't matter if you fail, it's just becoming a zombie. Kulalo Luxalu, I will inoculate you with G-Virus before you completely become a zombie. With the powerful self-healing ability of G-Virus, coupled with Alice's divine DNA, I have the confidence to keep your consciousness. Kulalo Luzalu, if you are not obsessed with human form, I have a dragon building plan to transform you into a unique dragon-shaped creature. Long. Lu Fei couldn't help but complain, is it a zombie Tyrannosaurus? Kulalo Luzalu, this is a good name. Luffy. Now that we have the T-Virus evolution potion, the live broadcast can be regarded as something to watch. Can it start? Luffy, okay, since it's already decided, I'm not hypocritical. I have sorted out the information you want, and I will send it to you. Luffy wrote 3 things about the materials prepared by Kulalo. The first one is that the protagonist of the original world of the full-time hunter is J Flix, with some materials of his old father Jin Flix. The second piece is information about the real game Greed Wolf Island developed by Papa J Flix. The third is the ability of the Luda tribe in the Red Eye Cave, and the original Mirage Hotel's capture of the Red Eye triggered revenge from Kurapika. Kurapika is also a character that Luffy likes very much. If it can rewrite the tragedy, it would be great. Lu Fei's suggestion was to forge friendship with the Kurita tribe. Private chat. Kulalo Luxalu, these 3 pieces of information are very valuable and very helpful to my plan. If it is done, I will prepare a mysterious gift for you. The big gift in Kulalo's mouth is definitely not a boast. But this thing's come true. What's up? Isn't it a world mission? That would be more difficult to imagine. Kulalo Luxalu, if you think of other important information, you can also contact me for a deal. After using the T-evolution potion, and then using the pathogen of the T-virus, there is no risk to you. Kulalo Luxalu, even if you don't use it immediately, I recommend that you keep a bottle in your hand. Luffy. Luffy, that thing is too dangerous, so forget it. Kulalo Luxalu, well, you decide. Kulalo Luxalu, don't worry about the live broadcast. If you don't complete the task, I can help you top the list at the end of the month. Luffy, thank you. Although it was mutually beneficial, Luffy was still moved. This promise of Kulalo undoubtedly solved another trouble for Luffy. Luffy, there is another important piece of information about the Hunter world, but the time is not yet ripe. I am telling you that it may disappear. So I decided to tell you after a while, when the time is ripe. The chance that Luffy said was the ability of the trait system, the Angel's automatic notes. Angel's automatic notes can predict the future in the form of short poems. But after counting the time, Kulalo was 26 years old when he played. At that time, the girl Nyung who possessed the ability of automatic note-taking of angels was only 16. Now that Kulalo is 10 years old, that is, 16 years before Kulalo's appearance, Nian is not just 1 year old, just born. This news is useless even if it is said. Not only that, letting Kulalo come into contact with Nyung prematurely is likely to change the future and change Nyung's ability. The ability of thinking in the Hunter world is based on the character's personality, plus the ability to awaken from various factors such as experience and one's own desire. Therefore, for the sake of Kurora, it is better to tell this information in a few years. Kurora Luzalu, okay, how long will it take? Luffy, 10 years later. Kulalo Luxalu, good. The two ended their private chat. Then I chatted with other people in the group. There is no need to announce, as soon as Kurora bubbled, the traversers in the group guessed that the T-evolution potion configuration was completed. This means that Luffy is about to start a live broadcast. In the past 2 days, no one in the group has broadcast live. Because the live broadcast task is counted from the first day of the live broadcast. Before being fully sure, everyone didn't want to be the first person to eat crabs, and they all waited for Luffy to get the potion in live broadcast. Luffy succeeded, they can learn from the sidelines. Luffy failed, just to learn a lesson, the dog's fortune. Sasuke, Lord Luffy is going to broadcast it now. Look forward to. Joker, waiting for the big guy to start the live broadcast. Will the big guy open it tonight? Or wait for dawn? Right, looking forward to it. Look forward to. Super looking forward to it. Kaiba Akiyako, my blood has been ignited, let's fight. Senior Luffy. Nai Yuli, Achillean has been disassembled, and I don't feel much to watch, I feel melancholy. Senior Luffy, come on. Luffy, you people. Lu Fei, for tomorrow's live broadcast, I also panic the first one. Luffy, you know, if T-evolution potion fails, it will become a zombie. Venom, Senior Luffy is going live? But I haven't chosen a good host yet, so I'm a bit entangled when I ask you to find the best looking one. Right, do you really plan to sleep with the live broadcast host? I was just talking about it, how could I let my family Kana do this kind of thing? Venom, do humans like to make jokes so much? I can't tell which words you said are true. Sasuke, judging true and false is also an essential survival skill for intelligent creatures. You have to cheer for the Venom. Sasuke, Senior Luffy, if you become a zombie, will that 2 pieces of flesh be gone? If it is, the risk is a bit high. 2 or 2 meat? Luffy couldn't help but glanced down at his hips. My tuft is more than 2 or 2. If you inject gas into it, then, you lose 100 million by rounding it down. Right, that tuft of meat is actually useless, I don't need it. Sasuke, I'm short-sighted underneath. Tang Seng, as a Taoist monk, what is the use of this stick? Luffy, what if I have this change? Still uneasy, or embarrassed? Tang Seng, what? Luffy, it's okay, please ignore. Tang Seng, tomorrow, my emperor brother is going to leave me alone. Senior Luffy, give me a bottom line. Will my journey go smoothly? Luffy, journey to the west, don't you have that ball in the 4 masterpieces? Tang Seng, no. Okay. Luffy, don't worry, your journey will be difficult. Tang Seng, what? Luffy, your 3 apprentices will help you settle down. There will be surprises and no dangers. Tang Seng, phew, senior, don't talk and pant. It will be scary. Luffy, you are a person who is blessed by the gods and Buddhas, whoever has trouble, you will be fine. Tang Seng, really? Luffy, more real than real gold. Through the Chengtang monk. His world mission can't be accomplished anyway, right? Whether it is to rule or destroy, it is simply an impossible task. Lu Fei, how did you pass through Chengtang monk? Did you do anything special before crossing? Tang Seng, nothing special. I want to say something special. I was a cook in my last life. Could it be that being a cook caused too many evils? That's why I was punished to be a monk in this life? Cook? Monk? These 8 poles can't fight together. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 11, look, there is a bleeding Luffy here. Luffy, do I need to say hello to the camera when it starts? Talking to yourself will be considered a lunatic, right? Speaking secretly? Kurulu Rusiro, say hello if you want to say hello, don't do it if you don't want to. What tourists want to see is what you are doing and what you want to do. If you do not attract them, then tourists will not just because you are civilized vanguard will stay and see you. Are these tourists so realistic? Luffy suddenly felt a little stressed. Sure enough, there is a huge gap between thinking and doing. Yesterday he thought well, but today it's going to be broadcast. That feeling is totally different. Kulalo Luxalu, if you don't want to speak, you can use the method of chatting in the chat group and send text bubbles. Luffy, oh. Kulalo Luxalu, you can also make a voice, but you need to practice it in the group before using it. Otherwise, the voice you are speaking is not only yours, it may be strange, for example, when you think about it when you are speaking. A person, the voice you utter may be the accent you think of that person. Luffy, what is the principle? Kulalo Luxalu, call of consciousness associated with memory. What the hell? It looks so tall. But it is understandable if you try to understand it. Luffy tried it, and uttered a voice in the group. I clicked and listened to it. It was amazing. It was a song, The Descendants of the Dragon, or the original version. Because he thought of this song when he clicked on the development voice button. This feature is a bit cool. Group chat. Tang Seng, I have heard this song. We have it too. Luffy, the relationship is good. It seems that our world still has something in common. He listened to Luffy's voice and sent one too. Luffy clicked, his old face flushed. The voice also withdrew at a lightning speed. Right, Keek, I just passed by a relatively open audio store. As you know, Japan is quite open in this respect. Naraku, hey? What happened to Japan? Right, nothing, I like it very much. My host really wants to buy 3 color balls. I really like sweets. Naraku, Shanako likes sweets too. Luffy. This foolish ability is at hand. But Luffy didn't have the energy to laugh at classmate you right now. Continue to practice speaking, but I didn't expect this one to overturn. Affected by the right, this mind uncontrollably thinks of things that shouldn't be thought of. Then this time it was Luffy's turn to withdraw at a lightning speed. Right, yet. Listen. What did I hear in the voice of Senior Luffy? Luffy, I just sent the voice withdrawn right again, expression, serious face. Right, don't want me to take the blame. I don't remember this pot. If I withdrew, why did you withdraw again? There is a paradox. Luffy, didn't I think that there are still girls in the group, the influence is not good. Suzuki, I proved that Senior Luffy retransmitted the voice sent by Senior Right. Kayaba Akiyako, I also prove it. Nirvana, +1. Right, ah. You shameless people who speak out of your conscience in order to hug Senior Luffy's thigh. Luffy, justice may be misunderstood, but it will never sink. Right. After a while with the people in the group, Luffy felt that he was not so nervous anymore. Then click on, Start the Broadcast button. Luffy's live room title, I'm Luffy and I have a bottle of T-Virus. Do you think I drink or not? This title was also thought of by Luffy. The effect depends on how much attention it can attract. Luffy started broadcasting, and the 72 guild anchors who were currently live showed live recommendations at the same time, and the title was Luffy's title. Fulhu dug into the room. Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy Ting Ping Ping enters the room. Innocent Bullet and Joshan enters the room. I bleed for the tissue and entered the room. When people entered the live broadcast room, the barrage floated. Wow! It was Luffy when I was a kid. So cute. Xiao Fi Fei, where's your straw hat? Why didn't you bring it? Little friend Luffy, T-Virus cannot be eaten, it will ruin your stomach. T-Virus, is it the T-Virus in my sister Chu's hands? Here comes someone. Here comes someone. Straw hat? Why forgot such an iconic object? The straw hat was placed in the bandit den by Luffy. Go back to fetch it. Luffy text bubble, hello everyone, my name is Luffy, please take care of me. Luffy text bubble, I'm afraid that the straw hat will get dirty, so I put it in Dodon's house. Do you want to see it? Wow! What a cute Luffy! The old man's girlish heart. What we want to see straw hats. Luffy text bubble, yes, the straw hat is too big for me now. Reward Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy Ting 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 Fairy rewards Little Yellow Duck X1. Reward. Luffy glanced at the gift bar, and the little yellow duck had a 10th grade crystal. Is it $10? Text bubble, thank you Sister Mosquito for your reward. Text bubble, if you want to see my straw hat, I'll go home and pick it up later. Text bubble, before that, I have an important thing to ask my brothers and sisters to help me decide. Speaking of Luffy, he took out the tea evolution potion. Text bubble, I got this bottle of evolution potion from Sister Kulalo. It is said that good absorption will make me stronger, bad absorption will make me a zombie. Text bubble, do you think I should take it? Sister Kulalo said that this potion is very, very precious. Reward Kularuo Tien Group rewards Colorful Lucky Wreath 1314x1, x2, x3, x4. Damn it! This won't be an airplane, right? Luffy glanced at the gift bar. Colorful Lucky Wreath 1 lower grade crystal. A group of 1314 is 1314 lower grade crystal. One click is a group. The prefix of Kulalo Tien Tuan, is it the vest of Kulalo Luxalo's family? Text bubble, is Brother Duo Duo from Sister Kulalo? Thank you Brother Duo Duo for your reward, but don't do it anymore. Sister Luoluo said that I was self-sufficient. Reward X10 X11 X12. Brother didn't stop. At this moment, Luffy only felt blood surging, and there was a sense of ascending to heaven soaring 90,000 li. It turns out that when the anchor receives a gift, this is the feeling. The flattered, anxious, restless heart has nowhere to rest. Text bubble, thank you Totogo from Sister Luoluo's family. Just verbal thanks are too light. Luffy felt that he should do something about his actions. With restless blood, he bowed sharply to the end. Normal people knock their heads on their thighs if they use too much force. But Luffy was a rubber man, and without stopping the car, he slammed his head on the rock. Bump! A loud noise. He actually smashed the ground into a big pit with a diameter of 1 meter. Puff! This bow is very Luffy. Is there any cute bleeding? This is domineering. Is it domineering? It is armed and domineering. OMG! It's too powerful to realize that the domineering at such a young age. Luffy then Luffy. Koluo Luoti and Tuo Duo Duo, Mom, I laughed to death, you crashed the 1314X66 big plane I was going to send. You pay for my big plane. Gifts given in the live broadcast room can trigger special effects of the aircraft in accordance with certain rules. Small airplanes only appear in the live broadcast room where the host is located. In addition to the special effects in the live broadcast room of the medium-sized airplane, the special effects of the airplane with the room ID will also appear in the live broadcast rooms of other anchors in the same guild. The big airplane will appear in all the live broadcast rooms. Luffy was a little confused. Text bubble, sorry, I didn't mean to scare Brother Toto. Can you pay for Brother Toto after Luffy gets rich? Now Luffy doesn't have so many crystals. It is so cute. Fei Fei is not afraid, my brother will not bear to ask for your crystal. Reward Kuloruo Tien Tuo Duo Duo Colorful Lucky Wreath 1314x1, x2, x3, x4. The boss starts to fly again, pray not to crash this time. Blessing. Pray. The boss is too good. Koluo Luo Tien Tuan Chong Dei, what's the situation? Duo Duo, you spend so much money outside and go home carefully and kneel on the washboard. Oh, the traffic police uncle of Luoluo's family is here. Hello, Uncle Traffic Police. The traffic police in the live broadcast room refers to the spontaneous law enforcement officers in the anchor fan group. They take protecting the interests of the anchor at home as the primary task, wandering around the major live broadcast rooms and patrolling the sky. Text bubble, yes, you are rewarding all the money with me. Sister Luoluo will definitely let you kneel on the washboard, don't brush it anymore. This Luffy is so cute, it prevents the elders from brushing gifts. Stupid, cute, love, love. Reward, x60, x61, x62, x63, x64, x65, x66. The 1314x66 group is connected. Take off. A big red plane took off from the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, flew diagonally upward to the top, and then supported the live broadcast room to connect. After seeing this animation, people in other live broadcast rooms can click on the ID of the live broadcast room to land in the live broadcast room. For a time, the number of people in the room increased tenfold from 1,000 people. And there is no stopping the momentum. The barrage is raining, even if the optic nerve reacts fast enough, it is easy to see who said what. Luffy's head was buzzing. How do so many people broadcast? At this moment, Luffy was like a recruit who had just been trained in the military. He didn't know anything except arrived. Private chat. Kulalo Luxalu, don't stand stupidly, continue broadcasting according to your previous live broadcast rhythm, take out your T-evolution potion, and make a gift PK. Gift PK? To gift PK. Luffy finally returned to his soul. Luffy, thank you very much, this plane will be returned when I have money. Kulalo Luxalu, come on, if you can manage well, this gift PK can save an airplane. For fans to reward, the platform is divided into half, and then the guild is divided into half of the platform. In other words, an airplane has only 14 airplanes in Luffy's hands. So to save another plane, 3 more planes are needed. Kulalo Luxalu, let me put more pressure on you. If you want to pay it back, it is only for today. If you can do it, I will let you pay it back. If you can't do it, you don't have to pay it back. Come on. Is it only for one day? The tremendous pressure made Luffy's heart burn and his blood boiled. Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 12, Luffy baby, come on. Luffy picked up the T-evolution potion. How Xian, the gravel splashed when one head hit the ground just now did not break the medicine bottle. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This bottle of medicine was made by Luffy, and other people were exposed to the original T-virus. Text bubble, I have a bottle of T-evolution potion given by Sister Luoluo. Text bubble, I dare not use it, because if it fails, it may become a zombie. Text bubble, but Sister Luoluo said that if I succeed, I will become stronger. Text bubble, so, I decided to let everyone decide whether to use it. Use. No need to. How dangerous. I don't want the cute inflatable boy to become a corpse boy. Beat a bike to become a motorcycle. What's the matter, even if you become a zombie boy sister, you will love you, Bobo Da. The text bubbled in front of my eyes. I have everything to say. But most people use it. It's completely the mentality of watching the excitement and not afraid of big things. Text bubble, there are everything in the comments, but I can't count the number of people. Text bubble, I will open a gift PK. Those who agree to send colorful garlands, and those who disagree send stars. I think they are all the same price, they are all first grade crystal. Gift PK is initiated. The gift of X1 and X1 single jumped up. Some groups of 10, some 66, brushed up. The gift PK progress bar, the colorful garland and the stars are in two sections, and the half blue and half red blood bar in the middle swings back and forth on both sides. 1314x66 is 86,724, 80,000. To save a plane, we need to build x3 on this basis. Can such a difficult task be completed? According to the growth rate of the gift, it's a bit hanging. Luffy glanced at the number of live broadcast rooms, 15W. Everyone can almost complete it with 2 gifts. But the effect of the big airplane has disappeared, and the number of people no longer grows and even begins to fall rapidly. The gift PK is not enough to watch, at least not everyone is interested, and you have to think about it. What's the trick? Thank you, brother. Luffy thought of Kulalo's words, if you want to greet you, you can say hello. If you don't want to, you don't have to. What tourists want to see is what you are doing and what you want to do. If you do not attract them, then tourists will not be the vanguard of civilization, will stay and see you. Thanks is just a trail. Not enough. Text bubble, the first time I started the live broadcast, I received the predecessor's attention. I was really flattered to receive a big airplane. Luffy decided to try hard to save money for a big airplane today, and then I will take you to Sister Luoluo's room. Go back with a reward. I hope my brothers and sisters can help. Luffy thanks here. There are more gifts. There are more people who brush stars. As soon as the stars bounced back, the one who swiped the wreath to see and drink before moved again. Text bubble, thank you brothers and sisters for your support. Luffy first performed my newly developed rubber devil fruit stunt for you. Text bubble, the first one, the balloon man. As Luffy said, he swallowed a big breath, and the live footage pulled far away under the control of Luffy's consciousness. Seeing that Luffy's stomach swelled rapidly, expanding into a ball with a diameter of 10 meters. Text bubble, balloon people evolve. The eye of the giant. The text bubble appeared, and the chi in Luffy's body suddenly arched along his neck to his head. Luffy's head instantly expanded dozens of times, and a pair of big eyes looked down at the screen. Puff! Damn it! Killing me! Big eyes are so cute! This is Luffy! Oh! Oh! I can't do it anymore! Who will call me an emergency call? My family lives in Lock Drew. Luffy's face flushed. He used to entertain himself with this trick, but he didn't it so hard. Hard to hold on for 10 seconds, really can't hold on, the air hold out from the mouth. Now it's all right, Luffy is like a flying balloon, soaring into the sky with a swish. Ha 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 giggle, I'm dying, laughing so hard at me. This Luffy is so cute. It's okay if you're angry, giggles. Swipe all those who pass by, this anchor is too hard, and it feels like he's committing a crime if he doesn't. Ha ha ha, you have to do it, I cleaned the package, you are free. This little cutie is enough for me to laugh for a year. This wave of rhythm belts is very good, and waves of gifts are brushed up. A small plane flew over the entire screen one after another. At the same time Luffy was flying in the sky. After a dozen or so laps in the sky, his head pushed his toward a tree, boom. Bounced for 4 or 5 times. The tourists watched more happily now. The number of live broadcast rooms began to stabilize, with fewer and fewer people quitting, and there is even a trend of picking up. When Luffy got up from the ground in a daze, he was shocked to see the reward amount. Contribute to the list of another aircraft. This shows that 1/2 of the task is completed. Luffy rubbed his pitifully. Text bubble, just laughed, I didn't control it well, it was too embarrassing. After speaking, I saw Luffy's face suffocated, his head turned square, his eyes were pulled diagonally down to both sides, and his facial features were twisted under Luffy's control to form a character. Puff! Enough cutie, you! You have to laugh at my belly. Stop teasing me, my face hurts with laughter, ha 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 ha. Why can you type on your face? The reaction from the fans was good. Luffy found that he seemed to have grasped the essentials of the live broadcast. The word disintegrated with his face relaxed. Just when the tourist thought he was about to return to normal, Luffy's eyes were bent downward and his eyes were tilted to one place, forming a funny expression. Puff, forgive me. I can't laugh anymore, no matter how small I am, I will be born. Nima, I couldn't hold back it was already born. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and caught the squeezed out again, or my unborn baby son would be laughed to death by me, and I couldn't laugh or cry. Ha 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 ha. Just when Luffy was trying to make the audience laugh. In the corner, Ace and the Sabo cat are secretly observing behind the tree. What is he doing? Are we too cruel? So he hides and secretly studies Nirvana. What's the use of this Nirvana? I don't know, maybe he wants to laugh at the enemy. Puff. Shhh, hold back, don't let him find out. Ace accidentally laughed, and Sabo pulled Ace cat down, put his head back, and made a silence. The two adjusted the probe again and observed in secret. At this time, Luffy was blowing himself up to imitate the gorilla. This time it's Sabo's turn and can't help it, puff. Ha 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 ha. This is too stupid. Now Luffy finally noticed that he was being peeped by two unscrupulous brothers. Luffy turned stiffly. Shame made Luffy's shameful old face flush. You have all seen it. Ace smiled, if this is your hidden Nirvana, then you won't be able to beat us in 100 years, but you can try to laugh us to death. Luffy's face was darkened to the bottom of the pot. His ashamed look has been seen. Wow! That is Ace. Tears. They seem to have a very good relationship, I'm so touched, this is the Luffy I know. Loved love. Luffy, you must protect Ace well in this life, and you can't let him die again. Luffy is a good brother, Ace is a good brother, no one can be less, and Sabo is cute. No one can be less. It must be good. Luffy's mentality collapsed. The storm of rewards skyrocketed dozens of times when Ace appeared on the scene. He worked so hard and didn't want to make everyone happy, he was no better than Ace to show up. Lost. The loser is thorough and clear. Sabo, the little guy is going to be ashamed and angry, do you go first or me first? You go first, I'll help you score points. The two unscrupulous brothers discussed in front of them who would beat them up. Is this Nima a good relationship? Luffy suddenly wanted to pull out the eyes of these tourists. Luffy, if you don't want to lose too badly, use your Nirvana, otherwise you will lose badly. You can't use devil fruit to hit you. Don't challenge Ace without devil fruit, so stubborn Luffy, I really like it. Baby Luffy, come on. Luffy. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 13, Don't be afraid of many sand sculptures, just practice the third day. Luffy vs Ace, 5:45. Luffy vs Sob, 12:38. Although it was still a day of abuse, there was a qualitative breakthrough compared to the previous 2 days. But this is not the focus of Luffy's focus today. After the battle training was completed, Luffy quickly opened the cancelled live broadcast barrage and looked at the statistics of the overall rankings. The total list, 300,400. The 300,000 list can achieve such a result on the first day of the live broadcast, which has been very successful. This is due to Luffy's own efforts, but the key is the big plane supported by the Kurora family. Luffy continued to look down. Gift PK, agree to take T-Evolution Potion, disagree with T-Evolution Potion, 148600:46640. There is no escape from taking medicine. Then Luffy looked at the top one. List 1, Kuluruotian Duo, 107,748. One large plane is 86,724, and 16 groups of crashes are the extra. This list is to be returned to Kurora. According to the anchor, you can only get 14 to calculate, and you have to go on this basis x4. 107748x4, which is 430,992. His current ranking is still 130,000. Luffy glanced at the sky. The setting sun was already setting. There is not much time left before the appointment with Kulalo. Obviously, it is impossible to think about it all at once. The second best thing is to return a large plane, 86724x4, which is 346,896. Not bad, 46,496, nearly 50,000. It is already very good without the ability of Devil Fruit. You know that Ace and Sabo are 3 years old as Luffy. Baby Luffy, hard work. It's normal to not be able to beat Ace and Sabo. Ace is the elder brother. It seems that baby Luffy hasn't learned how to be domineering. Even adult pirates can be killed. Ace's combat power itself is extremely strong. Didn't you learn it? It must be domineering to smash the ground into a deep pit just now. I think it was used accidentally with excitement. The speed of the barrage is no longer as violently as before. Luffy glanced at the number of live broadcast rooms, 1,2020. 1 in 10 people stayed. Attention, 2.5 W. This result, okay? Luffy text bubble, just now, just to concentrate on fighting, I closed the live broadcast page. Thank you for being there for such a boring process. Text bubble, I don't know, there is still 50,000 votes left before Sister Luo can fly a big plane. Text bubble, now, there is not much time left. Luffy is grateful for any brother or sister who is willing to support it. All the petty flowers of this month have been brushed out, and they have been brushed up the mountain, pitiful. I still have 1 coin, so I can use it now, I can't get it out anymore. Baby Luffy works so hard, do you have the heart not to brush it? Devil Left Wing Del, that's right, give it to my old lady. What kind of live broadcast do you play if you don't wash your house and collapse? This is black powder with rhythm? This rhythm is different from the previous one, which is extremely offensive. It must be stopped immediately, otherwise the mood of the fans will be affected, and even the anchor will even feel sick. Text bubble, Sister Del, don't say that. If you have a ticket, you can just use it for entertainment. Don't let the house collapse, let alone affect your normal life. Baby Luffy, ignore her, she is a fan of the Devil Left Wing family. The Devil Left Wing is not against your sister Kulalo, so when she sees Sister Luo supporting you, he will black you. This kind of guy is the lowest level. Yeah, baby Luffy, don't ignore her, you give me management, I will help you kick this kind of people out. Baby Luffy, the management vest can't be given to you randomly. Be careful that the bad guys use the authority to close your live broadcast room, then you will lose 100 million every minute. Luffy. Is the live broadcast of high latitude creatures so dark? Text bubble, is that true? I am a newcomer and I don't know anything, thank you brothers and sisters for your advice. Text bubble, I am not a person who likes to pit fan money. For me, these gods are actually useless. At least these 3 months are useless. I just want to collect 50,000 votes and put Sister Luo together. Part of the favor is paid first. Text bubble, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well today. Text bubble, so, I hope there is Yuliang's sister to help her to complete this difficult task. Text bubble, after today, we will watch the live broadcast in the future. As long as we complete the monthly guarantee task, we don't need to spend a penny more. Xioxilu, I think your gift PK is hard to turn around anymore. Have you drunk the tea evolution potion as agreed? Indeed, the number of people allowed to drink is more than 100,000 votes, and the chance of overtaking is close to 0. Text bubble, thank you for your sister's reminder, what Luffy says always counts. Text bubble, I'm just afraid that drinking it now will affect the flight to Sister Luo Luo. Text bubble, Sister Luo Luo said, I only want to return the plane today. If it passes, it doesn't count, so Luffy has to stay awake. Wow! So thoughtful. So cute. If only my son is so cute. Said it earlier, if you let us fly it for you, you can't get it. We fly just for the money of a plane. You have to save for flying by yourself. Isn't it silly? It can still be counted like that. Luffy was a little dazed. This is the truth. But now it's too late to say anything. Luffy, a big airplane is so expensive. I asked my brothers and sisters for such expensive gifts on the first day of the live broadcast. Luffy felt that it was too much and annoying. Puff. You can't bear to ask for one, so you asked us for 4. Is this what it looks like? Stop talking about baby Luffy, isn't our baby Luffy counted a little bit worse, and we will cry. Baby Luffy who can't count is so cute. Oh, I just feel sorry for those tickets. Ha 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 ha, you guys laughed at me to death. Damn. So it can be counted. Puff. Fairy Ling Shan Mosquito, you laughed at me, your head caught up with baby Luffy. Has been despised as a quantifier. Luffy's face was a little dark. But can asking tens of thousands of people for 4 planes be the same as asking one person for one large plane? Of course, there is no need to reason with fans at this time. The anchor's job is to make fans happy. As long as it can bring joy, what can be misunderstood? Text bubble, this time it was my fault. I won't be so stupid next time. I apologize to everyone. Forgive, forgive. Say forgive me, don't stand and talk without backache, you make up 50,000. Chen concubine can't do it. If I brush my son, I won't have money for milk powder. Which world, give the child milk powder, don't you know that breast milk is healthier? Or hire a nanny. By the way, I can also help with children. Why not eat meat? A child in which world is born not able to walk? You laughed so hard at me, but you digressed, now we are raising money. I don't have back pain, I pay 10,000. Reward Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy Ting 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 Fairy Rewards Little Yellow Duck 66x1, x2, x18. The little yellow duck has a 10 inferior crystal. A group of 66x18 planes take off. The list has increased by 11,880. With 0 votes, the total list is 315,230. Not far from 346,896, 31,666. Text bubble, thank you Sister Mosquito for your help, now we are still 30,000 votes short. Fuck. How is it calculated? 66x188 is 1188, right? Little yellow duck 10, that's also 10,001, how can you reduce the task of 20,000? Text bubble, 50,000 is my rounding in. Puff. No way. Laughing hard at me, I finally know what it means to round to 100 million. Baby Luffy, your count is awesome. Ha 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 ha. My laugh point used to be quite high, why did I laugh out of it today? I can't do it anymore, I laughed to death, ha 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 ha, fuck. I laughed hard and squirted out the shit. Nima. Just stop and change your pants when you squirt it out. Why speak up? I'm eating. A word of experience, when you have a bad stomach, you can't believe any fart. Enough Nima. The meat on the plate is not fragrant anymore. Puff. Looking at the barrage, Luffy couldn't help but smile. This group of sand sculptures is really enough. I chose to filter out your barrage. It's still 30,000, right? I'm out of the 30,000, but there is a challenge. I wonder if Xylo dare to take it. You still have money. You must not belong to our school. Challenge? You don't make the small path huge, do you? Huge. Enough for you. Xiao Xiaolu is only 7 or 8 years old. Still a child. This group of dirty demons. Text bubble, you said that as long as it can be done, Luffy will work hard. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 14, Lu Jiajin and Number 039, S First Expedition. How can I not understand what you are talking about? Can't understand, can't understand, can't understand. Ahem, the challenge I said is very simple. Devil fruit is afraid of sea water. I wonder if it can be overcome if I exercise hard, so starting today, Luffy will sleep in a bathtub full of sea water every day. Nima, is this simple? Brother, do you have any misunderstandings about simplicity? This is terrible. Still sleeping in the water, do you think it's a fish? Not to mention anything else, 30,000 yuan is too little to challenge such a fierce one, and 300 million yuan is almost the same. That is, you might as well let Luffy be partly huge. Who dare to say this challenge, I will him. Sleeping in the fish tank. To be honest, this brother thought of going somewhere with him. Luffy also tried it when he first ate devil fruit. Still that sentence, too naive. How to describe that feeling of weakness? It's like a high fever of 40 degrees. Haunted, tired of thinking about it. Text bubble, I tried your brother's suggestion. I almost choked to death. It was possible to complete it only if I replaced it with Halo Stone handcuffs. TVT tried? Did baby Luffy fight like that? I will take a few more glances at the cute Luffy baby, maybe I won't see it tomorrow. Are you talking about being killed by yourself? Ha ha ha. Halo Stone handcuffs are also fine, you care about your grandpa, he has them. Kapu will handcuff Halashi to a 7 or 8 year old child. It's impossible for others, but Carp knows that Luffy has this heart, and he would definitely give it away happily. I was speechless. Then change the challenge, ask your grandfather for sea tower handcuffs, and then wear them every day. In order to avoid suspicion, Luffy had not mentioned to Carp about asking for a sea floor stone. After all, he was only 5 years old at that time. Now, it works. Baby Luffy, don't agree, he is a bad guy. Don't agree, 30,000 won't be too much, we can make it together again, we can make it together. Loving mothers are more defeated, baby Luffy, you decide for yourself, I will support you whatever you choose. I also choose to support baby Luffy. Baby Luffy, choose by yourself. Text bubble, okay, I take this challenge. Reward the rabbit must reward the little yellow duck 66x1, x2, x188. Text bubble, thanks to brother Teseo for the little yellow duck flying sword. The child is rewarded with his fate, so I won't be grateful. It's too cruel. Baby Luffy is so burning. Moving. How can it be so burning? Reward the rabbit must reward the little yellow duck 66x1, x2, x3, x188. The second plane took off again. Text bubble, brother rabbit is the most handsome. I can't believe that the task that is obviously impossible is about to be completed. Thanks bunny brother. Thank you everyone. Reward the rabbit must reward the little yellow duck 66x1, x2, x3, x4, x188. 3 little yellow duck planes, 10x66 x188 x3, 35,640 votes. Add 315,235 to 350,875. The goal is 346,896, which is 3,979 more votes. The scattered tickets seemed to be spreading flowers in celebration, and one ticket was swiped together. Text bubble, stop brushing. Don't brush anymore. Enough, brothers and sisters, hard work today. Text bubble, today is Luffy's first live broadcast, and there are nearly 400,000 rankings that I can't even think about. Thank you all. Where is 400,000? Baby Luffy's rounding. Ha 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 ha. Nima rounded up to 50,000 to enter. I serve. Ha ha ha. Are you dissatisfied? Believe it or not, hi, ha 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 ha. Clothes. Must be convinced. Text bubble, let's go to Sister Luoluo's house now. Before that, let's thank Brother Toto, who has worked so hard to top the list. Thanks to Toto Go from Sister Luoluo's family. Thanks to Sister Luoluo and Brother Duo for taking care of our Lobo. Sister Luoluo is not one of the tallest elder sisters I have ever seen, and Duo is the most handsome eldest brother. Text bubble, thank you all for saying thank you. Text bubble, now let's go to Sister Luoluo's house together. Although there are not many of us, we can't lose our momentum. Give Sister Luoluo a wave of thankful attention. Luffy thanks again. Lobo's wish must be fulfilled. Roger that. Roger that. Guarantee to complete the task. Text bubble, thank you all. This is the first time our Lu Jiajin got together and the first time to go on an expedition. The posture must be handsome. Go. Text bubble, 514-2222, let's go. You can't watch other people's live broadcasts without opening the live broadcast unless the group owner sends a link to the group. When Luffy started the live broadcast, he could search the rooms of other anchors. Although Kololuo didn't tell him the specific ID, Luffy had noticed the vest at the backstage of Kulalo Tiandan Duo. It's easy to find Kurora's live studio. Luffy sent out the ID, then went off the live broadcast, and entered the live broadcast room of Kuralo Luxalu. The Kuralo family obviously passed the news that Luffy was coming. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Luffy was welcomed by Kuroro Luxalu and everyone on the channel. Kulalo directly hugged Luffy to the VIP Maisu. Welcome to the lovely Lubao. Baby Lu, come out, let brother and sister know you. Welcome Lobo, and the cuties of Lobo's family. Welcome. Love you guys. Thanks for welcome, the brothers and sisters of Sister Luoluo's family are so handsome. Immediately after Luffy, 10,000 people followed Luffy's live studio into the room. Lu Fei sent a live broadcast notification. Live broadcast notification title, come with me to Sister Luoluo's house and return the plane. At this time, in addition to the 10,000 people who have been there, all those who followed the absence were also notified of the live broadcast. After doing this, Luffy started to reward. Reward Mention Luffy rewards 7 color lucky wreath x1, x2, x3, x4. Luffy didn't dare to be distracted. If he crashed, he wouldn't have any extra money to get another one. So if he didn't return to Kurora, he clicked with his head dull and earnestly made the gift connect into a plane. The design of the live broadcast platform can be operated on the basis of consciousness, but to give a gift, the hand must be pressed on a projected button that only one can see. What's amazing is that this button, which is invisible to others, has a texture to the touch, just like a real one. Maybe it does exist. Reward, x64, x65, x66, x67. Shock the audience. System prompt, your background balance is insufficient. Balance, 3 lower grade Shenjing. When Luffy exited the room, he saw that the final list was 352,155, and a quarter of it was his backstage, which was 88,038. That is, 67 groups of 1,314. Get rich every day, and then become impoverished every day. This kind of feeling that the daughter is gone, one word, cool. The moment the big plane took off, everyone in the live broadcast room was grateful and everyone cheered. It turned out that this is how the older brother brushed gifts. Don't say it's worth it, for those who don't lack money, such cheers and momentary joy are worth it. So is today's hard work considered a waste of water? Not really. Pay more attention to 2W when you leave your live broadcast room. Now after this plane took off, it soared to 12W. The number of people in the live broadcast of Kuroro Luxalo was 15W when Luffy entered. This 15W is how long it took Kuroro to run it, so it's not an exaggeration for Luffy to soar into the sky. However, Luffy also knows that this does not mean that he can be compared with Kuroro. The stickiness of live broadcast fans is closely related to the personal charm of the anchor. Needless to say, the charm of Kuroro, a live broadcast of 12W online, has already explained everything. Therefore, this skyrocketing 100,000 is just a friendship, and it would be great to have a 1% conversion rate. Generally speaking, today, Luffy completed the perfect turn from passerby to anchor. In the future, there is no need to worry about that 10,000 guarantee mission. As long as you manage it properly, you can become an excellent anchor as well as Kuroro Rusiro in the future. Baby Luffy? I'm out of here, I've broadcast it all in my own live broadcast room. Why am I so shy? Luffy is not shy. Is this heart beating? A gift of 80,000 was given out at hand, and I have never experienced it. Moreover, this is still 80,000 amassed from 4 planes. Inhale. Exhale. Connected. An image of Luffy appeared in Kuroro's live studio. Luffy text bubble, Sister Luo is good. You are great, I never expected you to complete the task. But you used 4 planes to save one and return it to me. Your blood loss, have you ever counted it? This Lobo is so cute, there is no doubt that it counts as a ghost. Stupid, cute, so cute. How can it be so unbearable that you said, this is my heart, of course I am the most sincere in sending it. What? It's this anchor. I went to his live broadcast room in the morning. I didn't expect it to be replaced. It's amazing. A big plane, the number of people in the live studio of Kuroro soared from 150,000 to 300,000. A lot of people came to watch the excitement. At this time, the difference between Luffy's cuteness and Kuroro is reflected. Kuroro didn't panic at all, as stable as Mount Tai. But you don't get nothing. The rewarding task of the platform will give you a treasure chest every time you complete one. Your list of more than 300,000 yuan can open 6 treasure chests. In this way, you will have all the content of the live broadcast tomorrow, and the live broadcast will open the treasure box. Open the treasure box? Luffy glanced at the backstage, only then did he notice that there were 6 treasure chests to claim. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 15, Unreliable Arithmetic. 10,000 Ranking Task, Mahogany Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of G-level treasures, 9% out of F-level treasures, 9 per thousand out of E-level, 1 per thousand out of D-level. 30,000 missions, Orangewood Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of F-grade treasures, 9% out of E-grade treasures, 9 per thousand out of D grade, 1 per thousand out of C grade. 50,000 missions, Brass Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of E-level treasures, 9% out of D-level treasures, 9 per thousand out of C level, 1 per thousand out of B level. 100,000 missions, Green Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of D-level treasures, 9% out of C-level treasures, 9 per thousand out of B level, 1 per thousand out of A level. 150,000 missions, Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of C-level treasures, 9% out of B level treasures, 9 per thousand out of A level, 1 per thousand out of S level. 300,000 missions, Blue and Silver Treasure Chest X1. Item Introduction, 90% out of B-level treasures, 9% out of A-level treasures, 9 per thousand out of S level, 1 per thousand out of SS level. Luffy's eyes lit up. The T-Virus evolution potion given by Kurora is grade A. With these treasure chests, if you are lucky, you can produce up to 3 A-level treasures. A little bit more lucky, it is 2A and 1S. A little bit more lucky, that is an A, an S and an SS. No loss. Luffy text bubble, okay, tomorrow I will open the box live broadcast for everyone. Word bubble, it's not me who blows, my luck has always been very good, the famous little red hand. The chance of S is very high. Out of the S grade? Did everyone hear it? Go and see it tomorrow, if he doesn't spit him to death. Don't give me a face. In addition, to celebrate your departure from S, I will give you another big plane that you don't need to return. Text bubble, no, 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 Sister Luoluo is good enough to me, no matter how good I am really floating. Have you seen that? The evil Ou Wang's face is all concerned about him, and we will go to see him slap him together tomorrow. In addition, if it does happen, I will change my name for a month and add Luffy Ou Wang's father at the beginning, and I will never break my promise. I also change. I change too. Add me. You obviously don't believe in the strength of our Lobo. Before that, can you believe that our Lobo can save 4 planes to return one of your planes? Rename +1. You obviously don't believe in the strength of our Lobo. Before that, can you believe that our Lobo can save 4 planes to return one of your planes? You obviously don't believe us. You obviously don't believe. The barrage of the plane live broadcast room is designed with vests on the top, and the same for management, and the highest consumption in a natural month is on the top. There are also a few big bosses in Luffy's house, but the ones without vests can only be below, plus there are too many people in the live broadcast room. But it's different when a large number of people send a sentence. Many people have noticed this sentence. I did not expect that the lovely Lobo would even save, bold, 4, and return 1. Ha ha ha. I really didn't. I do. We didn't expect this, shame, but cute. Isn't it cute? This. Passers-by don't know what happened, what 4 for 1. What is it? There is no shortage of black-hearted, kind people everywhere. In the future, the clear encyclopedia barrage explained by Long Kyume will be released soon. Then the live broadcast room suddenly became more joyful. Luffy. Is he wrong? When everyone thinks you are wrong, you are wrong. Text bubble, blame me for my bad calculations. My brothers and sisters have suffered with me. I'm extremely sorry. Distressed myself for a second. Parents of Lobo distressed, for a second. Distressed myself for 3 seconds. Distressed myself, open a bowl of instant noodles to comfort me. Distressed myself, open. The live broadcast effect is very good. Focus on continued growth, from 12W to 18W, which is expected to exceed 20W. Text bubble, by the way, today I promise my fans, if you want me and Tea Evolution Potion, I will drink it. Text bubble, now, drink it in front of everyone, everyone must pray for me, don't let me become a zombie. Luffy took advantage of Sabo and Ace to leave the team when their focus was not on them. Then take out the Tea Evolution Potion. The orange-red halo at dusk shone on the glass bottle with the blue-purple DNA double helix structure, which was a bit softer than at night, but this did not reduce its danger. Luffy presented the item information in the live broadcast room. Wow, A-grade Tea Evolution Potion. Buy 1 million on the mall. Sister Luo is really spoiled. I thought it was A-B grade. Sister Luo is generous. My boss is rich. Boss, let me help you settle the instant noodle money this month. This stuff is 1 million. OMG. Thanks to Sister Luo for taking care of our Lobo. Sister Luo, I followed you for so long, and you didn't buy me a pair of pants. I'm sour, 1 million is enough for me to spend a month. The one in front of you. Stop, I saw you. Who is your father? So spoiled. Is your father still short of girlfriends? My beauty is sweet and soft. Tea evolution potion costs 1 million. That's right. Luffy felt sweaty from the palm of his hand holding the bottle. I thought that the favors owed to Kuroro were about the same, but now it seems that it is still far away. Are his news worth the price? Go back and think about what else in the Hunter. You have to write everything you can. Text bubble. I didn't expect this bottle of medicine to be so expensive, and Luffy was really flattered. Looking at the face of 1 million, even if you become a zombie Luffy, you won't blame Sister Luo. It's not so exaggerated. There is a price but no market. The production cost is not that high. In addition, because of the danger, the demand is not as high as expected. Most people don't know how to use it. A-level T, can the success rate reach 50%? 50%? Too high, 10% is good. Luffy, who had originally planned to put the syringe in and start the injection, saw the two slowest barrage moving at the top, and only felt a chill in his forehead, and a sharp air conditioning rose from the solace of his feet and followed his spine straight to the sky. Don't you guys, the success rate is at least 90%, what do 10 think? Luffy sighed in relief, this eldest brother was so skinny that he scared him to death. Text bubble, I'm timid. The older brother and sister of Luo's family were slightly scared, shivering. Luffy intends to inject 90%? Big sister, do you believe this, if 90% are not sold out? It's not good to sell medicine and count money live. Is the pen out of ink when I write 90%, but it's actually 90 per thousand. What this big brother said makes sense. Luffy's hand trembled and he almost threw out the syringe in his hand. Don't be surprised, even if it is less than 90%, 80% is still there. Suddenly I know that Lobo's counts are up to whom, it turns out that the roots are here, rounded to 100 million, 100% brothers and sisters. Ha 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 ha, save 4 planes and send 1, quack. Lobo, let's stop using it, my sister is scared. Lobo, sister sold herself to support you, don't fight like that, blame us for not using it. Luffy's scalp exploded. Text bubble, Sister Luo, honestly, I don't blame you for the probability. Trust me, 99%, use it. I believe you a ghost. Don't be afraid, don't forget what I said, even if you become a zombie, it's okay, my sister will transform you into a zombie Tyrannosaurus. But I don't want to be a zombie Tyrannosaurus. If you are obsessed with human form, please trust sister, sister can handle it for you. 10,000 steps back, your genes are still in the device. My sister can clone a body exactly like you, and then transfer your soul to it to ensure that it is not different from the original factory. At that time, you will come to my sister's world, and my sister will take you to fly. Can it be like this? Clone Alice. I almost forgot that the cloning technology of Resident Evil world is quite mature. Text bubble, Luffy's words count. I said before that the result of the gift PK is to be determined, so I will never break my words, everyone pray for me. Although the mental journey of using Tea Evolution Potion was rugged, it was a matter of gritted teeth. Luffy filled the Tea Evolution Potion, then pierced the body, and the syringe hit the end directly. Not a drop left. Then put the syringe into the storage space. Don't panic. I dare not watch it. The anchor is a werewolf. I'm a fan. Please call me the captain of the Luya Werewolf Squad from now on. Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 16, After Luffy fell asleep. Everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath. How does Lobo feel? Do you feel very hungry and want to bite? Does your teeth feel like they are going out? Speaking of teeth protruding, you are talking about a vampire. Let's talk about feeling. T-evolution medicine is injected into the body, and it feels cold. It seems, no other feelings. Text bubble, I feel okay, there is no special feeling. Do you feel sleepy? Kulalo didn't even think about it. With this reminder, Luffy felt that the whole world was shaking, his vision was still clear, but his eyelids were heavy and dizzy. Text bubble, some sleepy, want to sleep. Then don't hold on, go to sleep, just sleep. I can sleep if I hear it. Luffy feels at ease. Text bubble, good night, everyone, see you tomorrow. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he slammed his face straight to the ground. But even so, he didn't wake up, and fell asleep in seconds. Lu Fan can't calm down. You will go home and then go to bed at that time. Sleep as long as you say it. The first time I saw someone go to bed so quickly, big sister, are you sure you didn't give sleeping pills? Said it's too cute to sleep, and it doesn't matter even if you become a zombie. Will the zombies leak? Is this the point? There are many beasts in the mountains, and they will be taken away by them. Beast, don't say such terrible things. Hurry up and say something auspicious. In the picture where Luffy is, the rustling of trees is blowing. At night, the wind in the mountains is much stronger than during the day. Luffy was not affected at all and slept peacefully. If I have such an uncomfortable son, I will push him back and let him out when he grows up. Are you talking about a kangaroo? If my son is so patient, I will divorce his father and concentrate on raising his son. You are both moms. No, it's still far from becoming a mother. Sister Luoluo, you can cancel the mic, we won't disturb your normal live broadcast. Sister Luoluo has worked hard, thanks to Sister Luoluo for her greeting, we won't bother you. Kulalo tilted his head and looked at Luffy who was sleeping. Don't bother, the plan hasn't been fully launched yet, I just don't know what to broadcast. Let's watch this guy sleep together. Let's bet for a while whether Luffy will be taken away by the wolf or the blind bear will take him away. Wolf, bear, is it so terrible? I remember Lu Fei said that there are a lot of game in their forest. I have been thinking about him for a long time when I want to come to these game. The more I talk about it, the more scary it gets. This is a mountain where people live, how can there be so many beasts? That is, Sabo and Ace should not be far away, they will come to look for it. It's getting darker and darker. The mountain breeze is also stronger. Luffy's clothes were blown drums, and Luffy's side face was very peaceful in the moonlight. Woo, woo. Howling wolf. Fug. Sister Luo won't really be hit by it. Is your mouth open? It's been so long, why haven't Sabo and Ace come? They will not forget that they still have a younger brother. Woo. The howling of the wolf seems to be near again. The people in the live broadcast room were all nervous. Shoes hasha. The sound of different wind blowing leaves. This sound is more like the sound of a low bush being rushed away by an animal. Fuck, too frightening. I don't dare to watch it anymore. Too frightening. So exciting. In the moonlight, a giant wolf with black hairs with silver-grey gradations and white hairs on both sides of the mouth appeared in the eyes of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a lot of black shadows appeared around, small and thin, repeatedly. It's a pack of wolves. The pack of wolves surrounded. The wolf who appeared next to Luffy was obviously the Wolf King. In the moonlight, the eyes of the Wolf King glowed with a cold silver-grey light. Good-looking wolf. It's over, it's over. Don't dare to look, what should I do? I worry if I don't look. The black face and white mouth Wolf King looked at Luffy with a cold nose. Going closer and closer, looked at Luffy for a while, then turned to Luffy's backpack. I know. Lobo packed the unfinished meat cubes. What? Who would put the meat in the bag? The Wolf King proved Lu Fan's words with his actions, and turned out a whole piece of thigh with bones in Lu Fei's bag. That is to say, is this meat attracting the wolf? This unlucky child who doesn't make people worry about running around with a piece of meat on his back. Woo! After finding the meat, the Wolf King did not eat immediately. After a wolf howl, a few wolves that were a circle smaller than the Wolf King came over with a group of little wolves, and ate them. Didn't the wolf eat it first? How can this wolf let other wolves eat first? Didn't you see him taking care of the little wolf and mother wolf? He is so loving. Such a cute wolf, it will definitely not hurt Lobo. Lobo is so cute. No, there is obviously blood on the corner of the head wolf's mouth. It should have been eaten in full. I think he asked his concubine to test the poison for him, and then eat it after confirming that there is no poison. Try your uncle's poison. See too many Gongdu operas. Even Gongduju didn't let the concubine try poison. Look, he is leaving. Got to go. The Wolf King turned around. But the other wolves leaned over, sniffed at Lu Fei's side, and bit down. Do not. Puff, chuckling. The wolf's teeth slipped on Luffy's body, making the sound of teeth chewing rubber. The wolf didn't bite Luffy's skin, and it slipped. Rubber devil fruit is still possible. It seems safe. If you can't eat the wolf, you will leave, right? However, the truth is, more wolves come and try. Squeak, creak, chop. Tat, they won't grind Luffy's teeth back then, right? A person who cannot be eaten. A pack of wolves are waiting. The Wolf King also leaned in. Tried a few times. Wu yelled. Then there was a wolf, biting Luffy's foot, and walking away. Where are they taking Lobo? Obviously, it's the wolf den. How sleepy is a person without waking up even after being bitten, even without a reaction? Big sister, what you gave is actually a special sleeping pill, right? Then do you want to try a bottle? No, no, you don't need to taste it to know that it's a dark dish. In the picture, Luffy was dragged all the way to the wolf den. In a natural, spacious crevice. Luffy was put down. The wolf den took Luffy as his own, dragged it to his den and licked it. After licking a few times, he started to bite again. The Wolf King seemed to like the creak sound. Why do I suddenly feel that this is not the Wolf King, but a Urha who is studying to tear down the house? Not to mention, the color of the coat is right. I would have believed it if the tail was not rolled up. Then this is a Wolf King with the soul of Urha. Soon, the Wolf King was not satisfied with the dry bite and began to tear. At this time, Luffy finally had a reaction. Frowned. Wake up. Finally woke up. Finally don't worry. Fortunately, it was picked up by a silly wolf who had little strength. If it were a stronger brown bear, it might have been eaten. Everyone was relieved. Luffy in the picture did not wake up. Suddenly opened his mouth expanded, and the boss bit the whole Wolf King's head in his mouth in one bite. Without biting it off, he just held it and continued to sleep. Fuck. WOC. Fuck. WOC. The Wolf King was frightened by a sudden mouthful and shook his head desperately, but Luffy didn't respond at all, and he didn't mean to wake up at all. Awesome, this is Luffy. Maybe we should worry about that wolf. If Luffy is hungry, maybe he will swallow it whole. Poor Wolf King, he has no idea what a terrible thing he brought home. Silence for 3 minutes for the Wolf King. Is it my illusion? Do you feel? Lobo seems to be bigger? With a wolf in his mouth, of course it has grown bigger. Is it? Do not. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 17, T Increasing Agent. Lobo's body does seem to be getting bigger. It should be that the T evolution potion is in effect. Why do I have a bad premonition? When Alice combined with T-virus, her body shape did not change, Lobo would not become a zombie anymore. The Wolf King shook his head desperately, but Luffy had no intention of letting go. The wolves around heard the wailing of the Wolf King and leaned forward. Some wanted to help, but Luffy, who was thrown away, flew on the rock wall. For a while, the other wolves didn't dare to act rashly. Big Sister Head, did you give Luffy your breast enhancement products by mistake? Puff. Does the eldest sister still need breast enhancement? The eldest sister is now a boy. Laugh and cry. Kulalo Luzalu. Several agile wolves found the right time and bit the shaking Luffy with one bite. Then more wolves joined in and pulled out Luffy together. The black face and white mouth Wolf King's hair exploded, and he hunched over the Luffy lying on the ground, making a vicious whine in his mouth. Luffy continued to sleep soundly. There is no Wolf King holding it in his mouth. The changes in Luffy's body became clearer. Apart from growing taller, there seems to be no other changes. It doesn't look like it has become a zombie. Luffy is almost as tall as Ace, right? Big Sister, did you give Lobo the wrong medicine for your height increase? Kulalo Luzalu. Surrounded by wolves, Luffy slept very sweetly, sleeping till dawn. The people in the studio stayed up all night and kept watching. Moved, seems to be waking up soon. Gurulu. I heard Lobo's belly scream, it's so cute. Should be awakened from hungry, otherwise I can continue to sleep. Luffy opened his eyes in a daze. The barrage floated in front of my eyes. Kulalo Luzalu ate early and looked at him while chewing the food in his mouth. What's going on? Luffy was not fully awake yet. Kuralo swallowed the food in his mouth, drank milk, and said hello, morning, Lord Luffy, you drool. Lord Luffy, drool? Kulalo Luxiro, Sister Lolo, live broadcast. Luffy suddenly became sober. Wiped his mouth quickly. Sister Luo. How are you? Did I not turn off the broadcast yesterday? Then Sister Luo, why didn't you break my wheat? I must have delayed your live broadcast. This time, Luffy did not send text bubbles or consciously controlled voice input, but he spoke. No, look at the number of people in the room in the live broadcast. Luffy foolishly looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room. Damn it! 200,000! 200,000 people watch him sleep? How free are you guys? Look again where you are. Following Kulalo's prompt, Luffy noticed that Urha was staring at him. There are a group of smaller white-haired dogs behind Urha. This is the doghouse. I heard Lobo talking. Lobo's voice is so cute. It's the wolf den. Stupid. Lobo that doesn't distinguish between wolf and dog. Wolf den? Luffy looked at the barrage with some doubts. Look at the wolf that looks like Urha again. This is a wolf? This is obviously a two-ha. Luffy reached out to look at Urha's tail. As far as Luffy knew, wolves had their tails clamped, and dogs had their tails up. But the black-faced and white-mouthed Wolf King jumped and avoided. The black-faced and white-mouthed Wolf King grinned, with two deep wrinkles on his nose, and snarled at Luffy with a more ferocious look. Urha is okay, I also feel that this is an Urha. I feel more like Alaska. Luffy, how do you feel about your body? I just took the T-evolution potion, and sometimes I have some symptoms of dizziness and vomiting. Kuralo put down the cup with milk and wiped the milk stains from the corners of his mouth. T-evolution potion. Luffy's heart jumped and he checked his body quickly. I didn't notice the discomfort, but... is it my illusion? How do I feel my shorts shrink? It's you who have grown taller. The pants are hungry and thin. Lobo, you have grown taller. Pants made a good weight loss last night, so they got smaller. I have grown taller? Luffy couldn't see himself in the live broadcast room. He and Kuroruo connected the wheat as if they were looking at each other. Can only see each other and the surrounding scenery. I haven't become a zombie. Then I am successful. If the eldest sister gave it not the heightening medicine, then it was a success. Successful, and lost in height by the way. Tea increasing potion, it's okay. I think the tea evolution potion of Big Sister's head can be renamed Xiaozile in the future, ha ha ha. Celebrating that Lobo did not become a zombie. Puff. God trademark dwarf music. I'm the only one who wants to watch Lobo become a zombie, funny. Funny +1. Succeeded. Luffy clenched a fist. Feel the changes in your body more carefully. However, the specific change was not felt, and the stomach suddenly gurgled. Luffy subconsciously raised his head and looked at Urha. The saliva flowed out reflexively. Dog meat hot pot. The Wolf King instantly exploded his hair, took a half step back, lowered his body, and ground his teeth. No matter how you look at it, it looks like 2HA. But I don't eat dog meat. Luffy looked disappointed. Then swept towards the other wolves. The other wolves stepped back a long way. It just happened to reveal a head of venison that was still fresh. Luffy's eyes finally fell on the venison. Set fire, barbecue, a series of actions. Have you seen it? The wolf seemed to be relieved. As an ingredient, it's natural to breathe a sigh of relief not being selected. A stare from the top of the food chain, terrible. Lobo, how do you feel? Is it stronger? Well, it should be stronger. I'll find out after I finish eating and I will find Ace and Sabo. Today I bet Lobo to win. Bet me this month's instant noodles. With taking advantage of the barbecue, Luffy talked privately with Kurolo Luxiro. At this time, Luffy discovered that the chat page he had blocked had a lot of private chats. All those people in the group. Luffy clicked a few and found that they were all flattering and congratulated, so he didn't rush to reply. After all, it's still live broadcast only in May. Luffy, Sister Luoluo, do you still continue to connect wheat? I'm afraid my live broadcast has no content and makes people feel boring. Kulalo Luxilu, no, when you are full, let's broadcast live and open the box. We will talk about it after opening. Kulalo Russell, don't we still bet? Bet. There is such a thing. Luffy said he could open an S-class treasure chest. Kulalo didn't believe it. If he could get out, he would give Luffy a big plane that he didn't need to return, and put Luffy's ID in front of his ID to advertise Luffy. Luffy knows very well that this is not a bet at all. It was Kulalo who wanted to support him, help him manage topics, and attract attention. Luffy, thank you Sister Luo for taking care of her. There will be nothing more you can use in the future. Kulalo Luxilu, mutual benefit and reciprocity, just provide me with more information on hunters. Luffy, I promise to complete the task. After the broadcast, I will write the original hunter for you in every detail. Kulalo Luxilu, no need, just pick the useful information. Luffy, okay. Kulalo Luxiro, stop chatting with me, and interact with the people in the room. You are very talented for live streaming. Don't stage fright. With the affirmation of his elders, Luffy became more confident. In fact, he was crazy. Naturally relieved, it is really suitable for the anchor to eat this bowl of rice. Luffy, okay. Close the chat page. Luffy said, by the way, why am I in the wolf den? Where is Ace and Sabo? Just noticed? The silly Lobo is so cute. Lobo, do you remember where you slept yesterday? Where? I remember I fell asleep when I said it was broadcast. Yes, then you just fall asleep in the same place, it's terribly dead. I'm dumbfounded when I see it. Then you were taken away by the wolf, no, you were taken away by the second HA, quack. Ha 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 ha, yes, during the period almost took a counter-kill. The kind of headshot, the thief is terrible. Luffy was eating while chatting with tourists and Kulalo. When he finished eating the wild deer in the wolf den, he glanced at it unexplainably. Well, I don't eat dog meat, even if you look fat, I won't eat it. The black face and white mouth wolf king flinched. Well, I have almost eaten, let's start unpacking. Let you see my little red hand. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 18, this time there should be a PK. Luffy clicked to open the treasure chest to receive the page. The 6 treasure chests are lined up in a row, and the heart is surging before they are opened. How many SS can be taken out to be worth 4 big planes? Puff. What did I hear? Compare the big airplane with the S-class artifact. How many more? There is nothing better than good. No comparison, no comparison. S-level is an artifact level. Let's put it this way, you can make a lot of money if you can draw an A. An A. Luffy suddenly thought that the T-evolution potion given by Sister Luo seemed to be worth 1 million lower grade crystals. A can pay back, so it doesn't seem to be a loss. Please start your performance. The posture has been changed, just waiting to change the name. Come on, you have to be able to get out of the head of Sister S to get you a big plane. Don't panic, first pull up a live broadcast pop-up window. Luffy glanced and paid attention, 19.2W. Most of the 19W is to pay attention to the result of the betting. Luffy pulled up a live broadcast pop-up. Title, Gamble with Sister Luo and challenge 6 treasure chests to get S-level items. Luffy sent a live broadcast notification. Kuralo also sent a pop-up. Pop-up title, established a gambling agreement with Lobo, and lost all members to change their ID. All of a sudden, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose steadily, from 20W to 30W and 40W. It doubled in a few seconds. Reward Lobo challenged 6 treasure chests to produce S artifacts and rewarded Skittles 1314X1, X2, X188. Shock the audience. 1314X66 is a big airplane, and the special effects of the 188 big airplane are even more cool. Rooster Brother is mighty and domineering. I also change the ID. Domineering. Domineering. Wow. A lot of small money. Thanks to Sister Luo's brother for putting on Lobo ID. The barrage storm swept across. Reward Lu Bayo speaks 6 treasure chests and opens the S artifact. Lolo rewards unicorns 1314X1, X2, X3, X4, X66 for betting on big planes. Shock the audience. Rainbow Candy is a 1 inferior crystal, and the 188 is more than twice the size of an ordinary large airplane. The unicorn has a 10th grade crystal, which is 10 times that of an ordinary large plane. The big plane took off and the red envelope rained all over the sky. Fuck. Shenhao. Which big guy is this? Send Nima barrage. Grab the red envelope. You look so handsome when you curse, and you don't need money. This red envelope can be grabbed. Luffy nodded a few times and floated before her eyes. System prompt, you have grabbed 10 lower grade crystals. System prompt, you grab 100 lower grade crystals. System hint. Luffy's balance has risen from lower grade crystals to 300 lower grade crystals. This is Kulalo's live broadcast room. Luffy's wheat sequence is below Kulalo, so all the rewards are for Kulalo. The boss who changed the ID is naturally from the Kulalo family. Luffy glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room. The first large aircraft, the number of people in the live broadcast room is 50W. The second red envelope rain plane directly broke through to 1000W in the live broadcast room. Luffy only felt his scalp numb. At the same time, Luffy noticed that the barrage had become less. System reminder, there are too many people in the current room, and only the administrators under the anchor name and players above level 10 of Shenhao can speak. Thanks for the red envelope, big brother. Thanks for the red envelopes. Are there any activities here? It's Kurororu Suryi. The hunting fan is so happy. I found a wild Luffy. It's wrong, it's a rewarding trip. La la la, the brother of the mountain greets the eldest brother. There should be new faces in the mountain today. Does anyone give a red envelope rain? Leave without me, poor, and rely on the red envelope rain from the big guys to make ends meet. There are too many people in the live broadcast room, but it does not seem to interact with the anchor. How to deal with this situation? Luffy could feel the condescending arrogance between the lines of these gods and barrage. Because, with so many people, within 10 seconds, his attention has not risen unexpectedly. It suddenly occurred to me that Lobo won the big sister and got on the big plane. Did he lose? After losing, the eldest sister flew 2 big planes. Our eldest sister is stupid and has a lot of money, ha 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 ha. Puff, I think it works. What? I smell gossip, what are you betting on? I like gossip the most, just talk about it. Speaking of this, we have to start with 4 big planes and 1 plane. It turns out that this kind of time only needs management to bring the topic back. Sister Luoluo's management is excellent. Learned it. Just now Luffy didn't know how to blend in, and the atmosphere was suddenly out of place. But the management of this area immediately felt different. Attention began to rise, and the sight of tourists began to fall on him. Incredible. If I lose, how can I let Sister Luoluo get on the plane again? I'll start if I lose. Or 4 for 1. Ha 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 ha. Puff. So dumb, silly, and cute. There must be something more in this brain, a little more cute. The new anchor can save 4 big planes in 1 day? If this is known by my young master, the mentality cannot be collapsed. The list is still there, this thing is true, I admire it, 4 are worth 1, courtesy is more important than love and justice, but it is more serious, quack. Kulalo said, you don't need to fly a plane. After all, you won't be able to win this bet. My eldest sister is ruthless, saying the most ruthless words and doing selfless charity. It's really impossible, 6 treasure chests are artifacts, and other anchors have to buy tofu and hit them to death. Although it is reasonable, but it can't be done without punishment. Kulalo, the main reason is that I am afraid that Lobo will invite all his sisters up the mountain, and I feel sorry for the sister of Lobo's family. I guess the sister of Lobo's family was buzzing when she heard Lobo's declaration just now. 4 to 1, and then I don't earn a point, I must be buzzing, ahahaha. Then what kind of punishment? Why not show us a local gigantic, where the gigantic is up to us, smirk, smirk, smirk. Hey, you are good or bad, but I really like it, quack. If this is the case, wouldn't the elder sisters of Lu Bao's family be ashamed to die? Let's forgive them. Kulalo, it's better to mention a feasible task. What do you want him to do? Specific things, as long as it is not excessive, I am the master, and he must execute it. This can be, Lobo, how old are you this year? 7 years old. Oh, 7 years old, the Eren pirates should have just arrived, let Luffy go to fight Eren to save Nami. No, save my Robin is still being hunted down. Enough of you guys, let 7-year-old Luffy go to fight Eren, why don't you go to heaven? Just let Lobo hang himself, it is the world government who is chasing Robin, and Mr. Carp is unable to save it. Indeed, only Dragon has this ability to save Robin now. Then go and save the senior sister of Soran. Sister Soran? Who is that? Gina. Gina should be dead by this time. It should not be dead yet, Gina was 11 years old, Gina was 2 years older than Soran, and Soran was 2 years older than Luffy, which happened to be this year. Don't you talk about the plot directly behind your back? It seems that spoilers really won't be bad. Luffy knows the character Gina. She is the biological daughter of Master Soran, who is also the senior sister of Soran. Because his father, a master of the dojo, said that a female swordsman will never be the best in the world due to physical limitations and was discouraged. Later, under the encouragement of Soran, he made up his mind again and agreed that one of them would become the world's #1 swordsman one day. He played against Soran in 2001 and won all the games. Unfortunately, when he was 11, he died in an accident. Become all pirate fans, a big regret in my heart. After all, Soran is strong enough. If the senior sister who is stronger than Soran is still alive, she will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. You said if Gina was a man, how strong it would be. What's wrong with the girl? Women's bodies are softer, faster, more sensitive, and can use more sophisticated sword skills, okay? In a world that only knows how to hack, talk about ingenuity? It's so funny. I was speechless. At this time, I need a book of Dogu 9 swords, quack. If Gina is a man. This sentence is like an initiation to Luffy. He has a way to make Gina a man. Not only that, but also allows Gina to change between men and women at will. I can do this. I drew a bucket of Han drowned spring from the initial random treasure chest. Speaking of Luffy, the materials of Han Daquan were projected to the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room jumped for a while, and it fried the pot directly. Fuck. Anchor, are you serious? You have to use this for Gina. Please take my knees. I suddenly know why you can take in 4 planes a day. You are truly a genius. Papa Luffy, if you use the Hanyuquan for Gina, I will fly you. Fuck. Are you demons? Shouldn't it be stopped at this time? Gina is so cute, you can bear to make her a man. It's not a man, it's a man or a woman, it can be salty or sweet, quack. What women's clothing is weaker than this? Just ask you again. Anchor, are you serious? You are serious, I will pay attention to you now. I do not. If you do, I will check it. Humph. The group sentiment is angry. How to choose? At this time, it's time for a gift PK. Like the One Piece Road Fae Anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 19, What have you learned? Some people want me to use it, some don't want me to use it, I'm so entangled. Otherwise, let's have a simple and intuitive gift PK. If you want me to use it, just brush the colorful lucky garland of Fate God Crystal. If you don't want me to use it, brush a star of Fate God Crystal. The room belongs to Kurora, and Luffy has no right to set up gift PK. Sister Luoluo, let's release a PK for everyone. Kulalo Luzilo's eyes lit up, without hesitation, he initiated PK as Luffy said. This is good, intuitive, I like it. Will your conscience hurt? How can you be willing to turn your cute girl into a stinky man? Ahem, our sister Luo is upset when you talk like that. Yes, it is extremely, our sister Luo family is a girl, but chose to reincarnate a boy, this is an affirmation of our boys. That is, how good a boy is. Iron buddy for a lifetime, our sister Luo is like that kind of vulgar fan. Required, nothing wrong. I want to be a boy too, so I will ask my father if he agrees. If I were your father, I would agree. Are you Dad Bayo? I think such things should have their own ideas. That's it. One person, one vote. Can't you guys can't afford it? One person gave 1,314, do you think we have no tickets? If you have a ticket to swipe your ticket, don't BB, I never heard that one person can only swipe one vote. Several sets of 1314 colorful lucky garlands will add the star health bars one by one to the end. Then several groups of 1314 stars appeared, and the blood bar was reviewed. I have a bad temper, wait. Reward 3 Kingdom CAO's Hothead Group Rumbling Rewards Stars 1314x1, x2, x3, x66. Shock the audience. A big airplane directly stuffed the blood bars of the colorful lucky wreath to the end. Come on, let you chase for 10 minutes. This sentence undoubtedly stabbed the hornet's nest. The three gods began to send stars and planes to fight back directly. Large planes took off. The number of people in the original field has dropped from 1000W to 500W, but after a few planes flew together, the number of people in the room rose again. What happened here? Join in the fun, come on, big brother, send red envelopes and rain planes. Sit waiting for the red envelope rain plane. I seem to see the red envelope rain on my face, and it's about to fall down. The barrage is very restless. A group of big guys pretend to be cute and bring poverty to the rhythm. However, the red envelope rain plane did not appear. After all, a plane worth 10 ordinary large planes, it is impossible to send it if it is not true love of local tyrant fans. Luffy glanced at the private chat. Kuralo didn't send him a message. Luffy admired Kuralo's heart's tolerance. If he had received so many gifts, he would not have been calm. But Kuralo is still as stable as Mount Tai. Group chat. Kuralo Luzalu, Luffy's performance is very good, have you learned it? Tang Seng, learned, as long as you have money to send a big plane, you can attract attention. Right, the first big airplane is the key. This confirms that it is difficult to start a business without starting capital. Naraku, brother Luffy is so amazing. Suzuki, worship. Kayaba Akiyako, otherwise, I have been an anchor. Big airplanes can indeed attract attention, but it is the means to keep people. Kayaba Akiyako, in addition, you had better not think of rewarding big planes to attract attention, and you would lose your money. Kayaba Akiyako, it is an example that Luffy saved 4 and only one was built. Venom, then I live broadcast Miss Sister sleeping, can this effect be achieved? Right, you are still obsessed with this. You don't want to think about the existence of our live broadcasts. As their status, there should be no shortage of girls or the like, so, this idea can also be thrown into the trash can. Venom, Then what am I broadcasting? Kulalo Luxalu, this requires you to think about it yourself. What is given can only be called human design, and human design is often the easiest to collapse, it is easy to be colorful, and it is quicker to die. Naraku, is that true? Sanako has to work hard too. Nikoli, I suddenly felt that my excitement wasn't enough, and it was not challenging enough to solve Kylian. Why don't you solve the emptiness of Yakuka's? The Yachika's level big imaginary has the same strength as the captain, this is a challenge. Kayaba Akiyako, why are you obsessed with planing? Is there no other research? Nai Yuli, other research, to create a corpse? Kayaba Akiyako, what is that? Nai Yuli, a container that allows death to come to this world with a physical form. You can understand it as an artificial corpse. Kayaba Akiyako, shuddering. Nirvana, how about you? Do you have any good ideas? Kayaba Akiyako, I don't have any good ideas. My daily routine is to watch others play RPG games and play booze. After the game is cleared, I will have no place to stay. I plan to store it in the body of the nano-robot. Then see if I can make a backup of myself, and then transfer the live broadcast permission to the backup, so that the backup will trade me to your world and mix with you in the future. Right, do you want to be a good person like me? Kayaba Akiyako, like you? Right, it is parasitic. Kayaba Akiyako, no, parasite is too shameless. I will show my value and help each other. Right, humph, because I still treat you as a good person. I didn't expect you to say that to me. Suddenly I don't like you. Naraku, Yukon also has his own value. Isn't Yukon who is guarding the person he loves? That's great. Right, look, this is what people say. I was so touched, my heart melted. Sister Naraku, can I parasitic on you? I protect you. Naraku, this may not be possible. I already have a lot of weird things on my body. I am trying to separate them from my body. Naraku, what worries me now is that the world I live in is very dangerous. If I do this, I will become weak and be eaten or killed by other monsters. Venom, it sounds like a very interesting world. Right, what's so interesting, how cruel it is to let a cute girl live there. Naraku, that's right, and Chanako is very afraid of bugs, but I have a lot of bugs in my body, including centipedes and spiders. I don't have the courage to go on. Right, is it so lively? Can you fight the landlord yourself? Naraku, no, their consciousness is very weak, they can't communicate, they are completely under my control, unless I separate them from the body. Tang Seng, it suddenly occurred to me. Mr. Luffy said that there were many monsters on my way to learn from the scriptures. Suzuki, another big plane. I'm numb. Right, I'm already numb. Right, by the way, the guy named Voldemort has not spoken. What happened to him? Hung up? Of the 12 people in the group, 11 are online every day, only one has never spoken, and the status is always offline. When the traverser sleeps, the status will change to the offline status, but who will sleep for several days? Kayaba Akiyako, I don't know, maybe it's a legendary creature, such as a dragon, who sleeps for more than 10 years. Tang Seng, Lord Luffy might know, and when he broadcasts it, ask him. Naraku, brother Luffy works so hard, and Sanako can't continue to be discouraged. Sanako must cheer up and come up with a great live theme. Right, roar. It's another plane. Right, I think we should learn from the group leader and exchange information from the Luffy brothers. I feel that it will be very helpful for the live broadcast. This Gina has made a lot of gimmicks, and I don't know who it is. Venom, I only have a Class D electromagnetic rifle. Would the Luffy brothers like it? Tang Seng, proudly, I have a sea-level flame glove. Nai Yuli, I have a sea-level unknown egg. Suzuki, the F-class ninja turban, it should be useless. Kayaba Akiyako, a cubic meter of nanorobot body is an important part of my plan. I have to use it myself. Naraku, D-class demon sword, can be traded. Right, stop talking. Everyone said that they were drawn from the initial treasure box, and the one drawn on the right was a G-level cotton glove. I tried it on the right, it's a warm lever, it's very comfortable, but it's useless. Heartbroken. Right, let's watch the Luffy boss show operation. Colorful lucky wreath and stars 348646:239555, ferocious. Right at clown, ugly brother, what are you doing? Joker, I'm thinking. Joker, Sister Luoluo, to say something shameless, will we have big airplane support when we start the broadcast? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 20, God Descends from Heaven. Kulalo Luzalu, as long as you can prove your worth, everything is easy to say. Kulalo Luzalu, for example, a very interesting live broadcast plan. Value, live broadcast plan. The chat group was lost in thought. Right, I suddenly thought of something. The live broadcast protocol starts from the beginning of the broadcast. If I don't start the broadcast, can I stay in the group forever? Suzuki, what are you doing in the group if you don't live it live? Right, chatting with you, all of you are talents, and you speak nicely. I really like being in it. Suzuki, oh drink, you won. Right, in addition, you can also share your live broadcast connection with me so that I can watch the live broadcast when I am bored. Nai Yuli, don't you have dreams? Right, yes, eat and wait to die, and be happily a happy rice worm that someone hurts. Kayaba Akiyako, someone hurts. Should I say that you are low demand? Is it still high? If you say you are low, you still want someone to hurt you. If you say you are high, you just want to eat and wait to die. Right, Sister Luoluo, Sister Luoluo, can you? On the right, Kulalo didn't encounter it either. Kulalo Luzalu, the guild has no regulations on this, and the group does not have a quota limit. In theory, as long as I take the initiative to kick you out, you can stay in this group. Right, hugging Sister Luoluo's thigh. Sister Luoluo won't kick me out, right? Kulalo Luzalu, I think your dream can be expanded a bit. Kulalo Luzalu, if you do not act, even if your host is healthy and long-lived, one day he will die of old age. What will you do then? Die together? If there is no choice, this is indeed the best choice. Kulalo Luzalu, but right now, you can work hard to make changes so that you and your host do not have to die, or, beyond the limit, evolve into an existence that can be separated from the host, or whatever. Kulalo Luzalu, Luffy discussed with me before, whether crossing is a conspiracy, is the world real? My thoughts are, what about the real? What about false? The most important thing is that we can feel our own existence. We enjoy the current life and pursue a higher life. This process is true. Kuroro Luzalu, you can treat everything as a game, and then use your hands and your consciousness to change and create your own kingdom of heaven. Right, Sister Luoluo spoke well. Got it. Did you hear it right? It doesn't matter to Kuroro whether he listens or not. She herself is not a nosy person. If you just like to be parasitic here, then as long as the guild has no opinion, she will have no opinion. Whose body does not have a few benign bacteria that are not harmful to health? Right, let me go. Luffy boss is awesome. Here comes a red envelope rain plane. Tang Seng, I. Venom, WOC. Naraku, what did Brother Luffy do? Why are they so crazy at once? Kayaba Akiyako, the most jealous thing is that, he seems to have done nothing. Suddenly the sky fell in the air during the live broadcast. Reward FIFA I rewards the colorful lucky wreath 13140x1, x2, x3, x66. Shock the audience. Not to mention that the people in the group were dumbfounded, Luffy himself was dumbfounded. The red envelope rained all over the sky, and the number of people in the live broadcast room returned to 1000W. A group of 13,140. 10 times the plane. 867,240 votes. Colorful lucky wreath and stars, 121-5886, 240,000. The person who agreed to use the Hanichuan on Gaina was 5 times larger than the person who did not agree. It is almost impossible to come back again. Thank Fei Fei brother. Fei Fei who doesn't mess up, I'll go. How come the red envelope is raining? I just want to send an ordinary big plane. It's over, I accidentally cleared my account, my monthly spending. Puff. Is this a wrong delivery? Does this boss want to be so cute? Puff. Ha 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 ha, I laughed to death. This can also be wrong. Go home and kneel on the washboard, quack. Thanks to Brother Fei Fei for the reward. Long live Brother Fei Fei. Thanks to Brother Fei Fei for sending the wrong hand slide. Please take my knees. Thanks to Brother Fei Fei for your support, this time I won. This does not win my live broadcast. 15th level Shenhao wants to live stream eating Xiang Xiang. I remembered your ID Gangza brother, who is as stable as a dog, said that if you don't win, you will live broadcast. Reward the stars 1314x1, x2, x3. Steady brother Gangzi, brother Minjiu, what are you doing? Stop it. x4, x5, stop. Shoulder Minjiu, oh, the bag is empty, let me recharge and come back soon. Steady as a dog's brother Gangzi, don't. I take back what I just said, even if it turns over, I won't be able to eat it. Shoulder Minjiu, I realized that this month's pocket flour has been spent, so I'm bothered. Stable as a dog's brother Gangzi, finished? After spending you pretend to be a fuck, I thought you really have. Reward the stars on both shoulders and the moon 1314x1, x2, x3. Steady brother like a dog, don't make trouble, big brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Shoulder Minjiu, oh, it's done again, it's embarrassing. Boss is in good spirits. Gangzi brother, he is finished, frustrate him. Stable like a dog Gangzi brother, what a shame, Minjiu brother must still have stock, and Minjiu brother is happy. Gangzi brother, he is really gone, believe me, him. I bet there are no coins in his bag. I bet there are no bullets in your grab, bang. Oh, ha ha ha. During this period, Luffy did nothing. The three big guys circled each other, and the tickets came. This feeling was as refreshing as flying. So far. Colorful lucky wreath and stars, 1215886:285990. Anchor, when does this event end? Will it last until tomorrow? I think it's almost there. Kulalo opened the mouth and said, this is an activity proposed by Lobo, and it is up to Lobo to decide. Luffy glanced at the time and the ticket. Luffy also feels almost done. People who are greedy will be hated. He opened his mouth and said, then count down to the last 10 seconds, and the activity will end in 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Is it so sudden? Kulalo operates the PK setting, and the countdown display of the active time directly becomes a countdown of 10 seconds. 10. 9. The event suddenly counted down, and the hearts of the people who followed the results in the live room jumped directly. Reward the stars on both shoulders and the moon 13140x1, x20, x40. At this moment, the shoulders Minjiu boss quickly exploded his watch. There is a great momentum to not stop turning PK. Boss mighty. Doug. Let's not be idle. Follow along. Flush. Rush. Rush. I'm all free for a JB. Rewarding gang brother who is as steady as a dog rewards colorful lucky wreath 13140x1, x21, x45. Brother gang who thought he was a passerby actually got on. Luffy suddenly felt his blood surge. Come and give the countdown to the two gods, 5. 4. Reward the stars, x66, x67, x68. Reward, colorful lucky wreath, x50, x51, x52. 4. 4. 3. 3. 3. Reward the stars, x102, x103, x104. Reward, colorful lucky wreath, x67, x68, x69. 2. 2. 2. Witness the moment of miracle. 1. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 21, This Mentorship. Reward the stars, x152. Reward the colorful lucky wreath, x100. System reminder, the activity ends, gifts are not counted in the score. The event ended, and the two stopped. Two big red envelope rain planes took off one after the other. The number of live broadcast rooms has surged again. Breakthrough 2000W. System reminder, there are too many people in the current room, only the administrators under the anchor name and players above level 15 of Shenhao can speak. Limit upgrades. Colorful Lucky Wreath and Stars, 253-9886-249-3270, agreed lead 46,616 votes, narrow win. The sudden rhythm, when the system count down to 0, Luffy felt that his little heart was about to jump out. Congratulations to the fans who agreed to use the Hanyuquan on Gina. Thanks to Brother Shenhogang for guarding the tower all the way. Brother Shenhogang really has the momentum to be a guardian. Thank you for the support of Minjai Hideo on both shoulders, Dao's hand speed is too powerful. Thank you Fei Fei for not doing anything. Luffy couldn't help chatting with Kurora privately, team leader, I'm so excited about this genius, the live broadcast is too exciting. Kulalo Luxalu, I just looked at the backstage of those 3 people. Those 3 people are not wild brothers, they belong to my teacher's family. Kulalo Luzalu, look, the trouble is coming. Picture, screenshot of chat. Screenshot information. Neo, respected teacher yes, even your teacher's eldest brother dare to circle. Kulalo, innocent teacher, I really didn't know that they were your eldest brother, and they didn't change the vest either. Neo, sophistry. Kulalo, oh, they suddenly pinched themselves, expression, pitiful. Neo, it's okay, don't be nervous. Big buddies can play wherever they like. I don't blame you. Kulalo, teacher, did you forgive me? Neo, next month, the bug is celebrating its birthday. You will open the number and send a red envelope rain airplane. Kulalo, apprentice, the apprentice smashed the hanger to buy iron and also gave you a red envelope rain plane. Neo, you've been doing a live broadcast for a month, little meaning. Kulalo, how could it? I just started broadcasting recently. It was only when I met your eldest brother, Master, that I got the money. Neo, it was so good when it first started. You let me wake up earlier than the chicken every day, and why the old anchor who sleeps later than the dog is so affectionate. Kurora. Kulalo, Master, I was wrong. Looking at the screenshots, Luffy felt that the whole world was quiet. After opening the number, you just can't borrow someone else's hand. Then, a big red envelope rain plane has to receive 4 red envelopes before a big rain plane is worth it. Is this teacher too ruthless? Luffy, this Neo, isn't it the Neo in the Matrix? Kulalo Luzalu, my teacher is very powerful. His live broadcast is to collect information on the planes of other traversers, and then take his mechanical army to sweep. Kulalo Luzalu, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. Be cautious when dealing with other traversers privately. If the other party is my teacher, he may leave a plane positioning device in the transaction. Then invade your world. Luffy, such a dangerous thing, you should have said earlier. Kuroro Luzalu, I haven't done anything to you. The transaction between us is protected by a contract. Kulalo Luxalu, taking advantage of the current live broadcast boom, continue unpacking. I will also explain to the teacher the ins and outs of the matter, in case he calculates it and ends my world. Luffy. What kind of emotional mentorship is this? The live broadcast was a mixed bag, with mixed blessings and sorrows. If the 3 eldest brothers from teacher Kurolo's home didn't come, there would only be joy, no worries. What a pity, a pot of good soup was. However, having said that, I also want to thank these 3 big brothers. Luffy found that his attention was 30W. What does this mean? It means that even if only 1 in 1,000 people watch him live broadcast every day, there are 300 people in his live broadcast room. If it is 1%, it is 3,000. 1/10. 30,000. The number of 2000W people in the Kulalo studio began to decline. Now is not the time to express feelings, we should take advantage of the large number of people and create topics as much as possible to increase attention. Luffy clicked to open the treasure chest to receive the page. The bet is set, open the box now. If you open an S-rank treasure, the task will be invalid. The anchor bears the heart to invalidate the mission. Brother Minjayu and Brother Gang were battered. I suddenly hope that the anchor will open up an S-level treasure box. Why is it so fat? Ha 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 ha. In that case, the two eldest brothers have even the heart to die. Brother Fifei has to be added. No, I just bought a tofu and killed it. Out of the box. Out of the box. Out of the box. The time to witness the miracle has arrived. Quack quack. Shoulder Minjayu, is it so cruel? Steady Brother Gang, you are darker than the old dog, but I like it. Old dog? It turns out that you belong to the old dog's family. If the old dog knows what you say to him, he will be very pleased. The old dog of Neo must die. I have been raising an anchor for more than 10 years, but my heart collapsed because of him, and I quit the live broadcast circle. The old dog must die. The live broadcast barrage instantly became angry. The influence of the teacher, Kulalo, is evident. After the broadcast, I need to check this person and watch the past live broadcast of this guy. Luffy's shared storage bar is projected to the live broadcast room. Dreams still have to be, what if they come true? Let's start from the low probability treasure chest to the high treasure chest. The first one, the mahogany treasure chest received by completing the 10,000 list task. I took a look, this treasure chest has a 90% chance of producing a G-level treasure, 9% level plus 1F, 9 per thousand level plus 2E level, and 1 per thousand level plus 3D level treasures. Let's set a small goal first, and give a D first. Anchor, your small goal is a bit big. Do you know how low the probability of 1 in 1,000 is? The platform is not for charity. I like this little goal, start your performance. I put the words here, if it is D, then next month, I will go to the host's live broadcast room and set up a big plane. Anyway, the impossible allows me to pretend to be a comparison. This ratio, I give you 99 points, 1 more point for fear of your pride. 1 in 1,000 is quite difficult. Luffy grinned and said, then let me witness the miracle together. System prompt, do you want to use it? Use. The treasure chest buffer is full and the treasure chest opens. The treasure chest disappeared, replaced by a square brick. Item name, a whetstone that will not be worn for 10,000 years. Item precious degree, D level. The degree of danger of the item, G level. Introduction, a whetstone with self-healing ability and the ability to refresh the sword, limited to items below level B, excluding level B. Seller, sold by an unnamed weapon inventor. It is said that this is a defective product. The original intention of the production was to restore S-class items. Evaluation, if this thing is a little more, I want to use him to repair the floor tiles of my house. Isn't it a great idea? Okay, I'll just make a joke. Next one. WOC. It's a D class. What kind of fairy luck is this? You are the son of destiny. The goddess of luck is your mother, and the of fortune is the master? I'm sour. If the Anchor XX knows that the Redwood treasure chest can open D, will he commit suicide? What about the person who said he would go to reward the big plane next month? Come out, I pay attention to you. Like the One Piece Road Fae Anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 22, Save a Wave of Luck. Qin Sheng's Haikyuu, I have nothing to say, pay attention to me, if the attention rises to 1W, I will fly next month. Shameless guy, you even made a request, but you underestimated us, brothers. Pay attention to this girl. There really is a D. God give face. Lu Fei smiled shyly, Qin knows that I remember the ID of autumn. Brother must come next month. Out of the box. Out of the box. Keep driving. I want to see what happens next. Luffy looked at the second treasure chest. Okay, then let's continue driving. The second treasure chest is the Orangewood treasure chest obtained by completing 30,000 missions. 90% of F-grade treasures, 9% of E-grade treasures, 9 per thousand of D-grade, and 1 per thousand of C-grade. Set another small goal, C. Ha ha ha, set a small goal for C. Out of C. Out of C. Out of C. Set a small goal for C. I think, this luck can't be used up in one shot, this time let's make another D, leave the luck to the back, and get out the S-class box. Luck can be retained, I learned it. The anchor is diligent and thrifty, laughing and crying. System prompt, do you want to use it? Use. The treasure chest buffer is full and the treasure chest opens. The treasure chest disappeared, replaced by a pokeball with a raised round button with red top and white bottom. Item name, Pikachu's Old Elven Ball. Item Precious Degree, D level. Item Dangerous Degree, F level. Introduction, the living thing storage space is similar to the animal training bag. Seller, from a Pikachu who did not want to be named. Evaluation, very good, so you don't have to go back to the Pokeball again. Pokeball. This is fine. Much more useful than the whetstone of the Rouch. Gosh. It turned out to be another D. Is the anchor's mouth open? Which Master Dachin is so effective? Introduce it to me. What's the matter? This luck is a bit scary. Go to hell. I begin to believe that the anchor can develop an S-level artifact. Carry on, carry on. Out of the box. Out of the box. What goal does the next anchor plan to set? This D is good. Luffy looked at the third treasure chest. The third treasure chest is the brass treasure chest obtained by completing the 50,000 mission. 90% of E-grade treasures, 9% of D-grade treasures, 9 per thousand of C-grade, and 1 per thousand of B-grade. I think, for me, at least a D, if better, you can have a C. Open, open, open. Open it. Then open it. The treasure chest disappeared, replaced by a cracked mace. Item name, Broken Mace for Amnesia. Item Precious Degree, D level. The degree of danger of the item, C level. Introduction, a stick that can make the victim amnesia. Seller, a beggar dressed as Hwaza who asked not to be named. Evaluation, a stick that I don't know how many times I can use it. It is said that he once knocked a big man into an idiot, and used the key points to make miracles. Luffy thought. The mace appeared in his hand, Luffy's hand sank, and the mace almost fell to the ground. You know, Luffy can lift a wild boar about the size of a baby elephant before taking the T-evolution potion. Although I don't know how much it has been strengthened, it must be stronger than in the past, but this stick can hardly be held. Hey, this thing I feel heavier than a baby elephant. I can't beat my head by doing a miracle. Say it. It turned out that there was a D at least, this luck, nothing to say. The mahogany treasure chest can have a D, and the blue-silver treasure chest can have an S. It is not an exaggeration. This amnesia stick is a bit interesting, it is at least a B before it is broken. I'm curious about whose head this thing hit before, let's take a look at Hui Guangchen. Lobo's new anchor, who is less than 3 months old, cannot go to the mall to buy Hui Guangchen. Less than 3 months. I almost forgot. 72 The guild found the treasure. Continue to drive, do not stop. Keep driving, I'll take a look. Next is the green bronze treasure chest obtained by completing 100,000 missions. 90% of D-grade treasures, 9% of C-grade treasures, 9 per thousand of B-grade, and 1 per thousand of A-grade. What's the goal this time? Is this at least a C? Easily release a B. To be on the safe side, freeze frame C, don't waste your luck. Freeze C. D. With luck, put the big booze at the back. Agree, give D. More D. That's okay, then pray to Goddess of Luck for a D with a 90% probability. The treasure chest disappeared and was replaced by a windbreaker. A windbreaker with a black background and red auspicious clouds. This trench coat is familiar. Item name, Akatsuki windbreaker that is warm in winter and cool in summer. Item precious degree, D level. The degree of danger of the item, G level. Introduction, a little repair, self-cleaning, and temperature control capabilities. Seller, retired ninja, Uchiha Dado. Evaluation, it has witnessed the rise and fall of a great organization, and it is extremely realistic proof that sometimes dreams cannot be eaten, otherwise its owner will not treat it. Wow! My earthen windbreaker. This D is set low, why can't it be S? I think it's an S. I'm even more curious, what happened to the big soil, but because he can't afford to eat his clothes. I don't know if this was received by the plain merchant or the live room transaction. I haven't seen live broadcasts with soil recently, it should not be a live trading. End of remembrance. Keep unpacking. After saving so much luck, it's time for an S. There are a total of 6 treasure chests, of which 4 are opened and 2 are left. Luffy rubbed his hands. Continue to drive, this time is the bronze treasure box obtained by completing the 150,000 reward task. 90% of C-level treasures, 9% of B-level treasures, 9 per thousand of A-level, and 1 per thousand of S-level. Luck explode. Out of S. Out of S. Out of S. Set a small goal for S. There is also a treasure chest, the highest is the SS, do you want to set the lowest one? C. Listen to you this time, and you can tell what you say. C. Save luck. C. Ha ha ha, save luck. S. One step to the stomach. C. Save luck. There are many people who support C. Then let's take the insurance again and issue a C. The treasure chest disappeared. It was replaced by a small green pill in a test tube. Item name, SIQ, 11 capsules. Item precious degree, C level. The degree of danger of the item, D level. Introduction, it took Dr. Indigo 20 years to improve the DNA in IQ into S.I.Q, which made the animals on the island become huge and brutal. Giving to animals with potential can improve IQ and combat ability. Seller, an unnamed thief who lacks money. Evaluation, a smart medicine that is not very smart, it is a weakened version of the Qiling pill blended with water. Stabilize it. After accumulating so many waves of luck, I'm stable. The last treasure chest. Only the blue and silver treasure chest obtained by completing the 300,000 reward mission. 90% of B-grade treasures, 9% of A-grade treasures, 9 per thousand out of S grade, 1 per thousand out of SS grade. Freeze the small goal. Get an SS. SS. Must SS. Then SS. System prompt, do you want to use it? Use. The treasure chest disappeared and replaced by Luffy. Item name, random teleportation scroll. Item precious degree, B level. The degree of danger of the item, D level. Introduction, a directional teleportation reel that failed to make, but the failure gave it unlimited possibilities. Seller, an old mage who did not want to be named. Evaluation, as long as you are courageous, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Why is there only one B? Shouldn't it be SS? Maybe still saving luck, the next treasure chest may be able to get SSS. I'm an honest person, no matter how you quibble, it's overturned. Lobo loses, accept the bet. Go ahead and complete the task. Steady brother gang, walk up, let's go on a trip. Fei who doesn't do things, it's a mission that just walks away. Shoulder Minjiu, humph, Yu Piao, Yang. Do the task now? Steady brother gang, it's done well, and the plane is indispensable. I dare not ask for your plane. The plane is no longer needed. You are the eldest brother of Sister Luo's house, arrange. If you go, the question is, Soran is not on the same island as him, how can I get there? It is definitely going to take a boat. Ferry. Sapphire Pirates. The Sapphire Pirate Group is the one that hung him. The first step of the task is to find a ship in the port and say to go to the Yuxin Dojo in Chuanjiao village. Have you found that every item drawn by the anchor has a D-level score? Hey? Really? As expected of Monkey D. Luffy. Could this be the legendary curse from the D clan? Oh drink! Luffy. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 23, S.I.Q. Transaction Application, agree, the transaction is completed. Luffy returned the syringe of the T-Evolution Potion to Kuroro Luxiro. At this point, 7 of Luffy's 9 inventory slots were occupied. Randomly teleport scrolls level B. Hanyuquan C level. S.I.Q drug C level, 11. Whetstone class D. Pokeball D level. Broken mace for amnesia grade D. Akatsuki windbreaker D grade. After the box is opened, I won't continue to rub your Lobo's heat. My teacher came to see me just now. I have to sit in his live studio. Damn, is the old dog's sense of smell so sharp? The police dog of the old dog's family is too dedicated. It's over, this live broadcast is again for charity. Distressed the anchor, actually worshipped such a frenzied master as a teacher. The old dog is still very protective of the calf. I still remember an anchor who provokes the dog's apprentice and made people cry. The mad dog leveled the anchor the next day, which was terrible. Guardian goes to Guardian, the dog is a real dog. At first glance, it's not a dog fan. Go is clearly a compliment. If you like Luffy, pay attention. Luffy, will you continue broadcasting in a while? Kurora is going live? At this time? Luffy was a little puzzled. Broadcast. It must be broadcast. The task is still there. Broadcast, broadcast, broadcast. Lobo, want to broadcast, or the popularity is wasted. Broadcast, go directly to Xuanjia village, Yuxin Taoist temple. Yes, this is the basic exercise. Kurora nodded, your Lobo will continue to broadcast. If you want to see the follow-up, just follow it. Others, those who are not interested, can go to my master's place with me and help me become courageous. You have to prove to me that I really didn't circle his eldest brother. I have been sitting on one side obediently. Don't worry, we will prove the anchor's innocence, he. The host sends a red envelope, I just, understand. Luffy, Sister Luoluo, I'm going to leave the wheat. Thanks to Sister Luoluo for providing me with such an occasion, thank you for the elder brother of Luoluo's family and the elder brother of Sister Luoluo's family. Thank you very much today, thank you. Download the wheat and exit the live broadcast. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Luffy glanced at his attention. 35W. If it weren't for the data, Luffy himself couldn't believe it. Click on the Kuroro profile page. Kuroro Rusiro. Attention, 180W. Keep it up. Start broadcasting. Empire Minjiu enters the live broadcast room. Shenhao 18, shocking debut. Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy enters the live broadcast room. Empire Gang enters the live broadcast room. Shenhao 15, shocking debut. Empire Fei enters the live broadcast room. Shenhao 15, shocking debut. Empire Minjiu, Xiaolu, you broadcast first, the dog calls us a few, and we will see you later. Reward Imperial Moon rewards the Great Seal X10. Shock the audience. Thanks to Mr. Minjaya for taking care of Lobo. Thank Empire Minjaya, how long will it take to give you a reward? The dog in the province is thinking about you. I will withdraw first and come here for a while. The Empire Moon is the moon on both shoulders just now. Thank you Minjaya brother for taking care of me. Goodbye Minjaya brother. Reward Empire Gang rewards Yukong X10. Shock the audience. Reward Empire Fei rewards Fenjian X10. Shock the audience. Wow! Good luck 3-piece suit. Thank you brothers for taking care of Lobo. Thanks to brother Minjaya for the Great Seal, brother Gang for the Jade Kong, and Fei for the Phoenix Seal. After the reward was over, the three people left the room. Luffy looked in the gift box, but didn't find 3 gifts. But for contribution, the fan value of the 3 is 10,000 points each. Look at the balance, 16,000 lower grade Shenjing. There should be a total of 1,000 red envelopes grabbed in the Kulalo live broadcast room, and the remaining 15,000 suddenly came out. What happened? 34th should be 7,005. What's the situation with this National Seal, Jade Kong, and Phoenix Seal? I don't think it's in the gift box. Premium gifts, gifts that only Shenhao players can give, are compulsorily divided, and the anchor can get 12. Incredible! Thanks again to the 3 brothers, this time my wallet is finally bulging again. Oh, our wallet is suffocated, Lobo, you have to support us. No problem. A fan just made Sister Loyal red, can the anchor send red envelopes too? Yes, it's in the gift bar, at the bottom, the anchor option. Is the anchor giving out red envelopes? Proud. Lobo wants to give out red envelopes? Then wait a minute, wait for the number of people to increase, the circle of popularity. Lu Fei glanced at the current number of people in the room, 1W. It's still rising, not slow. Can't you get more while people are sending less? Get ready, I'm going to post. Lobo, keep it, I can't bear to take your little money. System prompt, please set the amount of red envelopes and the number of red envelopes. The amount of stuffing, 10,000 lower grade Shenjing. Number, 10 pieces. Send. The red envelope rain fell. Oh my god! Lobo, you prodigal child, you actually stuffed 10,000. Snatched 1,000 goodies, the anchor is proud. Prodigal child. Prodigal child. I didn't grab it. Everyone is happy. When the money becomes more, I will send you bigger ones. I am moved, Lobo is so warm. Lobo, on the other end is good, do you want to take it as a mount? This first is too weak, so forget it. Does Lobo have a bottle of S.I.Q? Give him a try? Need to catch another poke ball. I have a suggestion. Keep the elf ball, which is the green buffalo of the Aran pirates, so that you will not be afraid of falling into the sea in the future. Grab a moo? This can be. This is a group of very thoughtful fans. Luffy had the same idea when he drew the poke ball. As for the S.I.Q medicine, Luffy took out the test tube containing the green pills. Item name, SIQ, 11 capsules. Item precious degree, C level. The degree of danger of the item, D level. Introduction, it took Dr. Indigo 20 years to improve the DNA in IQ into S.I.Q, which made the animals on the island become huge and brutal. Giving to animals with potential can improve IQ and combat ability. Seller, an unnamed thief who lacks money. Evaluation, a smart medicine that is not very smart, it is a weakened version of the Qi-Ling pill blended with water. The stopper is a rubber stopper. Somewhat rough and casual. Luffy tried to pull out the cork. Bo! The wolves suddenly became agitated. who was closest to Luffy, rushed forward, but Luffy easily avoided it. "Ha seems to want to eat it, do you want to give it a slice? Give it one, see if the child is greedy." Luffy plugged the cork on the bottle. He smiled and looked at the eager Ha. "You want to eat?" The Wolf King stared at Luffy, his hind legs bent, accumulating strength. "If you want to eat, you can't grab it. You have to tell me you want to eat." The Wolf King paced, trying to go around behind Luffy. Luffy didn't follow it, and let the Wolf King turn behind him. Then easily escaped when the Wolf King pounced on him. The other wolves were eager to try to approach, and the Wolf King landed and roared, and the wolves retreated and blocked the entrance of the cave. "Do you want to fight with me?" The Wolf King stared at Luffy and continued to look for opportunities. Luffy swallowed and took a big breath. His body swelled rapidly, filling the cave in an instant. The Wolf King was directly squeezed against the wall by Luffy's bulging belly, unable to break free. Together with the one squeezed on the wall, there is a grey wolf around the hole. "Wow! Puff! This trick is fine. Profound meaning, rubber doubling technique. Ka. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 24, O was discovered. Out of the wolf den. Luffy shot and climbed to the high branch of a tall tree with a rubber arm. After recognizing the direction, he drove straight to the Sapphire Pirate group. The ship of the Sapphire Pirates stopped at the port near the Waste Terminal. The Waste Terminal is also called Garbage Mountain. It is a place where the Goa Kingdom concentrates on throwing away garbage, and it is also a gathering place for the poor. Most of these poor people rely on turning over the treasures left by the nobles in the trash, and then selling the treasures to the civilians of the Goa Kingdom. Luffy! The sudden shout startled Luffy. "Stop, look for fame, it's Ace and Sabo." Ace and Sabo have come to find Luffy. It's so warm. Will they stay up all night? Distressed. Text bubble, the plan may be delayed, I have to go there. Go, don't worry about brother. Luffy stretched his arms and leaped between the branches, coming to Ace and Sabo's side. "Yo, you are here." Ace came to Luffy, jumped up and knocked on Luffy's head. Luffy dodged subconsciously and dodged. Ace and Luffy were taken aback at the same time. Sabo on the side looked at Luffy strangely, and wondered, "Luffy, why did you suddenly grow taller?" Luffy scratched his head and pretended to be stupid. "I ate a fruit in the forest last night, and that's it when I woke up." Evolution potion involves too much, and one sentence or two is not clear. To explain clearly, it will cause more trouble. What kind of fruit can grow so tall overnight? Luffy grinned and said, "I just remember that it tastes good." "Ace, where did you go last night?" Luffy told the truth. "Suddenly I fell asleep when I was sleepy, and when I woke up I found myself in the wolf den." "Will you look for me all night?" Ace shrugged. "No, Sabo didn't realize that you were here until morning." Sabo retorted, "Obviously you are the same." Luffy. A big living person disappeared, and it took a night to find out. "Where's Dadan?" "She didn't realize that I was not there." Ace pointed to Sabo. "Dadan regards Sabo as you, and he didn't notice." Luffy's mouth twitched. "Where do I and Sabo look like?" "Shouldn't you tell how you dress if you are blind?" Ace said indifferently, "Well, who knows, maybe the number of people is right." "Luffy, we are going to see what the pirates are doing and whether the treasure is safe, let's go together." Luffy nodded in response. The three of them were walking through the woods, and Ace suddenly praised, "Your skill seems to have improved, and you have escaped my attack." Maybe it was the reason why Luffy ate the devil fruit, resisting beating. Each time Ace made a shot at him, he couldn't hide the sudden blow just now. It can be seen that the evolution potion not only made him grow taller, but also strengthened his reaction ability. My Luffy won't be hit twice in a row by the same trick. Boom! Without warning, Sabo, who was following Luffy, hit Luffy's head with a punch. Why? I want to fight. Sabo was taken aback and squeaked, you said you won't be hit by the same trick twice, I want to try it. Luffy. Puff. The three of them are so happy to be together. Ha ha ha, laughed so hard at me. With these two uncomfortable brothers, Lobo is distressed for a second. Lobo. Beat it back. Luffy is interested in this. However, Ace stopped, we will wait for the battle and wait until later to determine the movements of the pirates. The three continued on their way. Hey, didn't you actually come to me? You originally wanted to see if the treasures are safe. Ace replied, yes, I just came to you by the way. Sabo chuckled a few times and added, Ace is worried that you have been captured by the pirate again, but I'm worried. Ace cut, I'm worried that I won't find a sandbag that feels good in the future. Ace is so warm. Lobo, promise me that we must not let the tragedy happen again. In the original world development, Ace was caught by the Navy and executed publicly. Luffy went to rescue him, but unfortunately he did not succeed. In the end, Ace died under the hands of Admiral Akagu. Luffy also cried when watching that episode. Then I went to the post bar and scolded the Red Dog with other pirate fans. The Red Dog became a well-known Red Dog under verbal criticism. At the same time, there is a saying that the One Piece can be improper, and the Red Dog must die. However, in contrast, what is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people is that One Piece can be improper, and Momosuke must die. Text bubble, will Ace die? Who made the move? Admiral Red Dog, also called Red Dog. The Red Dog must die, and Momonosuke must die. Momonosuke. Luffy, Luffy. Hey? What's the matter? Luffy's brain has always been single-threaded. Mainly because he has become accustomed to paying attention. Ace rolled his eyes up and blamed, I have called you several times, how did you react? What do you call me? Ace pointed to Sabo, there is meat in the Sabo bag, have you eaten yet? Meat? Luffy sniffed, it really smelled of meat. Eat, but not full. Sabo took out the leg meat, then Ace snatched it and stuffed it into his mouth. Luffy, hey! Ace said coldly, just eat it, we haven't eaten it yet. Luffy. Should he be moved now? Still angry? The two of them didn't eat, they should be looking for him in a hurry. But he took his meat again. Sabo laughed and said, hey, Ace said to bring meat, maybe you can smell it and you will be able to come out, ha ha ha. Luffy. It turned out that I was not worried that I did not eat. You want to use meat to find me. Your brains are really big. After a while, Ace suddenly raised his hand, and the three of them silenced at the same time. Ace distinguished it for a while. Whispered, someone, it should be that group of pirates. After receiving Ace's reminder, Luffy listened carefully and only then heard a little sound. You must know that he has been strengthened by tea. Although the tea evolution potion has not yet fully exerted its effect, the reaction ability is far beyond ordinary people. But Ace discovered the problem before him. What's this? The instinct of the beast? Or is the blood of One Piece so terrifying? The three of them moved forward slowly, and they found a group of pirates close to the location of Sabo's original treasure. Fortunately, these people have found the treasure after changing the location. The treasures of Ace and Sabo were also collected from the trash mountain, selling the nobles' discards. Of course, a large part of it is obtained from black eating. For example, not long ago, Ace robbed a pirate. In Ace's words, these money can only achieve greater value in their hands. What's next? Luffy asked in a low voice. As a result, Sabo covered his mouth. Luffy? Ace also spoke in a low voice just now, why didn't you cover Ace? Ace whispered, regardless of them, sneak around and go to the trash mountain to see. Woo! The wolf howl came from behind. The three people who wanted to retreat secretly stiffened. The pirates who were looking for treasures all looked over. The pirate, who was carrying three people on his back, turned around and saw them. It's that kid. He robbed Big Brother Bergami. Ace and Sabo looked at the black-faced and white-mouthed Wolf King who came out of the woods. The Wolf King stared at Luffy. The corners of Ace's mouth twitched. Luffy, don't tell me this guy is looking for you. Sabo covers his face. Luffy. Puff. Ha ha ha, Ace was pitted again. Text bubble, this pot, I. Come back. Ha ha ha. Eat early and it's okay, ka ka ka. Text bubble, I don't eat dog meat. Well, just a few pirates, little meaning. Urha is worthy of being Urha. It seems that Urha is still worried about SIQ. Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 25, I think it's the same age, the timing update time is wrong, the update is delayed. Boy, return the treasure of Big Brother Bergami. I can spare you not to die. What nonsense! Big Brother Bergami was so miserable by this kid and killed him. Shut up! Fool! Did you hear me? Only I can keep you here. Hand over the treasure. The pirate pulled out his weapon. A total of 7 people appeared from far to near. Ace looked around for something that could be used as a weapon. Finally, his eyes fell on the scimitar in the hands of the pirate. Sabo exchanged glances with Ace, waiting for Ace's action signal. Wow! The black face and white mouth Wolf King howled the wolf. Sisasoso centered on the crowd, and wild wolves popped up in dense numbers. Boss! It's a pack of wolves. With so many wolves all at once, the pirates were a little panicked. At the same time, Ace and Sabo were also taken aback. You must know that wolves act at night, and they should sleep in their dens during the day. The Wolf King raised his head and walked towards Luffy step by step. Ace remained vigilant and stared at the wolf. As long as there is something wrong, an attack will be launched. Luffy. Luffy stared at the wolf. The Wolf King's eyes were high and cold, but he had no intention of attacking. It's okay, don't be nervous, I just slept in their den all night yesterday. The Wolf King glanced at Luffy proudly, raised his head, and walked by Luffy. His eyes fell on the pirate. At the same time, with the pace of the Wolf King, the wolves began to shrink and press against the pirates. The pirate stood with a sword, his face fierce, and at the same time stepped back. The Wolf King suddenly speeded up and ran. The pirate raised the knife and slashed with the knife. The Wolf King jumped horizontally, flashed and fluttered, with quick speed and fierce attack, and bit the pirate's neck in one bite. Then he kicked the pirate's body and avoided the scimitar cut from the side. The Wolf King moves, the pack of wolves follows, moves well, and can cooperate with each other perfectly. Luffy picked up the stone casually and helped a few wolves who were nearly killed by the knife. The wolf pack and Luffy are in great condition. The pirates were quickly defeated. Mom. Seeing blood. Does this count as Lobo's murder? A simple stroke, without shaking the eyebrows, Lobo must have a story. Luffy didn't kill anyone in the original book. That's how it should be. How stupid it is that others want to kill you and keep their hands not to kill. If you don't have the consciousness of going to death, you shouldn't set foot on the battlefield. Since you set foot on the battlefield, life and death are in peace. What nonsense are you talking about? We, Lobo, didn't kill people, they were all bites by wolf babies. As it is, Lobo just saved 2 wolves casually. In order to repay the gratitude, the wolves helped Lobo solve the enemy. What a harmonious and loving picture. The wolf said that this pot can be carried, and the condition is to give me an SIQ. Luffy, you tame these wolves. Ace looked at Luffy unexpectedly. Sabo is nauseous. Dead corpses are good or bad, and looking at them can cause nausea, compassion, and other complex emotions. These emotions are tangled together, the body will produce discomfort, so that vomiting. There is a professional word for this kind of emotion, which is called empathy. The black-faced Wolf King looked at Ace coldly. It seems to understand people's words. But Ace stared back with a pair of cold eyes, not in the slightest. There is even more of a battle, and I feel eager to try. It's not tame, we fought a few fights, and then he invited me to eat half a deer. The Wolf King raised his head proudly. Seems to agree with Luffy's words. Whereas someone invited you, obviously you robbed them, poor little wolf, after eating the loss of not being able to speak. Yes, you robbed them. Ignore the barrage. Luffy looked at the Wolf King. Asked, why did you find it, do you still want to fight? The Wolf King screamed, sniffed his nose, smashed his mouth. It looks like Urha who wants to eat chicken thighs. It's just a little bit less humbling. Ace looked at the Wolf King and speculated, is it trying to eat? Luffy followed these words, yes, I roasted the venison. It seems to like it very much. Maybe I want me to barbecue it. Ace glanced at the dead body not far away. Human flesh is impossible, you can kill some other prey. The Wolf King didn't mean to eat barbecue at all. Moreover, the half of the deer last night was eaten by Luffy himself, it just looked at it eagerly. Woo! The Wolf King stared at Luffy and called out. Luffy vaguely saw some contempt in the wolf's eyes. Luffy ignored it selectively. Will you go to Trash Mountain next, or go hunting? Ace glanced at the wolves around him and made a decision, go hunt, let's dismiss these wolves first. No matter where you go, you can leave early. Sabo resisted the dead body on the ground. Ace walked to the side of a few pirates, fumbled up and down, and found out a few gold coins. Then under the gaze of Luffy sob, he explained, they don't need these anymore. It makes sense. Luffy looked at the knife with a good front on the ground, and asked, then these knives are not either. Ace calmly analyzed, they were killed by a wolf. If we take the knife away, then they will be killed by us. There are good reasons. Sabo couldn't help but complain, then you still take their money. Ace countered, no one is bored enough to memorize the number on the coin, right? No? Luffy thought of one. Ace is still too naive, there are still people who remember the money number, baby sang sang. Sang sang. Sang sang. Sang sang. Luffy. You have seen this too. 7 corpses were left behind, and a group of 3 wolves, Luffy, started hunting. Luffy found a time when Ace and Sabo were not around and whispered to the Wolf King, that thing is dangerous. Are you sure you want to eat it? Oh. Well, a pill can be given to you. Among your people, your spirituality is the best, and you may be able to withstand the medicinal properties of that medicine. Wow! Don't worry, not now. When my 2 companions are not here, I don't want them to see that I am giving you suspicious medicine. Woo! Does this wolf understand? Luffy is not sure. But in this world, a wolf that can understand humans is nothing strange. After all, there are even animals that can speak human words. What's more, there are furry tribes with animal heads but humanoid bodies. 1 person and 1 wolf, one dared to speak and the other dared to listen, and talked for a long time. On the other side, the aroma of barbecue has drifted. Luffy patted the head of the Wolf King, let's go, try their craftsmanship. Wow! The Wolf King was a little dissatisfied with his head being touched. Came to the barbecue site, back to the mountain breeze. Luffy screamed uncontrollably. He was really not full in the morning. Luffy screamed, and the Wolf King's belly screamed. Luffy has not eaten enough, it hasn't eaten enough. The food was eaten by Luffy. Luffy, I have a plan. Luffy picked up the roasted greasy pork leg and took a big bite, tearing off a piece of fragrant pork skin. What's the plan? Luffy looked at Ace and found that Ace's eyes were shining brightly while staring at the Wolf King. Let's move out of Dodon's house and build a base by ourselves. What? In the original world development, Ace, Sob, and Luffy did indeed build a base in the mountains. We built a base in the mountain, near the wolf den. These wolves can also patrol us, so we don't worry about the pirates coming to the door. Let the wolf patrol for you. Do you trust these wolves too much? Luffy looked at Sabo and found that Sabo was also looking at him. Luffy looked at the Wolf King who was eating. What do you think? The Wolf King's eating motions. Wow! Luffy! This is really the age of one out. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 26, What the Fans Say is Not Reliable. P.S. Yesterday's timing update setting was wrong. Yesterday's update does not affect today's update, everything is business as usual. P.S. If you don't wait for the update next time, you can go to the group at near Kolbo Mountain. On an unnamed mountain, Luffy, Ace, and Sob built a secret base for the three of them. The base is a small wooden house built on a tree, spliced by wooden boards and nails. Not far from under the tree, where the two mountains intersect, is the wolf den of the Black-Face Wolf King. I lied to you, I'm really sorry. In the cabin, Sabo sat on one corner with a decadent expression on his knees. Luffy Ace sits opposite him, waiting for the following text. During the day today, a nobleman called Sabo's name, and then it was revealed that Sabo was the son of the nobleman, so that Sabo had previously said that he was an orphan, it became a lie. Ace looked out the window. According to Luffy's proposal, the windows of the wooden house have just been nailed with mosquito nets. Several insects were crawling outside at this time, looking for airstrikes to come in. Since you were born in a nobleman's house, why did you come to the trash mountain? Sabo seemed to think of something bad, and his emotions began to agitate. They like someone who can protect their status and property, and I am not. If I can't marry the royal family's daughter, I will be useless. For this, I read and study every day. My parents quarreled about my poor grades every day. I am superfluous in that house. I'm sorry, I lied to you. But although I have parents, I am alone. Although the nobles despise the trash mountain, but compared to that suffocating high town, compared with wasting the next few decades, the planned life is much better now. Ace turned around in a daze, so it's like this. Sabo stood up from the corner, looked out the window, and said in a very certain tone, Ace, Luffy, we must go to sea. Leave this country and go free. I want to look at this vast world, and then write a book to record this. The learning of sailing knowledge is not painful for me at all. Let us become stronger and become real pirates. Ace burst into laughter instantly. Replied, you don't need to say this, we will do it too. I want to be a pirate, constantly winning, invincible. Finally won the highest reputation, only this is the proof of my life. Even if people all over the world don't recognize my existence, even if they all hate me, I will become a great pirate. Let them admire me. I will not escape. I will not lose to anyone. Even if my name becomes synonymous with terror, I will let my name shake the world. This declaration is very good, very shocking, and very passionate. Luffy, please cough, anyone? You seem to have lost to me today. Ace rolled his eyes and said, who knows what you have eaten, it has grown taller in the past few days, it's like a monster. On the first night of taking T evolution potion, Luffy grew from 1 meter to 1.3 meters. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect that when he woke up the next day, Luffy jumped to 1.5 meters. This is not over yet. On the third day, that is, yesterday, Luffy grew to 1.7 meters. Not to mention that this result was Luffy, even Kulalo didn't expect it. Project research has now been established. After Luffy grew taller, his physical strength soared, and Ace never won again. Luffy, can you remember what the fruit you eat is like? We will look for it in the daytime, maybe there will be more. Sob was very envious of Luffy's growth to 1.7 meters in 3 days. This. I can't remember. Ace brought out a bottle of wine and set out 3 more bowls. Wave. The cork was pulled out, and a scent of wine rushed into the nasal cavity. I'll talk about the future later. Ace smiled mysteriously, do you know? With this glass of wine, we can become brothers. Luffy's eyes lit up, is the famous scene coming? Today's live broadcast just ended, and Luffy subconsciously wanted to start the live broadcast. But after another thought, I gave up the idea. Popularity or something cannot be sustained by feelings. Besides, sometimes you should leave yourself some privacy. Ace smiled heartily, perhaps, when we became pirates, we were not partners on the same ship. But the relationship between the 3 of us is brotherhood. No matter where you are or what you do, this relationship will never be severed. Luffy picked up a bowl of wine. Sabo followed. So, from today, we will be brothers. After a glass of wine, the 3 of them blushed. Not long afterwards, Ace and Sabo fell asleep. At night, the oil lamp went out, and Luffy looked out the window by the moonlight for a while. Dang dang! Someone in the group at. Luffy called up the chat page. Kurolo Luxalo at, in the past few days, your live broadcast content has become a little flat. These days, Luffy, Ace, and Sob are busy building bases. This is a benefit for pirate fans, but for other tourists who are not pirate fans, it will feel somewhat boring. The most intuitive data, his attention dropped from 350,000 to 200,000, and there is a downward trend. Kulalo Luxalo, but don't be discouraged. Fan conversion takes time and time. Joker, what's so discouraging about this result? I only watched the live broadcast today by dozens of people. I'm so desperate. Venom, I'm a little better than you, hundreds of people. Suzuki, I have 2,000 people, ha 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 ha. Kayaba Akiyako, I am the same, but a group of strange guys asked me to attack Asuna. Nirvana at, boss, ask for popular science, ask for information trading, fans asked me to catch a person named Kurosaki Ichigo in this world to study, I agreed, but who is this person? Naraku, I also met a strange person, and asked me to accept a man named Inuyasha as a male favorite. Tang Seng, they are all better than me. I only have a dozen people, and I always go in and out. Tang Seng, where's Luffy boss? Why don't you speak? The status shows online. Luffy, I'm thinking about how to reply to you, and I feel that everything I say is wrong. Joker, talk about intelligence. Ask the boss to share some information. Nirvana, Tongkayu, who is Kurosaki Ichigo, is it okay to catch it? Tang Seng, do you know where there are monsters? Those who came to my live broadcast room said it was boring to travel. This one. Go catch Kurosaki Ichigo? Do you want to be beaten into pancakes by Kurosaki? What the fans say is really unreliable. Luffy, the world where Ugly Brother is in is Gotham City, which has simple folk customs. Luffy, if Brother Lee wants to catch Kurosaki Ichigo, beware of someone named Kurosaki Ishin. Luffy, Boss Tang, did you meet your big apprentice? Joker, yes, I'm in Gotham City. Nirvana, Kurosaki Yuxin? Is the surname a relative of Kurosaki Ichigo? Tang Seng, not yet. Luffy, oh, Brother Nalai, you should have a hero named Batman. If you don't want to fight him, or you can connect with him and become a friend or assistant, fans should like to watch it. Luffy, yes, it's a relative, Kurosaki Ichigo's daddy, it's a funny comparison. Luffy, Boss Tang, before you reconcile with your big apprentice, I think it's better to hide as far as you want from monsters. Kuroro Luzalu, what about you? Your popularity is declining, and I want to hear your plan. Although you don't get discouraged, you can't be too content with the status quo. Luffy, well, I was planning to take advantage of the drunkenness of these two guys and sneak away to finish the task of promising fans. Venom, what about me, Boss Luffy, let me do it. Right, Tonkaiu. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 27, Big Boss is Rich. Venom. The venom is named a symbiote, and like the parasitic beast, it is a parasitic organism. But venom should be more advanced than right. Venom can change its host with mood. Right temporarily does not have this ability. Based on this characteristic, Luffy came up with an idea. Luffy, who is your current host? Venom, a model named Arabelle, I helped her save her fat, she thanked me very much. Model? Save fat? What the hell? Oh, yes, right before I said that I wanted the live broadcast host to sleep, the innocent Venom obviously believed that it was true, and then I found a very good-looking woman as the host. This is really... Luffy, before that? Venom, before, a few scientific researchers and an obese train driver were parasitized before, and then this model. Luffy, you just escaped from the research room? Venom, yeah, those lunatics test me every day. It's not friendly at all. I'm almost tortured by the ultrasound there. I believe it's you and you don't want to stay in that kind of place. Right, how about the researchers who were parasitized by you? Killed by you? Venom, no, I just let them feel electric shock, fire, liquid nitrogen, a series of feelings, and then they were shot and killed by their companions. Right, you are really a little cute with a vengeance. Luffy, then you are on your planet, are you a loser? Loser, loser. In the movie, the Venom parasitic in Eddie claims to be a loser. Before that, it had tried to parasitize Spider-Man. But as a positive superhero, Spider-Man doesn't like the feeling of being dominated by Venom, so he ruthlessly abandoned it. Venom is sad about this and hates Spider-Man. Eddie was in the same newspaper as Spider-Man, and Eddie was fired because Spider-Man was able to take photos of himself. For this reason, Eddie also hates Spider-Man very much. Because of this commonality, the two unidentified losers cherish each other and become the best gear. At the same time, the reason why Venom helps Eddie save the world and prevents other Venom from descending on the Earth is also for this reason. On the home planet of Venom, he is a loser, and he does not know the three abilities that Venom can use: weapons, shaping, and annexation. Therefore, if those powerful guys also come, then his situation will not change in any way, and he will still be a loser. However, Luffy still likes that loser's Venom very much. Although he is not strong enough, he is very humorous and can bring happiness to people. Venom, oh. I now suspect that you peeped into my life. Venom, well, I admit that I am a loser, you can laugh at me as much as you want, I won't be angry, not at all. Is it really him? Venom's three major abilities, weapons, can transform bodies into weapons for battle. Shaping, it can be regarded as an advanced use of weapons, not only can be transformed into cold weapons, like some hot weapons, firearms, cannons, and can be transformed into different talents. Swallow, you can swallow other venoms, gain the opponent's ability to strengthen yourself, and can control multiple hosts at the same time. Pity. I don't know if the venom split from this venom body does nothing? If so, the idea of exchanging the symbiote for fun from the venom, well, in fact, one can still be called for fun. Luffy, don't worry, I am not going to laugh at you. I was just an ordinary soldier in the last life, and in this life I am just a rubber man who knows a little bit more. Naraku, Shanako was just an ordinary junior high school student in his previous life. Sanako is just a junior high school? Na you lie, I'm just an ordinary researcher. Venom, oh, not against you, I hate researchers. Na Yuli, I understand, if I meet you, I probably want to catch it and study it. Venom, then I will definitely deal with you before you catch me. Nirvana, fortunately, everyone will never meet in a different world. Venom, yeah, otherwise you are already dead. Luffy. It's really a grudge. But the owner of the group looked like a researcher, and Venom was so straightforward to express his heart. Sasuke, oh, I'm just an ordinary cozer with thousands of cost clothes. No way, who will let me have an old lady who is a designer, and then inherit her excellent inheritance from me? Ha 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 ha. This is, the ridicule from the winners? Venom, oh, it's a pity that I don't envy you and your abilities. Although I don't have so many cost suits, if I want to find a factory owner, I have hundreds of production lines for me day and night. To produce all kinds of clothes you want. Oh roar, the petty bourgeoisie was mercilessly taunted by those in power. In the scene of the two quarreling, Luffy seemed to be able to see Venom's disdain and contempt. Sasuke, humph. Is this word poor? Luffy understands the idea that you don't want to broadcast live, but wants to stay in the group. It's really fun to watch these guys fight each other. But he still has important things to do. So it is necessary to solve the Venom's demands as soon as possible. Then start broadcasting. Luffy, I think I already know your basic situation and have a viable live broadcast plan. You can listen to it. Luffy, according to the characteristic that you can parasitize on different people's bodies, I think you can find some special people to sign for parasitism. Luffy, it's better for these special people to have superpowers, and then sign a contract for 3 months or a few days. The decision whether to renew the contract is up to you. During the parasitic period, you can serve as a battlesuit and a combat support. How do you feel? Venom, will there be people in my live broadcast? Kulalo Luxalu, it's a very good suggestion. Sasuke, it sounds great. I am a little envious of parasites. Even the highlights can be obtained through parasites. It's just cheating. Right, oh, not all parasites can do it. For example, I can't. I can only be on one host, so angry. Kayaba Akiyako, I suddenly felt that my live broadcast plan was almost the same as she. Tang Seng, please don't insult she, you are not worthy. Kayaba Akiyako, well, I'm not even as good as a shit, the mentality suddenly collapsed. Tang Seng, don't despair, at least you are better than me. Luffy. When Boss Tang said the first sentence, Luffy still felt that Tang Senji had a good hand, but he did not expect that Zie would have better abilities. Excellent show. Venom, I see, since everyone thinks this idea is good, then I will do it, wait for my good news. If it succeeds, I will set up a plane for the boss of Luffy. Venom, yes, I got an electromagnetic rifle in the last lottery, Class D, would you like a Luffy boss? Luffy, keep it, there are only 2 grids left in my storage bar, and there is no place to install it. Sasuke. Sasuke, listen. Is this what people say? Kulalo Luxalu, then why don't you upgrade? You can get 10,000 lower grade crystals for second level upgrades, right? You should have this money in your hands. Yes, why not upgrade the inventory? Luffy took a look at the balance. Balance, 8,210 lower grade Shenjing. Luffy, not enough. Kulalo Luxalu, not 10,000? You are also an anchor on the 390,000 list anyway. Kulalo Luxalu, even if you set up a big plane for me and spent 4 times the amount of the big plane, minus 3 to 50,000, there should still be 40,000 on the list, and more than 10,000 deposits. When it comes to this list, it's heartbreaking. Luffy, I sent 10,000 red envelopes to fans in the live broadcast. Kulalo Luxalu, the boss is rich. Suzuki, the boss is rich. Nayuli, the boss is rich. Venom, the boss is rich. Right, fuck. The boss is rich. Joker, damn it. The boss is rich. Tang Seng, damn it. The boss is rich. Luffy. Luffy, expression, covering his face. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 28, The Wolf King Eager for Strength. Luffy, I just want to be nice to the fans, and they will be nice to me too. Kulalo Rusiro, you make me think that I am a heinous wicked person who can't get in and can't get out. I haven't sent more than 100 red envelopes to fans in the live broadcast for so long. I think other big anchors rarely do this. Dry. Luffy, I floated, I review. Kulalo Luxalu, however, big anchors generally hold a decent event, and then purchase physical gifts and mail them to fans. Luffy, okay, I won't throw money anymore, expression, covering his face. Right, after continuing the live broadcast of the classic case, Mr. Luffy contributed another typical failure case to us. Luffy, ahem, it's the first time for me to broadcast it. It is normal to make mistakes. Luffy, I'm not talking about that, I'm going to start a live broadcast. Suzuki, Prohibition, Live Escape? Venom, by the way, Lord Luffy, you don't want an electromagnetic rifle, then tell me what you want, I will not delay the payment. Luffy, okay, when you encounter other Venoms, you just cut a section of his body and trade it to me. Venom, guarantee to complete the mission. Venom, wait, I can slash myself, why don't you want it from me? Sure enough. Although the boss didn't say anything, he still disliked me as a loser. Sweat. Is it so sensitive and the reaction so violent? Luffy, no, it hurts to chop yourself. We are also friends. How can I bear to let you chop yourself? Venom, I am not afraid of pain. Luffy. Venom, I cut it. Don't you just hate me, boss? Encountered a naive. Luffy, wait, I don't really dislike you. Other Venoms can strengthen yourself by swallowing them. You can't swallow other Venoms. If you cut it, wouldn't it make you lose a part of your body forever? Venom, no, although I can't swallow others, I can still repair myself by getting nutrients from the host. Did I cut it? Is there any reason to stop him? Venom has already decided, don't just dislike it, just look down on. Luffy, in that case. Luffy, can the symbiote exist alone for a long time? Venom, no. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy, that's it. I have no shortage of live content recently. When I have nothing to broadcast, you cut yourself again. You cut it now, and I don't have a place to save it. Venom, you want it from me? Luffy, well, I want it from you. Venom, good boss. Call. Luffy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suzuki, I think Mr. Luffy is not looking down on you, but because he is afraid of your pain. Venom, how can Lord Luffy save me from the live broadcast room of death? What kind of pain is this pain? Nikoli, it's a werewolf. Kayaba Akiyako, werewolf. Right, wolf than me. Kulalo Luxalu, Han and Han. The group leader said his heart. Luffy, the problem is solved. If there is anything else, I will talk about it after I broadcast it. Goodbye everyone. Right, wait a minute, the boss, after the live broadcast, you share the live broadcast to the group, love you with your heart. Today, only one person in the group has not started broadcasting. So he can't enter the live broadcast room by searching the room only through connection. System reminder, Luffy shares the live broadcast of Mensin. Luffy takes you to complete the Hanyukwon project. Right, thank you guys. Close the chat group page. Change online status to busy. Set automatic reply. During the live broadcast, something will happen after the broadcast. Turn on group mute. Broadcast live broadcast and open pop-up window. The standard startup process is completed. The devil left-wing Del enters the live broadcast room. The first one to come in turned out to be a black fan. This demon's left-wing Del is said to be a fan of Kuro's opponent. Luffy was very impressed with the rhythm frame last time in the live broadcast room. Luffy text bubble, you may be the most popular black fan. Powder turns black easily, black turns powder difficult. The rabbit must die. The second Luffy who came in also had an impression. Luffy promised him to ask Carp for the Sea Tower handcuffs, and then brought him to practice. Text bubble, welcome brother rabbit. Lobo, isn't it just broadcast? Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy Ting Ping Ping enters the room. The third one is also on the list, a very loving sister. Text bubble, welcome to Sister Mosquito. Lobo doesn't sleep. I bleed for the tissue and entered the room. Text bubble, welcome to Bleeding Brother. Fulhu dug into the room. Welcome, Mr. Dudu. Innocent Buletin Joshan enters the room. Welcome, Buletin Joshan. More and more people began to enter, a dozen or so. Text bubble, welcome brothers and sisters home, I will not welcome them one by one when there are too many people. Next, I will take you to the Yuxin Dojo in Chuanjiahu village to find Gina. Good Lobo, aren't you going to sleep? Not sleeping so late, do you want to cultivate immortality? Lobo should pay attention to rest, it's too liver damage. Lobo's task is not in a hurry, the body is important. Luffy used a rubber arm to grab the trunk and swiftly shuttle through the forest. When I was far away from the wooden house, I said directly, thank you for your concern. The reason why I chose now is because Ace and Sabo drank some wine just now, and I was sleeping right now, so I took the opportunity to sneak out. Drink? Children don't drink. Although you have grown to 1.7 meters, you are still a child. Wait, drink? It won't be a friendship bar. Yes, Ace stole Dodden's wine, and the three of us officially became brothers. Suddenly, the barrage became calm. What? 100 million was lost accidentally. Why didn't you start the broadcast of Lobo at such a historic moment? Unexpectedly, I couldn't witness that this is a sexual scene, so sad. Angrily cry. Lobo, you are not good. Do you really want to see it? I took a picture as a souvenir, do you want to see it? Want to see? Want to see? Hurry up. The tissue is ready to be in place, wait for the poster to post the picture. Paper, your sister. Why is there a pervert among the fans? But these words are also vented in my heart. If you want to see, let's have a wave of gifts. I just found out that my storage bar is not enough and needs to be expanded. Please contribute a little and do me a favor. Luffy shares the storage bar page. 9 grids of 9 grids and 7 grids are not full, it looks a bit crowded. Reward. I run out of money this month. Guzi, you have changed, you said you don't care about money. I really don't care about money. Luffy projected the balance status to the live broadcast room. It's only 1,000 or 8, don't get too much. Day. The anchor balance of the 400,000 list is only 8,000, I was shocked. Lobo, where's the money? I'll do it, minus the big plane, you should have more than 10,000 left, what about the money? Have you lost your memory? Didn't I send you a 10,000 red envelope? I remember. 10,000 sent 10 red envelopes, so angry, I didn't grab it, and I was unhappy. Unhappy +1. Who got the red envelope? Come out and spit it out. I didn't grab it. I'm so angry, I suddenly don't want to recharge. I grabbed it and couldn't hold back for a moment, so I swiped a small S-card, funny. The barrage was very lively, and Luffy waited for a long time, only waiting for 10 garlands. Sister Kulalo said nothing wrong. Sending red envelopes directly is indeed the next policy. Reward Kularuo Tien Tuan will enjoy Rainbow Candy 1314x1, x2, x3, x4, x5, x6. 66x18 is 1188. As long as the number of continuous delivery exceeds this number, the special effect of the small plane can be produced. 1314x6 is a luxury version of the small plane. Balance, 10,184. Collected 10,000. Thank you Dutach from Sister Luoluo's house. Koluo Luoti and Tuo Duo, well, seeing that the balance of the 390,000 list of anchors is only 8,000, I can't bear it, it's too miserable. Luffy. Wow. A wolf howl came into the ear. Luffy was taken aback. Stopping and looking back, the sound of shusha leaves rubbing from far and near. Soon, a head of 1 meter and 5 feet tall, his body was pitch black, and his mouth was a black face and a white mouth. Wolf King appeared in front of his eyes. The Wolf King was sticking out his tongue and panting violently. A domineering Wolf King, because he was on the way, he was exhausted directly into the second HA. Isn't this too? Urha's turning around is either repaying favor or seeking revenge. Dogzi? Why are you chasing me? The Wolf King was panting with a huge cleavage, and his 4 legs trembled a little. Also ask, don't you agree to give them s.I.Q? The dog must be worried about this. Have been waiting for 3 days, and feel sorry for the dog. Oh, oh. The Wolf King whipped and panted. Luffy took out the small green s.I.Q medicine bottle and shook it. You want this? Urha nodded her head and yelled twice, and all the halazi slipped out. 11 tablets of s.I.Q in 1 test tube, only 1 tablet is given, and Luffy is not reluctant. I'm just afraid that the Wolf King can't bear it. Are you sure you want to eat? Maybe you will die. The Wolf King was anxious and nodded repeatedly. Luffy raised his hand and touched the head of the Wolf King. This time, the Wolf King showed no dissatisfaction, but stared at the test tube. If he wasn't sure he couldn't beat the guy in front of him, he would grab it himself. Well, life and death have fate and wealth in the sky. Is it your good fortune? Only if you try it yourself will you know. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 29, Dwarf Music. Wave. The cork was unscrewed, and a faint fragrance floated out of the test tube. The green Xiaoao pills are only as big as the fingertips of the little mother's fingers. Luffy poured out a pill. Are you sure you want to eat? Double confirm. Oh oh oh. Oh oh oh. Oh oh oh. The Wolf King is very anxious. Yes, I said the important thing 3 times. It seems that you are really sure to eat. Luffy handed his hand to Wolf King's mouth. This is also the courage of the art masters, so he throws it out for fear of biting his hands. The wolf stuck his tongue out, rolled it, and swallowed the pill into his stomach. Luffy stared at the wolf, waiting for the wolf's response. The Wolf King didn't respond, but his voice came from all around. In the dark night, under the moonlight, a pair of bright eyes gathered from all directions. Not a pack of wolves. Luffy glanced around and found black bears, tigers, leopards, snakes, and even a few rabbits. They all stared at this side. Luffy noticed that the stopper of the S.I.Q bottle hadn't been plugged yet. S.I.Q attracted these guys. Luffy plugged the cork into the storage space. I'm not familiar with you, don't look at me, you won't give it to me. As the beast approached, the Wolf King stepped forward, showing his white teeth. Where are your wolf cubs? Didn't bring them out. Woo. No wolves appeared around, it seems that they have not been brought out. Wow! The Wolf King called again. Not to the beast, like to him. I couldn't understand it. Luffy guessed for a while and asked, "Did you let the wolves stay in the cabin?" The Wolf King nodded. At the beginning Ace said that the Wolf King would help the housekeeper, but he didn't expect this guy to really listen to it. Lobo of the 10th level of dog language. Ashamed to say, as a wolf demon, I didn't even hear what he meant by those two calls. What do you know, Lobo has the ability to listen to everything. Listen to everything that does not include howling wolf. This is the connection of minds, Lobo and this go very well, don't you think? You mean Lobo is also good at tearing down the house? Luffy. The encirclement of wild beasts is shrinking, and new animals are constantly joining in. Deer, wild boar, and some in the mountains, almost all came. The Wolf King didn't persuade him, he was always careful, and he kept in front of Luffy. Finally, a brown bear couldn't help it, let out a roar, and rushed over. The Wolf King leaped and bit at the brown bear's neck. However, the brown bear's combat experience was obviously not weak, and one paw shot the Wolf King out. The brown bear is 3 meters tall, and the heavyweight is not comparable to the 1.5-meter Wolf King. At this time other animals also started to take action. Leave it to me, I don't know when your body will change. It's not suitable for fighting at this time. Rubber arms, wrapped around the brown bear's neck, fingers crossed. Shrink. Luffy rushed towards the bear's head, rubber. One-word kick. With the elasticity of his arms, Luffy kicked the brown bear's chin, and kicked it out. This kick is a little handsome. Unfortunately, Lobo will not be domineering. The domineering color of the Overlord does not need to fight directly to bring down the audience. Lobo is only 7 years old and it's not normal. But he has grown to 1.7 meters, and he is an older child. Who said that although they grow to 1 meter and 7 meters, they still cannot drink alcohol? Solve the brown bear, revolve and kick, and then solve a tiger that is coming. Luffy slapped and whipped his legs among the animals, sweeping across the field. Several back and forth. There is no more standing animal around. Solve. The ones who can move, those who should go home to breastfeed, and those who should be foraging for food. Leave it, I'll go to the pot. I don't eat a lot at night, I feel a little hungry after 2 moves. Cold scene. Luffy looked at the brown bear. In the previous life, the bear was a protective animal. He hadn't eaten bear paw until he died, and he didn't know how it tasted. Thinking of something delicious, my saliva couldn't help but flow out. Hoob. An animal, scattered around in him. There was no rabbit left. There is only one left. Luffy looked at licked his lips, and comforted, "Don't worry, I don't eat dog meat." Wolf King. By the way, you haven't. Before Luffy finished speaking, the Wolf King suddenly buried his head, bowed his nose, and showed a painful look. Has the drug effect begun? The muscles of the wolf began to tremble. Jump and jump, there is a tendency to swell. Then, a pinch of wolf hair fell off. Then more wolf hair began to fall off. After a few breaths, the whole animal was bald. Very good, you become stronger when you are bald. Ha ha ha, do you think that after being bald is a bit like a donkey? A bit like. After the luxuriant hair fell off, the texture changes of the Wolf King's skill became more intuitive. Originally a lean wolf, it turned into a bulldog visible to the naked eye. Horizontal growth? Fortunately, this is only the beginning. After a few caddies of meat grew horizontally, the bones of the Wolf King finally began to grow, and the entire Wolf King began to rise. To be honest, this picture is not scientific at all, it grows too fast. Lobo, have you forgotten that you have grown 20 centimeters overnight? Lobo, who grew up with Lolo brand milk powder. Luffy. The Wolf King clenched his teeth, his bones stretched so much, his body must have been painful, but he didn't let out any wailing. Very strong. Lobo changes perspective. I want to see if this wolf is male or female. Strange fans always have strange requests. Luffy. Nima. Who is this person? Luffy looked at the person's ID. The right hand is not the fault of sin alone. What a bad name. Wait, right hand, is it possible? Click on the information and take a look. Nima, it really was him. ID, right, the right hand is not the fault of sin alone. Gender? Identity, parasitic beast. Occupation, newly recruited anchors, but the broadcast has not yet started. Concern, 12. Fans, 10. Personal profile, no regrets in this life. Brother, you have a unique vision. The congestion is caused by the effect of the drug, the blood flow rate is increased, okay. I think we need to manage, this kind of dirty soul should be sealed. Luffy. I thought you were going to kick him. Since it is acquaintance, ignore it. Luffy continues to pay attention to the changes in the Wolf King. The growth rate of the Wolf King is a bit appalling. The bones whiten the top of the skin, and the outline of the bones can be clearly seen. Luffy was really worried about the bones coming out directly. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the muscles to begin to grow, supporting the skinny body again. Time passed by every minute and every second. A few hours passed, but it didn't end. Fortunately, Luffy sat cross-legged on a nearby tree stump. Unknowingly, Whitefish's belly appeared on the horizon. At this time, the Wolf King has grown from 1.5 meters to 3 meters. Now it is no longer visible that this is a wolf, that sturdy appearance, alive as a calf without horns. After a long time, the shadow slanted west. The hair on the Wolf King began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time there was finally a little bit of heroism. It's still the same hair, black and shiny, only the mouth is white. It's over. Congratulations, made it through. Wow. Woo. Woo. The Wolf King looked up to the sky and screamed. The surrounding leaves were blown around by the shock. Fuck. Luffy applauded somewhat perfunctorily. Since you are okay, then I will leave, I still have things to do. See you. Luffy waved his hand. The arm ejected, grabbed the tree trunk, and shot out with swish. The Wolf King bent his legs and chased fiercely, as fast as a gust of wind, and ran steadily under Luffy. Not bad, do you want to compare the speed? Then I will speed up. Lobo, you seem to have grown taller again. Sister Loyo gave the wrong medicine, right? Dwarf music hammer reel. Is it taller again? How tall is that now? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 30, do you know where Xuanjiao village is? Two dark shadows passed in the forest. One is on the tree, the other is under the tree, the speed is not the same. But strictly speaking, the one under the tree is faster than the one above the tree. Because you want to avoid the irregular growth of the trunk. And the one on the tree, as long as there is a place to grasp, is a straight line. Hoob. At the junction of the forest and the garbage mountain, the trunk of a large tree was suddenly bent and pulled. A figure fell from the tree. At the same time, a black shadow grabbed it and rushed out of the woods first. I saw the black shadow, his front paws grabbed the ground abruptly, and the back flicked forward. The fallen leaves and dirt flew up and down, a 180-degree drifting around came and cut in front of the shadow. The trash mountain in the early morning is shrouded in mist. A touch of water vapor, mixed with the unique decadent taste here, and a touch of salty sea breeze. People living here are very lazy, only when garbage trucks come to take out the garbage, they will be more diligent. Today, there are no garbage trucks to transport garbage, and no one will come out to see the amazing scene right now. A giant wolf with a height of 3 meters is looking down at a person with a very human expression. Yes, you won this time. Luffy raised his hand to touch the wolf's head. The Wolf King seemed to feel something, and raised his head proudly to avoid him. But it's not difficult for Luffy. Luffy's rubber arms doubled, and steadily touched the Wolf King's brain. Woo! You can't avoid looking up, you say you're out of breath. Poor dog, accept the ravages of Lobo. Luffy smiled and rubbed it a few times, then put his hand back. I still have business to do. I will leave here for a few days. You should go back. Your wolves cannot do without you. The Wolf King looked back at the forest thoughtfully. See you. With a wave of his hand, Luffy stretched out his arms and hung on the eaves. He ejected and hurried to the pier near the trash mountain. Seeing that Luffy disappeared from his field of vision, the Wolf King turned and returned to the forest. Lobo, why don't you go to the pier on Center Street? Is there no money? Goya Kingdom has 2 piers, one is in Zongzhen Street and the other is Garbage Mountain. In comparison, the ships docked in Center Street are more upscale. The Trash Mountain is full of trash fish, or illegally hidden pirate ships. It's not about money. I plan to take the Sapphire pirate ship. Sapphire pirates? Didn't Ace steal their treasure? Will they help? Will do. The one with the skull on the front is the ship of the Sapphire pirates. Then I will use the text bubble to communicate with you. I think Lobo probably wants to hijack the ship. Distressed the captain of the Sapphire pirates for 3 seconds. Lobo, at such a handsome moment, I think I should put on Akatsuki's trench coat. No, I think Luffy is more handsome now. There is a saying that I have always wanted to say, Lobo, your shorts are very flexible and can be worn, but they look like wearing trousers, so shameful. Shorts? Trousers? Luffy looked down. No, the shorts that I wore when I was 1 meter by 1 meter are really no different from the bottom of my pants. Still tight. Who makes you talk? I have been waiting for my shorts to burst. I stayed up all night and waited until now, but you ruined a good thing. Luffy. Luffy took out Akatsuki's trench coat and put it on her body as quickly as possible. These perverts. After getting dressed, Luffy stretched his arms, grabbed the bow of the Sapphire pirate group, and jumped onto the deck. You finally came, I've been waiting for a long drive. Some hoarse voices startled Luffy. Go straight to the subject, it's not convenient for me to stay here for too long. Is there anyone else here? Luffy hid against the wall, looking for reputation. Under the pirate ship, a man in a black windbreaker got off the garbage truck. A team of soldiers followed closely behind. Boxes of goods were unloaded from the garbage truck. Let your people come and help too, we have to leave before the fog clears. The pirate glanced at the box removed from the garbage truck. With a hello, a dozen pirates hurriedly joined the porter's work. It is an honor for me to work for that adult together. Okay. The man in the black trench coat didn't want to talk much, and covered his nose with his hands in disgust. When all the goods are shipped, leading people to disappear in the fog. Boss, this box turned out to be explosives. There is fuel. The pirate distributing the lottery scolded, shut up, I don't know what's inside. Move these goods to the warehouse and arrange them properly. The pirate moved quickly. Explosives? Fuel? Could it be? Yes, the Tianlong people are coming to search, and the king is going to burn the garbage mountain for the sake of the city. Ugh! If Lobo hijacks this pirate ship, will he be able to? You are too naive, without the Sapphire pirates, there are others. How about killing the king? It's useless, let me say, wait for the dragon to come, and assassinate him ha ha ha. Then there is an order to slaughter the devil, the entire island is buried, funny. When the trash mountain was burned, the dragon was not there anymore, so don't think about it too much. Tianlong people must bring bodyguards when they travel. It's unrealistic. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The voice of the phone worm rang. The pirate took out the phone worm. Listen to the guard that he has delivered the things. Yes, King. Very well, I'll leave it to you for the next thing. I hope you don't let me down. I will do my best to finish this matter, and I promise not to reveal the slightest noise. Very well, you won't have to hide from Tibet after the matter is over. I will canonize you as nobles. Many thanks. The phone worm hangs up. All the pirates who did not know the situation on the deck were frozen. Captain Jim, you just said the king? Is that the king? The pirate with the beetles collected the phone worm. Well, the king has promised me that as long as the work he explained is done well, we people will be canonized as nobles, so don't ask if you shouldn't ask. I'll let you do it. Whatever you do. Yes. Received. Ha ha ha, it's true that the captain can reach a deal with the king. Can people like us become nobles? What can the king say? Blue Gem turned around, his expression turned from happy to overcast, and returned to his cabin. Humph, if the king dared to say nothing, I will tell what he asked me to do. Naive, the king won't give you a chance to say it at all. Poor little pirate. Luffy leaned in the corner of the cabin, looking at the unconscious leader of the pirate. Gurulu. The belly rang. Blueum suddenly turned around, and saw a little shy boy with an apologetic face. Luffy grinned and said, Do you know where Xuanjiao village is? I heard it's on a nearby island. Also, do you have anything to eat? I'm a little hungry. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 31, Did I Do Nothing? The Sapphire Pirates, after a brief but brutal battle, became silent. On weekdays, the lunatics who have a hideous face and always think about making a fortune are like a group of elementary school students who have made mistakes, standing neatly in a row in the captain's room. The door of the captain's room was open, and Luffy sat on the floor of the captain's room, gorging the meat from the dining car delivered by the chef into his stomach at an exaggerated speed. As more and more meat was stuffed into his belly, Luffy's belly also bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the most strange thing was that when the pirates at the scene began to suspect that Luffy was going to be crushed to death by himself, the chubby belly was directly held back, as if it had never been bulged. Belch. Hey, I'm not so hungry finally, thank you for the hospitality. Now let's get to the point. Everyone. Rest. The pirates responded to Luffy's instructions as quickly as possible as if they had been electrocuted. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Are you a pig? There is no distinction between left and right. The scolded pirate was shocked and sweaty, and quickly turned his head to the right direction. Look forward. Now start counting from you. Luffy's gaze fell on the captain of the Sapphire Pirates, Blue Gem. Brugum resisted a bit, but the fork on his thigh that had not been pulled out told him that if he dared to show a trace of dissatisfaction, he might be missing an extremely important member. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. The captain, sailor, cook, and those working on the ship were all present. Luffy's gaze flicked across everyone's faces, and he confirmed again, Is everyone here? Burjamai, why not here? A pirate glanced at the captain, and said weakly, Brother Baljamai. Luffy interrupted, before speaking, Call out to report. Report, report. Say. Big Brother Baljamai was executed by Captain Gem for losing the face of the Sapphire Pirates. Execution, is Baljamai dead? Originally, Luffy planned to beat Burjamai to vent his anger. It now appears that he has been punished even more. Luffy's eyes fell on Brugum again. The method is very powerful. If you are defeated, you will die. Then you should judge yourself now. Blue Gem was a little flustered. He couldn't understand the origin of this killing star that came suddenly. Before Bruce M thought of the answer from both sides, Luffy suddenly asked, "Why did you choose to be a pirate? Now that you have chosen, why don't you want to be a pirate now? Trading with the king in exchange for the status of a nobleman, in your opinion, is more developed than being a pirate." Blueum was still thinking about how to answer the last question. Luffy suddenly changed the subject and his brain got stuck. The corners of Luffy's mouth curled up, showing an encouraging smile. "Tell me, although being a pirate is not such a glorious thing, but two of my friends dream of becoming a pirate. The pirate can drift freely on the sea without having to look up to others. Pirates, isn't it a man's romance to give life to the sea until the day when we sail to the end of life? By the way, have you ever been to the Great Root? You didn't get scared there, so that your personality was distorted, so you have to use brutality to conceal your inner fragility, right? Or, you don't even have the guts to enter the Great Root. Seriously, if the pirates don't go to the Great Root, what pirates are you guys? It's better to find a mountain top, occupy the mountain as the king, and be a bandit. Sorry, your cowardly trying to give up makes me have to speculate about your mental journey with a little bit of malice. So, do you have anything to add? Does anyone want to prove that he is not a coward? As far as I know, pirates are chased by the navy all the time. You should be a little brave. After all, a person who can hook up with the king should at least have some reputation." Luffy smiled at Brugum. Brugum's face had changed from red to purple, and then from purple to black. If he couldn't beat him, he would have the heart of the guy in front of him. Bluegem glanced at the cabinet behind Luffy, where there was a gun. Bluegem's fierce gaze attracted Luffy's attention, and Luffy followed Bluegem's gaze. "Open the drawer in front of Bruham. Your eyes tell me that there is a magic weapon for you to win here. Let me see if my guess is correct." "Oh! Look, what did I find? An antique that I have only seen in a museum." Luffy took out something that looked like a grab. "This is a single-barreled flintlock." Luffy moved the hammer and saw a flint on the jaws of the trigger hammer. The working principle of this thing is like a lighter. After the trigger is pulled, the spring connected to the hammer will release the stored elastic potential energy. When the flint on the hammer hits, a spark will be emitted. The spark ignites the gunpowder in the fire door, and the gunpowder explodes, push a small steel ball to complete the shot. Luffy pulled the trigger at the ceiling, crack. Sparks flashed, and a wisp of blue smoke rose, but because there was no gunpowder and steel inserted, no bullets were shot out. "You want to use this thing against me? Before you shoot, you may have died 1,000 times. Luffy pointed the gun at himself and glanced inside. "How can such an ancient flintlock rifle be rifled? What am I expecting? I really don't understand." Luffy threw the flintlock to Brugum. "If this thing makes you feel a sense of security, then you hold it. Now, it's up to you to answer my question. Do you want to continue to be pirates, or choose the noble dream? If you answer wrongly, you will die. Please think carefully about what you are talking about." With the flintlock thrown by Luffy, Bruham's expression was uncertain. A sense of powerlessness that I had never felt before filled his body. Who is this person? Was it the king who sent him to test him, or did the idle eggs hurt the righteous people who like to be nosy? From the tone of the call just now, this person is a bit like a navy. But what kind of bird the East China Sea Navy is like, he knows best, but when did such a number appear? Is it because the Tianlong people are coming, and the people from the Navy headquarters are sent to inspect the situation? So if this guy is a navy, he may or may not be related to the king. Relevance is a test of his loyalty. It doesn't matter. Then whether he answered that he would continue to be a pirate or help the king, it would not be a good result. The sweat on Brugam's forehead has already flowed, flowing down between his eyebrows. Vaguely he heard his own heartbeat. Luffy didn't worry, and waited silently. Time passed by, puff. Brugum suddenly fell on his back and fainted. Luffy looked at the other pirates blankly. Did I do something? Why did he faint? The other pirates looked at Bruham, where Bruham lay down, a water stain spread around. It won't be. There is no sorrow, it shouldn't be. But if it is sweat, it is too exaggerated. Do you have a boat, doctor? Show this guy. If it doesn't work, throw it into the sea and feed the fish. It can also be regarded as giving back to nature's nurturing grace. So cool. Is this Lobo? Finally someone spoke, and the breath that hung in my heart almost suffocated Lao Tzu to death. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 32, Good Captain. The ship doctor flicked a bucket of cold water, and in front of Luffy, he woke up with a crash. Ahem. Ahem, ahem. The water rushed into the nasal cavity, flowed into the trachea, and Bruce M coughed violently, like a tuberculosis patient who was dying of coughing. My lord, I am awake. The ship doctor put down the wood and bowed to Luffy humbly. Luffy's mouth twitched. Do you call this method help? What should I say? Is it a kid thief? Shouldn't he be more sturdier? You did a good job, return to the team. Luffy gave the order, and the ship doctor stood at attention and quickly stood back. Bruham was still coughing. Luffy gave him some time. When Bruham's cough was not so violent, he opened his mouth and said, I'm sorry to scare you out. I don't know you are so courageous. Fainted. Bruham got up quickly and looked at the other crew members. The crew bowed their heads, pretending they didn't see it. Bruham's pale face was choked into a monkey in an instant. The captain's majesty collapsed. Since you are so courageous, I won't scare you. I have been in the army, not in the navy, but on land. A lot of bad boys come there every year, most of them are not from military academies, but vagrants from all over the place. It is not an exaggeration to say that many of them are rascals. They have suffered from cold eyes, disappointed their parents, and worried the society. It's a problem, young man, with all kinds of problems in one body. But they are not incurable. 1 year of army career, 1 year of hardship, 1 year of perseverance, 1 year of iron-blooded tenderness. In the end, they will be transformed into heroes who will defend their homes and nations. Do you know that if they deny him when they stole the first piece of rubber, and stamp him with the bad guy's seal the first time he bullied the weak, how many admirable names would be lost on the hero monument? This number, if there is no age limit, it will be uncountable. You are worse than those bad boys. If you stay in the place before me, you will be imprisoned to death, or you will be executed directly. But, fortunately, this is not there. And I am willing to give you a chance. Or rather, a choice. The pirate's eyes began to wonder. Luffy smiled and said, if I let you go now, you will continue to do everything. It's not your fault, it's mine. So, I decided to take you in. Luffy looked at Bruce Gem. Asked, you believe in the survival of the fittest, and the strong is king, right? In your values, can the strong do whatever they want, right? We should have great differences and deviations in our understanding of power. So, from today, before you find values that I can identify with, I will be your values. Of course, don't doubt that if you don't cooperate with me, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. I think a few days ago, some of your crew members disappeared or were killed by wolves. I'm not sure if you found their bodies. However, this is enough to prove that although I am a good person, I am not a saint. Now, you can give me an affirmative answer. Luffy looked around. The pirate looked at each other, and the ship doctor suddenly shouted, "Hello, Captain!" The pirates suddenly realized, and shouted, "Hello, Captain!" This answer. Luffy looked at Bruham. Bruham opened his mouth, his expression sullen, "The sapphire pirates are yours." Luffy glanced at the flag of the Sapphire Pirate Group. I don't want a pirate group. From today, this ship has no name. When will you get my approval and when will you be worthy of a name? Now, take off the pirate flag, and by the way, remove the cute skulls on the bow. I like to be low-key. That skull is too high-key. Don't do it yet. The pirates were clever, recovered, and shouted, yes. Captain. The crew left, but Brugam was still standing there. Is there anything you don't understand, do you want to ask? No. Then what are you still standing here for? Why don't you help your teammates? Brugam opened his mouth and handed the flintlock in his hand to Luffy. Luffy waved his hand with a look of disgust. You can keep this backward thing for yourself. It may be more stable when you sleep at night. Brugam's artifact gave Luffy a complicated look, picked up the gun, and walked to the bow. Luffy shouted, movements are quicker. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan set sail for Xuanjiao village. The pirates became nervous, and their movements accelerated. Solving the huge skull on the bow in 10 minutes is not a simple task. In other words, Lobo, you want to recruit these people as crew members. Text bubble, since you meet them, you can't let them go. It's to kill them all, so let's practice with them first. Oh, when they come back from Xuanjiao village, will they follow it back to the base? The base refers to the one established by Luffy Saboy. Text bubble, no, I have better arrangements for them. I plan to let them join the army. Join the army. Text bubble, yes, join the army. The busy pirate didn't know he was going to join the army. 10 minutes later, the pirate flag was removed, and the huge skull on the bow was also removed. The unnamed pirate ship set sail on time and headed to Xuanjiao village. But a howl of a wolf stopped the trip. Luffy stood on the bow and looked down. Some surprises turned out to be There is also a newly hunted deer in his mouth. Is this here for food? Go. 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 A beast is here. Go. The 3-meter-high giant wolf still had a sturdy dead deer hanging from its mouth. The pirates were all shocked by this scene. Don't be afraid, this is the wolf I'm talking about, he is very good. The pirates looked at each other, which one you were talking about? The one that ate several of us? Thinking of this festival, the pirates' faces turned pale. This Nima is called good? Unlike the pirate whose face was blanched, fans in the live broadcast room only cheered after seeing Wow, turned back again, so cute. This is considered to be the master, right? I also brought meat, isn't this here for food? Who will deliver food, is so cute. Luffy greeted why are you here? Leaped forward and landed directly on the deck with a bump. You must know that the ship has been out for more than 10 meters. This bounce ability is really terrifying. Woo! You want to go with me? Nodded. One person, one wolf communication is no problem. The mouth of the crew member who came to report was trembling. Shib. Captain, those gunpowder, and how to deal with fuel? The amount of fuel needed to ignite the entire garbage mountain is not a small amount. There are thousands of people living in it, which is comparable to a small village. Luffy looked at the old fuel piled on the deck in deep thought. Throwing is impossible, it's all money. Use it and not use it. You have been pirates for so long, should you have some trading channels? You mean the black market? Yes. Put down the venison, and the pirate shivered wherever his eyes went. Well, then sell them all. Where's the chef? Ask the chef to come over and cook this deer. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 33, Shimatsuki Village. Wow! That cute green algae head is Soran, right? I started practicing hard since I was young, so cute. Facts have proved that the two islands are not far away, and Luffy arrived in less than a day. Hey, the question now is, Lobo, how do you let Gina use Han drowning spring? How did you secretly change the water in the bathtub? Will Gina's father be beaten to death like that? I don't think Gina's father will be a weak one. On the deck, Luffy looked at the island in the sea breeze. Xuanjiao village is built on the shore of the island and can be seen at a glance. On the surface, this is a very ordinary village. A small group of 7 or 8-year-old children ran over when they saw the big ship, gathered together, and cheered at the ship. Text bubble, do you guys say, who most wants Gina to become a boy? Gina's father. Are you trying to start with Papa Gina, right? Text bubble, no, I plan to start from multiple directions. The first step is to move into the dojo. Xuanjiao village, Yuxin Taoist temple. Monkey D. Luffy, I have met the owner, I have come to apprentice. Luffy bowed and bowed. Oh, do you use your real name directly? I thought I would have a pseudonym. The two islands are so close, there is nothing to hide. Yes, sincerely treats each other in exchange for sincerity. Apprentice? Does Lobo plan to use a knife or to get involved? Text bubble, I don't have a definite plan yet, try it first. Monkey D. Luffy. Cow's hero lowered his head, 2 bright lights refracted on the round lens. Luffy nodded heartily, well, my name is Monkey D. Luffy and I am 7 years old this year. Puff. Kojiro suddenly smiled. A 1.8 meter 7-year-old? Are you a family of giants? Luffy glanced at the clan emblem on Kojiro's clothes and the 2 crossed scimitars. Introducing myself, I am not a giant. I grow taller because I ate the wrong thing not long ago. That's it. Cow's hero lifted his eyes and calmed down his bad mood. Well, you are here to apprentice? Who recommended you to come? Luffy shook his head, no one recommended me to come. I passed by boat. I saw a dojo here, so I wanted to come to apprentice. In addition, if you have doubts about my identity, I can tell you my grandpa's name. He is a navy, and you should know him. Puff, do you sell grandpa? This is Luffy. Your grandfather carefully hid you in the bandit den, only to be exposed by your sentence. Cow's hero looked serious and asked seriously, your grandpa is? Monkey D. Carp, Navy hero Lieutenant General Carp. Oh who, sold thoroughly. You are Carp's grandson. Luffy nodded repeatedly. Cow's hero lowered his head and raised his hand to support his forehead. Consider the huge amount of information received in this period of time. You said you came by boat, but the pirate ship that was parked in the harbor. The pirate flag on the pirate ship and the huge skull on the bow have been removed. On the surface, it is no different from an ordinary fishing boat. It can be distinguished in this way, and it can be seen that Cow's hero paid close attention to it. Yes, that ship originally belonged to the Sapphire Pirates. They did a bad thing, and now it's in my name. Sapphire Pirates. Kojiro recalled that the pirate ship of the Sapphire Pirates in his memory overlapped with the pirate ship parked in the port. That's why it feels familiar to me because of this. Cow's hero re-examined the 7-year-old sitting in front of him. If what the kid said is true. The 7-year-old kid took the gang of pirates over, and Carp, who was a monster, had another monster grandson. Is the praise worthy of being a member of the D family? Cow's hero pressed his temple subconsciously. Do you want to accept this child? Obviously, this is definitely a trouble or a big trouble. But relatively, this child's talent is also unique. Do you know how to use a sword? Will not. Very well, I have a daughter who is 11 years old this year. If you can defeat her with a sword, I will accept you as a disciple. Don't you think this threshold is set a bit high? I heard that your daughter is a genius of swordsmanship well known far and wide, and even many adults are not her opponents. Cow's hero smiled, but aren't you also a genius? I've heard of the name of the Sapphire Pirates. It is definitely not easy for you to defeat them. Luffy didn't dare to make a conclusion about Gina's combat effectiveness, and naturally there was no certainty of victory. According to reason, I argued, I ate a devil fruit when I was a child. I can defeat those pirates relying on the power of the devil fruit, and you let me use a sword to defeat my daughter who practiced kendo since I was a child. It is very unfair to me. Unless, you don't limit my ability to use devil fruit. The amount of information is getting bigger and bigger. Cow's hero was surprised, you also ate a devil fruit. Devil fruit can give people superpowers, but it is not necessarily a good thing for a swordsman. The convenience brought by the devil fruit will distract the swordsman. It is difficult for a talented swordsman to go all out to become the world's #1 swordsman. How can a distracted swordsman achieve this achievement? There is no shortcut in the path taken by the swordsman. If you want me to accept you as a disciple, then you must complete the test I give you. Cow's hero narrowed the corners of his eyes, and there was a kind of smile on his face. But in this situation, in such an untimely situation, this smile is a bit gloomy. The squinting eyes are all monsters, especially those wearing glasses. The brighter the smile, the darker the heart. I bet my instant noodles this month, this guy must have an identity similar to Anbu. That goes to say, the clan emblem on his body tells everything. Since you insist on carrying out the unfairness to the end, then I accept your test. But I'm in a hurry, I haven't eaten enough yet, can I have a meal? I can pay. What kind of grudges or grievances? I asked someone to invite you to dinner. Lobo turned out to also cut the black, and now there is a good show. Just eating, Cow's hero said generously, you don't need the money. You can eat it openly if you add a pair of chopsticks. For free. Good people. Luffy thought of the crew who also had no food. Last night, the crew held a cocktail party to congratulate Luffy on becoming the new captain. Because the preparation was not enough, a ship of food was off Luffy and there was a dog's belly. Until now, the people on the boat are still hungry. Many thanks. Can I add a few more chopsticks? For some reason, my crew and a pet have not eaten yet. Cow's hero responded generously, no problem, let them all come. Luffy bowed to thank you. He added, those crew members are all sinners. Just prepare some rough tea and light meals for them. My pet and I like to eat meat, please. Cow's hero, no problem. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 34, I am only 7 years old this year. 12 crew members and a giant beast stood at the gate of the dojo. Kojiro skipped the pirates and looked up at the head of the giant beast. The black-faced Wolf King stands 3 meters high when standing on all fours, and sits up straight with his head up to 5 meters high. Don't be too small to stand in front of a 1-meter-8 person. This is the pet you are talking about. The corner of Kojiro's eyes was micrometers, and a kind smile appeared. The Wolf King looked down at Luffy. The name pet was a bit harsh to the noble Wolf King. Woo! That's right, it's also a companion. Pets and companions make no difference to me. The Wolf King put away the reluctance on his face and raised his head again. He accepted this explanation. Goose's self-esteem is satisfied. It turns out that companions and pets are of the same level, so it seems that I will be more friendly to my companions in the future. That's too expensive, my master eats half of my pocket money a month. Only I care about Cow's hero? What did he do wrong, to endure this torture? He opened a dojo by mistake, ha ha ha. This big guy shouldn't be able to eat much, right? Luffy saw Cow's hero who was squinting, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. He doesn't have a big appetite, and he won't eat too much, or give me money for this meal, they still have some savings. How can the promise I made as a swordsman be invalidated? There is still a lot of surplus food in the dojo. Don't worry, please open up and eat. This year is a bumper year. Luffy, thank you very much. With the giant wolf, it is impossible to eat in the room. Cow's hero led the way and said, then please come and eat at the dojo. The dog advanced, and the cat fell on his waist. The dojo is very loose, but it is still a little short for dogs, so you can only move forward with caution. Cow's hero observed a few pirates from the side. The notorious guy who was usually fierce and vicious, looked particularly docile and well-behaved at this time. Even the leader of the pirate with a fierce name was very low-key, and even nodded and smiled at him. Wow! Teacher! Is this big dog also a guest? What a big dog! Hey! Can you touch it? A large group of half-old children in kendo uniforms gathered together. They are all 7 or 8 years old. Cow's hero introduced, these are all children from the village. If you practice in my place, you may become the same in the future. Luffy introduced himself, hello everyone, my name is Luffy, please take care of me. Luffy, is this big dog yours? Can you touch it? Luffy glanced at the Wolf King and introduced, this is not a dog, it is a wolf. Before you have enough strength, it's better not to get close. Unfortunately, he underestimated the courage of these children. I have the strength. The teacher has taught me a lot, I will come. Luffy. Ah! Have you done all of today's homework? The children were silent. Not going back. A group of stupid guys finally reluctantly left. Next, it's time for Cow's hero to cry in his heart. Luffy only took 2 mouthfuls to solve the meat prepared by Cow's hero. It's delicious. Anything else? Yes, enough care. 10 minutes later, all the pirates were full and the battle ended. 30 minutes later, the Wolf King ended the fight. 1 hour. Luffy hiccups. Cow's hero watched the whole process, a little skeptical about life. Luffy did not lie, the giant wolf did not have a big appetite, and Luffy was like a newborn child. Belch. Satisfied with a long sigh of relief, Luffy's ball-like belly returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the 5th time. I'm full. Thanks for the hospitality, I can start fighting. Are you finally full? Cow's hero breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, Gina, come out and fight this boy. Following Kojiro's words, a girl walked into the door of the dojo. It can be seen that the girl has been standing outside the door for a while. Luffy looked at people coming. He is 1.5 meters tall and has short dark blue hair. There was a hint of curiosity and contempt in his eyes. Gina's first impression of Luffy was vaguely similar to the first time I saw Ace. Finally saw the goddess living in the lines. So pretty, this is the woman Suoda can't beat in a lifetime. In a way, Gina made Soran. If Gina doesn't die, wouldn't the soda meat not be so strong? No, the strength of Suoda is that he is Suoda, how can he become weak? It makes sense. Hello, my name is Luffy. Gina. Even if they know each other's names, they know each other. Gina looked away from Luffy's face and fell on the Wolf King. This is your dog? Can you touch it? Sure enough, girls like furry things. Luffy responded readily, of course it can. Gina walked towards the black-faced Wolf King. The Wolf King's gaze shifted, looked at Luffy, then at Cow's hero, and looked at Gina for nearly 10 seconds before lowering his head and rubbing against Gina's face. Wow! Even if such an intimate act has never been shown to Lobo, Urha and Gina are very close. I think I am thanking for the hospitality. It's also possible that it's meeting people to order dishes, and the dog thinks that Gina will like it, just like using meat when treating Lobo. Smart dog. So beautiful. He is more beautiful when he runs. You can discuss with him and see if he is willing to take you for a ride. What's his name? I haven't gotten up yet. Would you like to get one? How about Heezy? I think it's okay. It's very vivid. He is really dark enough. Around the dog, Luffy and Gina chatted without anyone else. Cow's hero couldn't help but coughed slightly and interrupted the conversation between the two. The sword is ready, you can start. Gina turned around and took the bamboo sword from her father. Luffy followed. Then the two stood in the middle of the dojo. Luffy grinned and said, the owner said, as long as I beat you, I will be accepted as a disciple, and you will be able to see sunspots every day from now on. Gina glanced at the sunspot who had just been named. Seriously said, I will not release water. Cough. Cough. Fight. Start. The blue veins on Kojiro's smiling face jumped. The stinky boy actually induced Kuyuna to release the water in front of him, and he really didn't put him in the eyes of the curator. Of course a swordsman with faith in his heart will not release water in the competition. However, today is the first time I hold a bamboo sword. I think that proper retention of strength can better reflect the kendo spirit of a swordsman. Also, I'm only 7 years old this year. I grew tall because I ate the wrong thing. The blue veins on Kojiro's forehead jumped wildly, and he couldn't help but teach this kid by himself. But I thought that the kid on the court might really be only 7 years old. I can only forget. Slick little devil, ask for more blessings. You'd better pray not to win the game, otherwise I must let you know what the real kendo spirit is. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 35, I want to challenge you. Bump. Luffy's head was hit by a bamboo sword, and it sank. As far as strength is concerned, the 11-year-old Gina is definitely not the 10-year-old Isko. Especially when you have a weapon in your hand. So, just lost like this? The opponent was close at hand, and Luffy subconsciously hit the bamboo sword in his hand on Gina's head. As a soft rubber man, Gina's blow did not make Luffy lose consciousness. It didn't even cause much impact. The other party. It's normal, Gina will never let her opponent take advantage of it, and it's still in the middle of the head. But the moment Luffy's head sank, Gina, who had never seen such a situation, was still frightened. She thought she broke people's heads. Luffy's bamboo sword was retracted with just a touch. At the same time, Luffy's head also recovered. Seeing Gina was still surprised, she explained, "Don't worry, my head is okay, I ate the rubber devil fruit, and my body is as elastic as rubber." Gina just recovered. Cow's hero. Gina didn't hold the remnant heart, and the attack was invalid. Luffy, 1 point. Okay? How? Gina had dented his head, so why didn't the attack be invalid? What is Zangzan? Why is it invalid? Gina breathed a sigh of relief. Explained, Zangzan means that after making an effective attack, the swordsman must remain vigilant and go all out to meet the next attack, just like a drop of water left in the cup after the tea is poured out. I just shocked your head and lost consciousness. So the attack is invalid. For the swordsman, failing to hold the remnant heart is a very serious fault. I lost this duel. Oh, I see. You don't have to blame yourself too much. No matter what you haven't seen, everyone will be surprised. Your attack is very fast. It is the fastest I have encountered so far. This is already great. Well, since I won, then we will be the same in the future. Hello sister, bowed and saluted. Hello teacher. Salutes. Cow's hero. In any case, he never thought that the game ended in this way. He knows Gina's character very well, no matter how much Luffy says, Gina will not let go. Her pride does not allow it. But it was also this pride that made her unable to tolerate the slightest mistake she committed and let Luffy win. Could it be that this is destined? Judging from Luffy's current performance, this kid is not a good seedling who can concentrate on swordsmanship. He lacks invincible belief in his character, and he will not be desperate and forget his life. His fighting style considers many factors, and counts everything that can be used into the battle. Use all the variables outside of your body to help yourself win. Such a person would be a successful leader and an overall talent, but not necessarily an excellent swordsman. A swordsman needs to have the qualifications of a rib, rather than resourceful. However, the promise made cannot be violated. Although this child may not become a generation of swordsmen in the end, it is enough to protect himself. There is no shortage of monsters in the D family, and no one can tell the future. His judgment is only momentary. Who can tell the future? Congratulations, but probably you will soon be stuck on a nasty guy. After all, you have accomplished the goal that guy hasn't been able to accomplish for years. It must be Cutie Soran. Distressed Soran, senior sister was seized for the first time. God TMD was seized for the first time. But I like it. Outside the kendo arena, Soran fell under the tree, biting a barbell in his mouth, and hanging a sandbag with a long rope around the tree with both hands. This is Soran's unique strength training. Soran. Gina was defeated. Soran's movements are petrified. The barbell dangling from his mouth fell to the ground, smashing a hole. What? How could Gina lose to anyone other than me? Who is it? Did not let Luffy wait for a long time. Not long after the child at the door ran out, the door was kicked open, full of angry roar, and carried through the audience. Who defeated Gina? Luffy looked at Soran. At this time, Soran should be 9 years old, 1.3 meters tall, a head shorter than Gina, and a very short. Soran, this is my new apprentice, you should get along well in the future. Kojiro's squinted eyes looked kind. Luffy felt completely malicious from it. You defeated Gina? I want to challenge you. Kao's hero added, by the way, since you want to be a swordsman, you can't use any tricks other than swordsmanship when you are on the island from today to compete with your fellow players. This is good for you. Luffy. Full of malice. No problem, this is what I am after. I have never wanted to be too attached to the devil fruit. Teacher, I heard that there is something called domineering in this world, can you do it? Can you teach me? Kao's hero was taken aback. Seeing Luffy's fighting spirit, with extremely serious eyes, Kao's hero suddenly doubted whether his judgment was right or wrong. The brat in front of him may lack the talent for a muscle, but he has enough ambition and pursuit of strength. Where did you know domineering? Is your grandfather? No, there is a domineering old pirate in the trash mountain of Goya Kingdom. He told me. This sentence is half true and half false. There is indeed an old pirate who can dominate in Garbage Mountain in Goya Kingdom, but Luffy has never contacted him. The main reason is that the opportunity has not yet been found. Oh, I see. Then he should tell you that domineering is a very advanced fighting skill, which is not something you can learn if you want to learn it. You need to have enough aptitude and understanding, and then understand and break through in battle. If you want to master that kind of power, you should practice assiduously to develop a will like a blade. Soran heard that he had more advanced fighting skills, and he immediately asked, is the domineering very powerful? I want to learn too. With a smile on his face, Kao's hero encouraged, then go to fight. Okay. Soran shouted and turned to look at Luffy. I want to challenge you. Luffy spread his hands, I am happy to accompany you, but don't cry if you lose. The battle came suddenly. It ended very quickly. Soran, holding 2 knives in his hand, looked like a mad dog. His attack speed may not be as fast as Gina, but the frequency is several times higher. Fortunately, there are few effective attacks. Bump. Finding the right time, Luffy hit Soran's head with a knife. This knife imitated Gina's movements, concise and swift. In fact, it is not easy to use this knife and make this blow effective. Fortunately, Soran's attack is wide and wide, and the speed is not so fast, so I give Luffy a hole. Thump. Soran fell on his back. 1 point, Luffy wins. Soran's eyes were hollow and there was no response. Close view, unexpectedly fainted. Sorry, the power seems to be out of control. Gina, there is no need to apologize, the swordsman was going to go all out, he is too weak. Poor Soran, if he is still awake, he will kill himself. Fortunately, dizzy. Congratulations Lobo, you have successfully penetrated the enemy's interior, then is the next highlight. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 36, we were also stunned. Should these pirates also come to my door? After setting up Soran, Cow's hero noticed the people eating melons beside him. The pirates looked at Luffy. Their fate is now in Luffy's hands. They can only go where Luffy asks them to go. At least it was like this before there was no better choice. They can't go into the teacher's door, that would cause a huge disaster to the teacher. The king of the Goa kingdom is looking for them now. King? Koshiro's smiling face couldn't help but the corners of his mouth twitched. What did you do? The students all went to send Soran to the dojo, only Luffy, Cow's hero, Gina, Ziohei, and a group of pirates. Luffy said directly, the Tianlong people are going to visit the Goa kingdom in the near future. In order to welcome the world's nobles with the best appearance, the king of the Goa kingdom decided to burn the waste terminal outside the border town wall, together with the people who lived there. Together. I accidentally learned about this. The gunpowder and fuel that can ignite the whole garbage mountain are on the ship in the port. Teacher, do you need these things? If you need them, let them bring them to you as a reward for your hospitality. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Cow's hero is wood. Lu Fei said that the pirate did evil, but even if this evil made him think about it, he couldn't guess it was such a big thing. It's too. Teacher? Teacher. Cow's hero came back to his senses in a daze. Woodenly praised, you have done a good job, then, how do you plan to deal with these people? Luffy looked at the pirate. The pirate's face was already sweating. Such an important secret. This little ancestor has said it so simply. I'm really not afraid of death. But even if you are not afraid of death, please consider the helpless us. We are afraid of death. The pirate's heart has completely collapsed, and it can't collapse again. I plan to let them become the navy. I heard that there is a very greedy navy in the East China Sea called Colonel Mouse. In order to make money, he will not hesitate to collude with the pirates and make huge profits. I think since he has the ability to make those pirates behave, he must be able to make these people disappear. Cow's hero asked, then how do you let them join the army? Joining the army requires very strict identification. Luffy, this will use the cargo on the ship. I plan to let them buy all the explosives and fuel on the ship, and then use the money to bribe the Mouse Colonel. Cow's hero, you want them to bribe the navy? I think your grandpa knows that he won't be happy. Lu Fei grinned and said, I know that I will definitely not be happy now, I will be happy in a few years. I intend to let them be undercover under Major Mouse and collect all the evidence of Colonel Mouse's crimes, and then when I succeed in my cultivation, I will go to the navy and stabbing the evidence of Colonel Mouse in my name. Of course, this is not a fight for power. In their name, no matter how detailed the evidence is, there may be no bones left to be dismembered by the Navy's intertwined chain of interests. I'm different. I don't think anyone in the Navy will offend the hero of the Navy, Lieutenant General Carp, because of a rat colonel. Clear thinking and careful planning. Cow's hero suddenly felt that he was about to recognize this child who claimed to be only 7 years old. Is he really only 7 years old? How could the World Tree have such a genius? Then, have you ever thought that the Mouse Colonel you mentioned collects money but doesn't do anything, so what about it? All the pirates listened with their ears upright, their expressions more serious than ever. Luffy grinned and said, "That's their own business." The expressions of the pirates froze. Luffy turned to look at Cow's hero. "What, teacher, what do you think? You can never know that they are going to burn the trash mountain, and you can't kill them all. It's really cruel." Cow's hero nodded. "You are right, you really can't let it go, and you can't kill them all. You did a good job." "Just good? This arrangement is absolutely amazing. I seem to see Luffy's first day in the Navy. He was promoted to colonel by virtue of his military service. Just hope the pirates are not too stupid. Well, now I only worry about the pirates. After all, if it weren't for Luffy, they would have been eaten by the king. Lobo, do you really care if they let them think of themselves? Or think of a way for them, or waste a good move?" Lobo, although saying that exchanging secrets is the most effective way to build trust, it is still too risky to do so. "You have not been with this person. How can you be sure that he is credible?" Text bubble, don't take it too seriously, I just said casually, when I am successful in my cultivation, I will go out to sea as a pirate. Who will become a navy? Whatever. Do not. I am looking forward to the look of the navy uniform on the Lobo ship. Yes, use Colonel Mouse for military merit, and then capture the Aaron pirates. The guarantee is also a colonel, and then Bucky is captured. Is it okay to be promoted to Major General? Well, when I caught Bucky, I stabbed Bucky out of the incident that he had stayed on the previous generation One Piece ship. Perfect. In order to change your military merits, are you so cute, Bucky? When I first saw the pirate, that silly guy still brought a lot of fun to Luffy. Luffy, have you really never learned sword before? No. Then the sword you hit Zoran was. It's just like senior sister Shue chopped me. Just. If you just glance at it, you can cut it out. Then the talent of this child is far stronger than expected. Have you found a treasure? Luffy, pick up the bamboo sword, and I'll make up for you. On this day, Luffy was trained under Cow's hero for a day. I started talking about the basics, including how to hold a sword, stand up, and cleave. Luffy absorbed quickly, and his memory was outstanding. What you have said can be remembered once. The same mistake is almost never made a second time. So I quickly learned the basic content and kept up with the overall progress of the students. Then all the students practice together. Keep swinging the sword, the purpose is to strengthen muscle memory. The process is quite boring. In the evening, the pirate, under the direction of Luffy, embarked on a journey to find Colonel Mouse. You can choose to continue to be pirates. You can also act according to my plan. The former, today's farewell is a farewell. The latter, under my leadership, you won't have to live in dirty full of rats. This is my temporary thought. Perhaps when I learn that you haven't gone to find Colonel Mouse, I will hand your whereabouts to the king. You choose yourself. Pirate. This TMD is called Let Us Choose by Ourselves. Is there a choice? The faces of the pirates were pitch black. Well, I may have mistaken the rank of Colonel Mouse. He may not be a colonel now. If you can't find Colonel Mouse, then find a group of pirates called Aaron, and the navy that colludes with them Colonel Mouse. Okay, let's get on the road, parting is always sad, I will miss you. Send the captain respectfully. Luffy leaped off the deck, not waiting to wave goodbye. The anchor was retracted at the speed of the monkey climbing pole. The sails stirred, leaving the pier at the fastest speed. Yes, so anxious, it seems that they have realized the sins they have committed in the past and are anxious to reform. How do I feel they were scared away by you? What did you say on the boat just now? In the moonlight, Gina rode over on the back of the Wolf King Sunspot. Speaking of irritatingly, this wolf was only allowed to ride Gina, and Luffy wanted to ride but refused. Give them two choices, continue to be pirates, or reform, they chose to reform. Lobo, such a cute girl as Gina, do you have the heart to use the Han drown spring for her? Text bubble, this is a task and must be completed. Note the orphan. Lobo, you won't find a girlfriend like this. Text bubble, I'm only 7 years old, what girlfriend can I look for? Lobo, you take off your pants and let us check, we think you should have grown up now. Text bubble, abnormal, add the money, I will show you an invincible water cannon. Ace Sabo and I are farther than peeing. I shot through a tree with a local doubling technique, and Ace and Sabo were shocked. Do you want to see it? We TM are also stunned. How much does it cost to perform? I booked the venue. Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 37, Would you like to become a man if possible? Snatch. Chao's hero stood in front of the students, shouted, and waved his sword. The trainees followed suit and shouted, Snatch. The morning exercise was carried out with a loud shout of Snatch. Kojiro holding a sword saw a different kind of old man who always smiled and looked kind on weekdays. There is a frenzy of madness. There is also an indescribable aura. Luffy. Are you really only 7 years old? After the training, Soran, who was covered in sweat, walked over holding the bamboo sword. Well, I only lived in this world for 7 years. Weird answer. Anyway, I want to challenge you. Doesn't this guy feel tired? The training this morning is much higher than before. There may be reasons why Luffy was there, and Fujishiro wanted to test Luffy's roots. Okay, I'm happy to accompany you. The two stood facing each other. The two fought against each other, and the others also leaned forward when they heard the news. You said who can win this time? Soran. Soran is the strongest here besides Gina. The last time I lost was just a caretaker. Well, I think so too. Come on Soran. Lobo, it seems that you haven't successfully integrated in yet, they don't seem to like you very much. The resentment of the weak against the strong is nothing. Text bubble, I don't really care about this. After all, I have taken T-evolution potion, which is unfair to Soran. Can't do that, Gina is ridiculously strong. I'm old too, Gina is 2 years older than Soran. Brother Soran, come on. Soran's eyes burned with warfare. Opposite salutes, the end of the ceremony. Snatch. Soran roared, dragged the bamboo sword in his left hand, and slashed towards Luffy. As the only one in the kendo field that insists on the dual sword style, Soran's fighting style can be said to be unique. Retreat, retreat, progress, drink. Dodge the first blow, swing. Stand up. Bump. Luffy's sword ended with Soran's first sword, and the second sword passed through Soran's attack area, hitting his forehead. Soran's eyes were dizzy, and he fell to the ground on his back. Soran? Soran! Come on! Soran was knocked out again. Poor Soran, distressed for 3 seconds. The rabbit must die, he is still a child, Lobo, how can you be so cruel? That's it. You see Brother Rabbit can't stand it anymore. Reward the rabbit must reward the unicorn 66x1. Brother Rabbit. You don't look good. I thought you were an ally. Your progress is very fast, and the sword is done in one go. Come on, let's practice. Seeing Soran being sent back to rest, Gina came over. Gina is here. Now Lu Fei can't be arrogant anymore. Luffy's expression was stunned. When is he arrogant? He clearly challenged Chlorella head first, okay. Ah, are you avenging Soran? If you feel that I did not do the right thing, then I won't accept his challenge next time. Luffy scratched his head awkwardly. Gina holds the sword and said, normal pair training, why should I avenge him? Come on. Luffy picked up the bamboo sword and confirmed again, really? Gina replied very surely, really. If you need other reasons, you can only maintain the reputation of the lower dojo. After all, Soran has been practicing here for several years. This reason is reasonable. Okay, but before the battle, there is one thing I want to reiterate. I am also a disciple of the teacher, and what I represent should be this dojo. With that said, Luffy pointed to the crossed scimitar sign on the kendo uniform he was wearing. Gina nodded. Come on, Gina. Give him a lesson. An untimely voice came. Gina frowned and looked at the man. You are the next one. The jumpy people are instantly dumb. Luffy was happy, and his depressed mood was wiped out. Salute, salute. Drink. Chi close and open sound, force smash. Day. Pop. A clear voice came out from the intersection of bamboo swords. The two bamboo swords bent forward a full distance visible to the naked eye. This blow is powerful. This kind of head-to-head brief description, strength is indeed a very important part. No wonder Fujishiro would say that a woman can never become the strongest swordsman. However, Luffy remembered that after Gina died, Fujishiro also said that Gina has surpassed the shackles of the male and female system by her own will. Unfortunately, he died young. After one blow, straighten it. Second hit. This time, Gina's sword was faster, and Luffy vaguely felt that the bamboo sword in front of him seemed blurred. Very strange feeling. But it's not fast fuzzy. It seems that the picture is suddenly pressed the pause button, but the picture quality is not good, and the picture is not clearly displayed. What happened? Bump. The illusion of vision affects Luffy's judgment. Gina's sword hit her forehead. Luffy's head froze for a moment, and he returned to the original state again. I lost. Gina didn't mean to stop. Midsection holding a sword. You can continue to play, and if you can, don't worry about the scoring rules. Can fight. Come again. Third hit. This time Luffy was waiting. When Gina's bamboo sword was cut out, that strange ambiguity reappeared. But this time Luffy was not affected, and took the sword accurately according to his own judgment. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Snapped. Snapped. Flap. Gina's speed is getting faster and faster, and Luffy keeps up with the rhythm a little, and meets it. The sound of bamboo sword and Ming became denser. The arc of the bamboo sword is getting bigger and bigger. The fighting between the two changed from fierce to selflessness. My God, no one has been able to fight Gina for so long. Is that guy a monster? Doesn't his hand feel pain? The last time I practiced against Gina, my jaw was shattered. Yes, there are those two lunatics in Soran and Sokka who are willing to play against Gina. It looks like there will be one more lunatic in the future. Crack. Touch. The two bamboo swords finally couldn't stand the strength of the two and both broke. The scattered debris flew around the field. Those who watched the battle were stunned by the scene. You know, Soran is such a crazy person who hasn't practiced a sword until today. Today, the two actually broke two handles. Your hands are bleeding. Luffy looked at Gina's hand. Gina suddenly smiled and said, the same is true for yours. Luffy raised his hand and glanced at it. The wound was cut by a cracked bamboo. The two were bandaged. The afternoon training was cancelled. But Gina's mood doesn't seem to be very good. Are you free? The teacher said, let you take me around the village to get acquainted with the new environment. If Chaos Hero was here, he would definitely shout that he hadn't said anything. Where do you want to go when you are free? Luffy looked around for a while. Are there any places with particularly good scenery? Gina thought a little, and nodded. Then the two of them left the gym. After leaving the gym, Gina's mood didn't improve, and the expression in her eyes was a little gloomy. You seem to be a little unhappy, what's the matter? Is it convenient to say it to make me happy? Gina gave Luffy a white look. The atmosphere is suddenly a bit awkward. There was nothing to say all the way. After climbing a small slope, Gina said, "Perhaps my father is right. A woman will never be the strongest swordsman." It turned out to be because of this. Luffy thoughtfully. "Lobo, your expression tells me, you are going to do bad things." "Lobo, what are you going to do?" "Stop it." "Lobo, your idea is dangerous, but I like it." "Then do you envy men? Men's strong bodies?" Gina sighed. In the past few years, Soran has become stronger and stronger. I feel that he will surpass me soon, and your appearance makes me even more sure that I don't feel wrong. Yes, I envy you guys. I hate why I was born as a girl. I clearly want to be the world's #1 swordsman, but my body. Don't say Gina. There is a demon standing in front of you. I think it's over, ha ha ha. Good things are coming, Wakaka. If it is possible, would you be willing to become a man? Luffy stared at Gina with piercing eyes. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 38, Belch. Seeing Luffy's gaze, Gina suddenly had a strange hunch. It seems that this guy in front of him really has a way to turn himself into a man. At least what his eyes mean? Of course I do. This body now only limits me and makes me never able to fulfill my dream. Finish. Ha ha ha. Suddenly can't help but want to laugh. If I said, I have a way to make you a man, would you like to try? Gina's eyes widened. The look in his eyes exploded. Surprised, do you really have a way? Luffy pointed to himself, except for giants, who is a normal person who grows to more than 1.8 meters at the age of 7. I had an adventure, and this adventure made me what I am now. Maybe it's fate's arrangement that made you and me meet, because I happen to know the way to make you a man. Gina thoughtfully, with a firm expression, tell me, what is that method? Luffy was suddenly silent. Gina said anxiously, say it quickly, don't you know? I guess Lobo is holding it bad again, what do you think? Same feeling. Urha turns his head either to tear down the house or tear down the house. Lobo's silence is either a pit or a pit. That's it. The person who gave me this opportunity said that I can give this opportunity to my like-minded companions, who share weal and woe and break into the world together. Flicker, you continue to flicker, it's obviously your lucky draw. Where's the mysterious grandfather? The barrage floating in front of him almost made Luffy break his power, and with a thought, the barrage was hidden. One day I will leave this island and go to the outside world. Would you like to be my companion and stay with me? Gina thought of yesterday's scene. You said you want to be a navy. Luffy shook his head, it's not necessarily the navy, maybe it's going to sea. Just like pirates, my grandfather told me that the outside world is very exciting. I want to go and see it. It will be a trip and meet different things. People, good and bad, make friends if you like, and kill or subdue the bad, don't you find it interesting? Gina's eyes flashed. Luffy continued, you want to become the world's #1 swordsman, and you can't be a swordsman if you stay in the small East China Sea. You need opponents, you need to fight. Gina agrees with this sentence. His eyes gradually changed from doubt to firmness, okay, I am willing. It's done. There is no one around. Luffy took out the tub containing Honda Quan. Open the cover. Inside the barrel, the heat is rising. Gina was a little surprised that Luffy could come up with such a big thing out of thin air. This is. Luffy pointed, just jump in, no need to take off your clothes. The water in this bucket has magical powers, but you can only use it once. Did you just jump in? That's it. Luffy nodded affirmatively, trust me. Gina pressed her hands on the edge of the wood and jumped in. Something amazing happened. The little piece of wood, after Gina jumped in, the whole person disappeared. As if falling into a deep well. Luffy stood on the edge of the barrel and looked down, and could see Gina constantly falling. She didn't struggle, letting herself fall with a calm face. Until Gudong, a big bubble suddenly appeared. Gina can't hold it anymore? Okay? There is no system prompt. The information on Hanyukwon has not changed. Seeing that Gina was about to drown, Luffy couldn't help but yelled, "Okay! Swim up!" Gina didn't respond, and the figure got farther and farther and fell into the deep pool. How to do? Luffy tried to knock down the barrel. But the barrel is as stable as a rock, as if it grows on the ground. Seeing that Gina was about to disappear in front of her eyes, Luffy turned her hard and jumped in. I knew I should tie a rope to Gina. The thoughts passed in a flash. The water is hot, like a hot spring. But this is not the point. The point is that after Luffy's body was submerged in water, a sense of weakness suddenly enveloped his whole body. What happened? The curse that the devil fruit can't go to the sea? But this is not sea water, even sea water is not sea water in One Piece world. In a moment of crisis, Luffy stretched out his hand, rushed out of the water, and held the edge of the barrel. At the same time, he grabbed Gina with the other hand. But unfortunately, because my body was too weak, I didn't even hold it. To finish. What should we do now? Isn't the barrel connected to another world? If so, wouldn't he not go back? The body fell uncontrollably until it bottomed out. Luffy saw Gina. This girl actually opened her eyes. She is still conscious. Luffy pointed his finger upwards, motioning Gina to move upstream. Gina knows. Luffy tried to catch Gina, but pulled off Gina's shoes. Gina continues upstream. To finish. Gina didn't know that he could not swim. Damn Honda Kwan, it's too boring. Gina was getting further and further away. Luffy's body became weaker and weaker, and his consciousness began to lose weight. Just when Luffy wondered if he was going to explain here, Gina finally swam back. Luffy loses the ability to move, and Gina tries to push Luffy out first. But Luffy drank a stomach of water, and the boss who drank his stomach was bigger than the diameter of a wooden barrel. Can't push it out at all. No way, Gina had to go out first, and then pulled Luffy's leg up. Luffy's stomach was squeezed against the barrel wall, making a creaking rubber rubbing sound. Boom! Boom! Pull it out! The barrel turns from real to virtual, and disappears visible to the naked eye. Belch! Help me, hiccup! Help me squeeze out the water in my stomach, hiccup! Hot water remained on the body surface, and in the steaming heat, Gina observed her body. She was still a daughter, and there was no change. Don't you say that you can make me a man? I'm still a woman. Hiccup! Help me, hiccup, squeeze out the water and absorb it slowly. I'm afraid of absorbing, hiccup, something bad will happen, hiccup. Gina squatted beside Luffy, pressing Luffy's stomach. Such. Further, hiccup. A little more vigorously. Use all your strength, hiccup. Full force? Quick, I digest quickly, hiccup. Under Luffy's urging, Gina hit Luffy's stomach with a punch. Wow! With a sound, like a fountain, a large swath of water was spit out from Luffy's mouth. The water was very clean and did not bring out a trace of food. After all, the food was digested a long time ago. Even if it is brought out, it is a bit of gastric juice. Hey! It feels better to vomit it out, thank you, hiccup. Gina felt a little funny. You can't swim? So what are you going to do? I see you have been falling down, afraid of drowning, so I want to save you, hiccup. Then, you forgot that you can't swim. Ah, be it, hiccup. Puff. You are really interesting. Gina is always cool and rarely laughs, but she doesn't want to laugh today. Want to come? Who will laugh if you change? Hey, don't you say that you can make me a man? I'm still a woman now. Lu Fei recalled the effect of the Han drowning spring, and replied, Go, try to find cold water, and I will also try by the way. I remember correctly Han De Quan, when encountering cold water, the body will change and the hot water will restore. And the spring water was hot just now. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 39, I already know. Finding cold water, Luffy poured on himself first, but didn't respond. Then it poured from the beginning to the end, but there was no response. He hasn't changed. It's nice not to change. Okay, it's up to you next, stretch out your hand. Luffy poured cold water on Gina's hand. A magical thing happened, and the cold water fell on Gina's hands and misted out unexpectedly. Gina's slender fingers began to thicken, followed by wrists, elbows. There seems to be a magical power spreading on Gina's arm, turning a cool girl into a handsome boy. With thicker bones and swollen muscles, Gina's height is more than a punch higher than before. It's... How do you feel? Luffy looked up and down Gina. The water vapor on Gina's body was completely atomized, and there was still a chill in it. However, the mist did not last long before it dissipated. I feel... Gina squeezed a fist and did a small exercise to adapt to her current body. I feel my power is more real than before. Real? Is it stronger? Luffy. Go back to the dojo, I want to test my hungry power. Gina was very excited. Luffy hurriedly stopped Gina, wait, don't rush back to the sword dojo, this ability is more than that. The spring water just now, named Han De Quan, can turn a girl who fell into a boy into a boy. The condition for transformation is cold water, which means that when your body comes into contact with cold water, you will become a man. On the contrary, if you touch hot water, you will become female. Next, let's try hot water. Luffy picked up the kettle and tested the water temperature. Some are hot, but it's not boiling water. The water temperature is around 50 degrees. Reach out. Hot water poured into Gina's hand, and the mist rose from Gina's body, her thick fingers became thinner, and Gina turned back into her daughter's body. Gina frowned, can't you make me a man forever? Luffy looked up and down Gina, this is permanent. Gina was dissatisfied, but it can be changed back, this will become my weakness. Weakness? Luffy didn't think so. In fact, I don't think that a daughter cannot become the world's #1 swordsman. In my opinion, a woman's body is like a cat. The cat has little power, but is very light and fast. Gina, but swordsmanship requires power. Luffy couldn't find a good reason to refute it. After all, he is not authoritative in this regard. The swordsmanship taught by the teacher can only be regarded as a kind of swordsmanship. I have seen a kind of swordsmanship that is very light and uses speed skills to win. In short, men and women have their own bodies, and you now have them at the same time. Gina thoughtfully replied, well, you persuaded me, then let's go back to the kendo hall now. Luffy stopped again, wait, I think it's better not to let too many people know about this ability for the time being. When I ate devil fruit, many people regarded me as a monster. They threw me at me with stones, and they verbally spoke at me. But my grandfather said that it was not my fault that they were doing this, but their ignorance. My grandfather said that eating devil fruits and possessing special abilities is very common on the Great Voyage. Do you understand what I mean? Gina frowned, her expression a little disappointed. Can't you tell my father then? He always wanted me to be a boy. He was unwilling to pass the kendo field to me because I was a girl. Luffy interrupted, of course you can tell him, but when you are strong enough. Don't wait for that time, I already know. The voice appeared behind him. Luffy only felt cold behind his back, and jumped to avoid it subconsciously. Call. Along with the sound of the bamboo sword sliding through the air, a bamboo sword appeared in the position where Luffy stood before, and stopped at the position of Luffy's head. I didn't see much effort, I just wanted to knock him on the head. Luffy stood firmly and saw the person coming. It's Cow's hero. Ha, ha ha ha, it turned out to be the teacher. Luffy scratched his head awkwardly. Kojiro's face was a little gloomy. This expression is rare. Father. Cow's hero let out a long suffocating breath. You guys, what a fool. But it was also caused by me. Let's talk about it. What's wrong with Gina's body? Did he eat the devil fruit? Cow's hero doesn't know? It seems that Cow's hero hasn't been there all the time. Luffy explained, it is not a devil fruit, but a special spring water. When the body encounters cold water, it will become a female, and the hot water will turn back. Cow's hero asked, go on. Luffy was taken aback, what continue? Cow's hero, what are the side effects? Luffy shook his head, there are no special side effects. It won't be restrained by the sea floor stone and sea water like the devil fruit. Kojiro's eyes flashed, and his words were a little surprised, there are no side effects? Where does this spring water come from? How? Does Kojiro want to become a woman? Luffy looked at Cow's hero strangely. As if feeling the meaning in Luffy's eyes, Cow's hero blushed and explained, ah, it's not what you think. Among us. Second identity. Luffy suddenly realized. Subconsciously glanced at the badge on Cow's hero. The two crossed red scimitars. I don't know. I only have this copy here. The person who gave it to me said that this thing is quite precious, as if it only exists in the world. Only left. Cow's hero was hiding well, but Luffy still felt disappointment on his face. Well, you can go back with me first. Gina, don't talk about your abilities for now. Gina nodded. Gina, do you feel any discomfort? Gina shook her head. Cow's hero nodded and stopped asking. Luffy clicked on the barge on the way back. Lobo did a beautiful job. This month's pocket money is used up, and I will help you top the list next month. Daughter turns into a boy, Shiro is such an understatement. It's normal, after all, it's Soran's master. The people of the Xuanjiao clan have all seen the world, so it's not a big deal to change gender. Word bubble, what is the Xuanjiao clan? This is too long to talk about, and I have to start with Wano country. Wano Kuni is a country that does not communicate with the outside world in the second half of the Great Route. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is there. Luffy be a pirate. Go play Kaido. Text bubble, is Kaido very good? Not very good, come in handy. The weakest of the 4 emperors of Kaido is a little better than Bruce M. Luffy. I believe in your ghosts. A bunch of bad old men, bad-hearted old women. Lobo, don't listen to them, your current strength can't beat Kaido. Lobo's mission is completed, when are you going to go home? Ace must be anxious to find out that you are not here. Lobo, I suggest to take Ace and Sabo over first, and then wait for the Revolutionary Army to pass by in Frost Moon Village. Oh. I almost forgot, Lobo, do you know that you still have a dad? Text bubble, nonsense, did I jump out of the stone without my father? Lobo, how can you not be surprised? You should be surprised, what should you say? I still have a dad? Luffy. Luffy of the original world did answer like this when he knew from Carp that he had a dad. After all, since childhood, Luffy has never seen his own Lao Tzu in the memory of the original book. I don't think I can bring Ace and Sabo out. Let's not talk about Ace's identity. If you bring it out and expose the dangers, first of all, Sabo's fate will change and he will miss the opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army. What can the Revolutionary Army join? Of course, All brothers are pirates. The characters of the three brothers are not subordinate to others, and they are all pirates and not in the same boat. The opportunity is long gone, the Sapphire Pirates have been solved by Luffy. No, the king of the Sapphire Pirate group will find other people without it. As long as the Tianlong people come, the fire is inevitable. Fans have their own opinions. At this time, should there be a gift PK? Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 40, I and number 039, am going to ask Ace about this. Goya Kingdom, Mount Gorbo. Kapu, wearing a floral shirt, walked on the mountain path happily. At the same time, on the top of Gorbo Mountain, the scared eyeballs of the bandit holding a telescope on the watch were about to pop up. Head. Carp is here, what should I do? It's nothing more than normal, now Luffy is missing, Carp is here at this time, waiting for them, can't imagine. What? He's here. Why is he here? It's not time for the Navy to vacation. Dan was a little flustered. On the other side, in Chuanjiao village, the heartless Luffy knocked Soran into a faint with a single sword. A face-to-face sword, daily dizziness package. You should probably be lighter. Gina watched Soran who was carried away. Lu Fei replied, should it be lighter? Then I will put some water in it next time. Gina retorted, I didn't let you release the water. Don't release water? How light is it without putting water? Gina was questioned for a moment and shook her head, forget it, he has been waking up faster and faster recently. I don't want him to get used to this kind of blow for a long time. Come on, practice with me. Luffy looked at Gina's hand had healed, and the people in this world would have to take a few blocks of ordinary people to recover. As for Luffy, after eating a few pots of meat that night, he would wake up the next day, and he recovered faster than Gina. Fight me first! A boy shouted. Luffy looks for reputation and recognizes the yelling person. I won't lose to you as easily as Soran. Sokka, like Soran Gina, has a guy who dreams of becoming the world's strongest swordsman. Luffy replied, okay. Game start. Snatch. Bump. Puff. The battle is over. Koma Bento +1. In the past few days, Luffy's height stopped growing and only grew to 1.85 meters. However, the increase in strength did not stop. To deal with Soran and Sokka, to some extent, it was indeed bullying. After solving Sokka, Luffy looked at Gina and asked, come on. Gina holds a sword. The two salute and the battle begins. The sound of intensive percussion is endless. Accompanied by the sound of the two people's aura, the temperature of the gym has risen a bit. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Gina. I think so, guess how long Soran will sleep today? Yesterday he woke up in 2 hours. It's an hour. Are you talking about me? I'm already awake. Scare? Everyone turned their heads and saw Soran, with a red mark on his forehead, standing beside them holding a bamboo sword. God! Soran, you woke up so soon today. How did you do it? Just wake up quickly, what's weird, I must defeat him today. Soran stared, and the boiling war spirit on his body was admirable. You have to challenge that guy? You will be knocked stupid by him. As long as you can win, what if you are stupid? Amount. Crack. Boom. On the field, the two bamboo swords broke again at the same time. Luffy vs Gina, the third game, a draw. Gudong. Soran, are you sure you want to fight them again? Soran held the bamboo sword in his hand tightly, yes. Luffy. I want to challenge you. Luffy looked at Gina's hand. Gina's hand was dripping blood. His hands did not. I don't know whether it is the improvement of the system or the improvement of the devil fruit ability. Luffy noticed that Gina was looking at his hand and explained, I ate the devil fruit, otherwise my hand will be injured. When you get the chance, you can eat one too. Gina rolled her eyes, I don't want to be a land duck, don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would have drowned and died. This is true. Then I also want to save you. Soran came over and said strangely, Gina saved you. Luffy smiled at Soran and said, I asked Gina to take me to a nearby familiar environment, and accidentally fell into the sea. Soran said with disdain, how can anyone be stupid enough to fall into the sea? It's so stupid. Luffy. I want to challenge you. Do you want to take a break first? Rest is. Although Gina is in control. But what I can tell is tired. Of course I have to rest. You don't know how tired it is to fight with this crazy girl Gina. Soran nodded and said, okay, then I will give you 30 minutes to rest. I will go to training, and I will challenge you in 30 minutes. After that, find a barbell and 2 bandages from the corner. Soran held the barbell in his mouth and walked outside. Looks like a dog with bones hanging. Hey, Soran, why are you holding a barbell? Soran replied, it's better to bite your face. Liang's domineering can't win, Jiang 38. Soran raised his face and went out proudly. It should be looking for the crooked neck tree and dumping it for Soran-style power training. After Soran left, Luffy helped Gina bandage. The wound is not deep, it is a lot lighter than last time. According to the agreement, we will fight back tonight in the back mountain. The promise is that after your hands are ready, these few days are still. Luffy noticed Gina's gaze and swallowed the words behind, okay. The original agreement was for Gina to test the strength of the male body. The day was cancelled because of a hand injury. 30 minutes later, the kendo field. Soran, sweating profusely, walked in from outside carrying a big rock. Luffy. Time is up. I want to challenge you. This guy is really energetic. Gina smiled and said, I am relieved a lot after you came, no. Gina. I will challenge you when I finish playing Luffy. Gina. Luffy couldn't help being happy, and joked, Soran, are you the reincarnation of Brother Flathead? Soran put down the boulder on his body, hey? Flathead brother? What is that? Luffy explained, a species that is either on a dry rack or on a dry road. Soran suddenly realized, oh, then he must be very strong. Luffy nodded repeatedly, strong, must be strong. Reproduce a bamboo sword. The two confronted each other and saluted. Snatch. The right-hand sword slashed through, and the left-hand sword joined at a faster speed. This seems to be Soran's idea of preventing Luffy Jack from hitting him on the head. Facts have proved quite effective. However, there is always a limit to speed. Especially Soran, who doesn't have the advantage in speed. Master Soran's rhythm and dodge 6 attacks. Luffy cut into the air with his sword. Day. Bump. In the middle of the door. Soran held the bamboo sword tightly in both hands, and his whole body was fixed on the spot as if he had been casted on the body curse. The skin on Soran's forehead was cracked, and a blood stain slowly flowed from the center of his eyebrows along the bridge of his nose. Luffy collects his sword. Because it had to adapt to the speed of Soran's sword, this sword was faster than before, and its power was naturally different. Soran. The little friend who was watching the game called out. Soran's eyes slowly closed. Puff. Luffy sniffed. Still alive. Apparently he just fainted. Then Luffy touched Suolong's skull again. There is a bag, which should be intact. It's okay, he just fainted, send him back to rest. At the same time, there was a loud noise on Mount Gorbo. What? Luffy is missing. Why is it missing? How long has it been missing? The bandits in Dodon crawled on the ground. This. I'm going to ask Ace. Luffy was with Ace in the end. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 41, Bad Old Man. A lot of navies have come. What happened? Don't you know? The Tianlong people are coming to inspect, and the navy is cleaning up pirates for safety. That's it. You deserve to be a nobleman in the world. That's not it. I am excited to see a real nobleman in my lifetime. Yes. However, the navy is here at this time, over the trash mountain. Lord King must have a way. On the deck of a navy battleship, Carp, who had already gone to sea, held a phone worm in his hand. Lieutenant General Carp, the kingdom of Goya is very safe, so there is no need to spend so much time and effort. Safe? How did I hear that there are so many pirates nearby? Those are all small pirates. The kingdom guards can solve them. You don't have to worry about the navy. You will only make the Tianlong people think that the law and order here is very bad. If the dragon people cancel the trip, for the East China Sea, it's a huge loss, and you can't afford this loss. Boom! The cannon roared. Carp said with his throat, I'm fighting the pirates, I'll talk about it later. Without waiting for the king to answer, Carp hung up the call. Black smoke rose from the gun barrels of naval battleships. On the sea sloping westward at sunset, at a glance, there are only naval warships all around, so there are no pirates. Have you found it? Where did the Sapphire pirates go? Carp yelled, and everyone was shocked. Report. No trace of the Sapphire pirate group has been found so far. Continue to check. Yes. Xuanjiao village, the mountain behind Yuxin Taoist temple. Luffy and Gina walked towards the depths of the mountains and forests under the light of dusk. Following Kojiro's meaning, Gina's ability to become a man has not been disclosed. Are your hands better? Luffy looked at Gina's still bandaged hand. Gina shook a few fists easily in front of Luffy. It doesn't affect it at all. It is impossible to have no influence at all. As long as the injury will have an impact. But how could the stubborn Gina let this little injury affect her plan? This day, it has been too long for her. That's good. In the distant horizon, the fire burned the sky. Soon, the sun will go down completely, leaving only the moonlight. This situation, lonely man and widow, what a harmonious scene. I agree to this marriage now. That's exciting. Wakaka. Empire Gang, shocking debut. Wow. Brother Gang is here. Coincidence? You can see Gina turning into a boy. Empire Gang, the task is complete? These are fast. Finished. It was done a few days ago. Empire Gang, Xylila performed well, this efficiency is worthy of praise. Luffy text bubble, since it is a task, it must be completed. Brother Gang, call the other two big guys too. Empire Gang, okay, I just fed the doggies. There is not much left in my bag, but I can help you circle them. Text bubble, no need for Brother Gang, my brothers and sisters are all up the mountain, and I can't afford to fly a big plane at this time. Luffy meant that if Brother Gang brushed a lot, he would have to give Neo in return. Brother Gang understands in seconds. Empire Gang, don't worry, although the dog is a dog, he is not going to bully the newcomer. It's okay. Besides, there is still Luo to take care of you. Text bubble, I feel sorry for my sister Luo, how can I bear to pit my sister Luo? Empire Fei, shocking debut. The Empire Moon, shockingly debut. Welcome to Fei. Welcome to Minjiu. Text bubble, welcome everyone, thank you brothers and sisters who say welcome. Empire Minjiu, I heard that the mission is completed. Finished. Brother Minjiu, you can see it right away. Empire Fei, it's amazing, I admire it. Empire Gang, 2, the rookie of the Luo family is so good, don't you say it? How about let's make up the list and raise the list to 500,000? Empire FANFIC, yes, you can get a treasure chest with exactly 500,000. Empire Moon, 500,000 yuan is a treasure chest of funds, 90% are A-level treasures, 9% are S-level treasures, 9 per thousand are SS level, 1 per thousand are SSS level. Lobo has accumulated so long of luck, this is not a problem SSS. Luck is okay, ha ha ha. Must come out. Must come out. Text bubble, don't spend money on the big guys, I'm very satisfied with the 400,000 list, and I will be flattered no matter how many. Empire Minjiu, what's the cost? It's a trivial matter, but you brought it up with Brother Gang, you pay for the big head and FANFIC and I pay 30,000 yuan each, how about? Empire Gang, no problem. Reward Empire Gang rewards Skittles 1314x1, x2, x3, x66. An 80,000 ticket large plane took off. Reward the Empire Moon rewards colorful lucky wreath 1314x1, x2, x3, x66. The second big plane. Reward Empire FANFIC rewards stars 1314x1, x2, x3, x66. The third one. The number of people in the live broadcast room jumped from 20,000 to 40,000. Gang brother domineering. Fei brother domineering. Minjiu brother domineering. Empire Gang, I accidentally brushed too much, funny. Empire FANFIC, I accidentally brushed too much, I promised 30,000 yuan, just give me the remaining 50,000 yuan. Empire Minjiu, Brother Gang, you also transfer my share to me. 3 large planes took off. Luffy total list, 67W. It also exceeded 170,000 under the condition of receiving the treasure chest. But the next treasure chest is the white crystal treasure chest, which costs 1 million. It's almost impossible to get it. Luffy just felt his head buzzing. Passionate. Fug. A fleet of large aircraft. The anchor is awesome. Quietly trembling, is the dog taking another apprentice? Is this a dog apprentice? There are more and more barrage in the anchor room. Lu Fan began to receive. A lot of Kurora's family followed. Koluo Luo Tien Tuo Duo, long live the empire, the 3 big brothers are awesome. Welcome Totogo from Sister Luo Luo's house. Gina found a hidden open space and stopped. It's not bad here, just here. Text bubble, thanks again for the love of the 3 brothers. Gina is going to fight with me. I will close the barrage first, and I will entertain you later. The barrage closes. Luffy's rubber arm grasped the branch and jumped to the high branch, and checked the surroundings. There is no one around, so you can start. Luffy fell back to the ground. Then let's start. Gina drew out the famous sword, the big sharp sword, and the word Hideo. Ming's blade reflected a magnificent light in the setting sun. Luffy also drew his knife. Of course his knife can't be a famous knife. The reason why the 2 use real swords is because the bamboo sword can no longer withstand the strength of the 2. In the case where Gina wants to use the male body, using a real knife became the best choice. Only in this way can I have fun. The weight of the real sword is similar to that of the bamboo sword, but the feel is very different. Holding the handle of the knife, Lu Fei invisibly felt the pressure from the knife. Can you still adapt? For you who have only learned swords for a week, it is a bit early to use real swords, although your talent is extremely high. Luffy's fingers stroked the spine of the knife, feeling the coldness brought by the iron. I don't know, but holding the real knife, I feel more excited. Reach out. Luffy took out the prepared kettle from the storage compartment. The cold water was sprinkled on Gina's hand, and Gina's body turned into a male body in the cold mist. Luffy put the kettle in the storage compartment. Gina looked at in surprise. I forgot to ask, how did you do this? Is it also the ability of devil fruit? No, this is another adventure for me, it's just as magical as the Hanyukwan you use. It's amazing, I'm starting to look forward to the outside world. On a pirate boat. A group of blindfolded men greeted a group of 7 people onto the boat. The goods are here, you can count it, and this ship is also included in it. The 7 black market merchants who came to receive the goods groaned their legs when they saw a warehouse full of explosives and fuel. Master, where did you get this from? Don't ask any extra words, you won't be able to die. A word, no accept. Receive. Accept. Accept. How can we not accept such a short supply, but are you sure that this ship is included in it? Okay. Okay, okay, that would be great, so I don't need to move around. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 42, Luffy Buddha. When? Dang dang. Dang dang. The sound of metal intersecting is like heavy rain. The gleaming sword light suddenly came like a cold winter. Gina, who was changed into a male body, doubled her strength, and Lu Fei's arms were numb with a fierce sword. The devil fruit brings you more than just being beaten, right? Gina's swordsmanship stopped abruptly and confronted Luffy with the sword in both hands. What? Gina looked at Luffy enthusiastically. The joy of the power contained in the male body seemed to be a little overwhelming. Use it. I want you to use all your power. Your strength is far more than the swordsmanship you learned these days. Are they all used? Gina was full of fighting spirit, and Luffy was affected by the 3 big brothers' prizes, and now he is in a state of enthusiasm. But his development of the rubber devil fruit is currently limited to Forest Leap. There is also a rubber suction cup, used to climb things with smooth surfaces. The actual head-to-head combat has not yet been involved. After all, a few days ago, he was a child who was only 7 years old and only 1 meter tall. Speaking of the power of the devil fruit, please believe that I am very strong. However, the teacher said that it is forbidden to use it while learning swords, so don't use it anymore. You can play as much as you want. I will take all your attacks as much as possible. Please trust me. Come on. Gina was disappointed. Okay, but I don't think you can take all my attacks. Gina attacked with a sword. Dang. 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 With one sword attack, the speed of slashing is getting faster and faster, and the majestic force, with an indomitable momentum, against Luffy, crushes all the way forward. Luffy fell into a passive position, parrying hard, retreating again and again. But in such a violent attack, Luffy saw a different scenery. In the field of vision, the paused but slightly blurred picture gradually became clear. Gina's movements were slowed down in Lu Fei's eyes, and everything became traceable. Left. Luffy raised the sword, raised his left elbow, and withdrew with his right foot. Noise. The 2 swords intersected, but did not chop. Gina's knife slid along Luffy's blade. Cut the knife again. This time it is positive. Step back, flash back. Cut the air. Gina was slightly stunned. This is the first time she has cut the air. In the past, she thought that this kind of thing would only happen to Soran. Gina, take the sword and cut again. On the left, diagonally. Noise. Luffy's sword suddenly accelerated, trying to attack back before Gina took the sword. Ding! The counterattack failed. Gina's reaction speed was not weak at all. You avoided my attack, how did you do it? The fighting stopped. The slowed down scene returns to normal. Luffy retracted his sword, closed his eyes and rolled his eyes. The eyeballs seemed to be a little sensitive and slightly uncomfortable. I saw. You saw it. Well, I can see your sword clearly. Luffy opened his eyes and looked around. As the sun sets, the remaining temperature of the sun dissipates, and the wind at night becomes a bit cooler. His eyes are also cold. It seems that ice crystals are hidden in the wind, and it is sticking to the eyes. Your talent is amazing. You wanted to learn domineering from me a week ago, but today you realized it by yourself. Chaos Hero walked in front of the two from the dark night. Luffy looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. He has been surveying the surroundings just now, but he didn't expect that there was still an omission. Domineering. Gina retracted the word from the scabbard. Chaos Hero explained, there are 3 types of domineering. One is domineering. This kind of domineering only a few people with special talents can understand. The second is armed domineering, which can strengthen themselves and even weapons, and the third is domineering. Luffy understands it. Seeing and hearing is domineering. After hearing Kojiro's explanation, Gina looked at Luffy in surprise. Luffy waved his hand. Teacher, I think you have misunderstood. I didn't realize what kind of domineering. I said I saw Gina's sword. I saw it with my eyes, not domineering. Chaos Hero thought about the difference between what Luffy said and what he understood. Then he took out a roll of bandage from his clothes and threw it to Luffy. It seems that you haven't understood what kind of ability you have. Cover your eyes and I will prove it to you. Luffy also wanted to explain. Chaos Hero resolutely interrupted. Don't worry, put it on first, Gina, you help him. Am I in a hurry? The explanation was invalid, and Gina took the banner to help Luffy cover his eyes. Comforted, first do what my father said. Okay. The eyes are completely covered. Chaos Hero motioned to Gina to move aside. Then Chaos Hero picked up Luffy's scabbard. Then he smashed Luffy's head at a speed that could not cover his ears. Bump. Woo. Not surprisingly, Luffy was recruited. The blow was fierce enough, and the painful Luffy called out his wolf howling. Father. Gina was a little worried. Chaos Hero comforted, it's okay, the power that you understand at the beginning is always difficult to control. Luffy, concentrate. Focus on the wool. I haven't realized the domineering of seeing and hearing. Wait, you listen to me first. Bump. It's another time. He directly slapped Luffy back. Luffy. Focus. Wow. The scabbard waved again. Luffy shrank his neck subconsciously. Dodged this blow. It was just a coincidence, but in Fujishiro's view, it was Luffy who found the trick. Very well, isn't this dodged? Then again. With the sound of bump, Luffy failed to escape the poisonous hands this time, and was beaten with gold stars. Chaos Hero reprimanded, Luffy, concentrate. Although the ability you have just realized is difficult to control, it is already your strength. What you have to do now is to believe in your own strength. I believe you, big head ghost. Bump. The rubber head was smashed and held back. Luffy, concentrate. Wow. Luffy shrinks his neck. Escaped. Chaos Hero encouraged, you did a good job. Keep it up. Bump. It was another blow. Luffy, come on, you can. Unknown Gina cheered on. At this time, Luffy had a million horses running wild in his heart. I want to resist, but the resistance is invalid. Whenever he wanted to remove the blindfold with his hands, Chaos Hero knocked his arm with the scabbard. Kojiro's attack was particularly painful, and Luffy's painful calf had a tendon. At the same time, the live broadcast room that was closed by Luffy was laughing crazy. Ha ha ha. Laughing to me, Lobo is too miserable, ha ha ha. Brother Empire Gang, there is a kind of cold that makes mom think you are cold, and another kind of cold makes Chaos Hero think you can, quack. Empire Minjаю, Lobeo said that seeing should be the ability brought by T-Evolution Potion, the kind of dynamic vision. Empire Fifei, unfortunately, Chaos Hero didn't know, but thought that Luffy's insight was domineering and laughed at me to death. The cutest thing is that Gina is still cheering on, he. Lobo's mentality has collapsed, right? This night was the night when Luffy became a Buddha. The Buddha's name is Sakyamuni, and his head is full of wisdom knots. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 43, / with resentment, 22 Buddha came to the world. Luffy. I want to challenge. What's wrong with your head, Luffy? Soran, carrying a sword, stared at Luffy's head in shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 90. Luffy, did you go to stab the hornet's nest? Poke a hornet's nest, a hornet's nest that poke an egg. He is the big PYZ who stabbed Kojiro. MDZZ. I'm fine, you want to challenge me? Luffy picked up the bamboo sword, his eyes full of resentment that could not be vented. Baby Soran, don't promise him. Baby Soran, run. It's too late to run now. No, for no generation. Luffy stared at Soran. But Soran didn't seem to feel the slightest threat. Fighting surgingly said, I want to challenge you. Of course, if you want to heal, I will give you 30 minutes. Before Soran finished speaking, Luffy drew out his sword. I accept your challenge, let's start. Salute. Get up and drink. Luffy upright, resentment / boom. Bang. 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 10 consecutive cuts. Close the knife. Soran stiffened to the ground. One by one, big bags matured on Soran's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following Luffy, Sakyamuni 2 and Soran were freshly released. Too miserable, let me say, I have to escape sooner. Don't listen to the old man's words, you're at a loss, ha 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 ha. I can't do it anymore, ha 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 ha, laughed at me. This lovely resentment. Luffy ignored the barrage, looking for the crowd, and finally fell on Sarkar. You want to challenge me too? Sokka was taken aback, and unconsciously stepped back. Why? Afraid? If fear appears in the swordsman's heart, it is that when the night comes, fear will wrap you like an inextricable night, wherever you go, you will be like a shadow, and you will never be able to inch in your life. Nearly, you will never be the strongest swordsman in the world. Have you given up being the strongest swordsman? Sokka, whose mind is as simple as Soran, was ignited and roared, who would be afraid of you? I want to challenge you. Very good. I accept your challenge. Salute. Get up. Boom. Bang. 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 Luffy upright, resentment / 10 consecutive cuts. Take the knife. Luffy looked around, who else wants to challenge me? Let's come together. You bastards. What do you look at? I mean you guys. What kind of sword is learned by the bully who dare not shoot? Go home and farm with you, Lao Tzu. For a time. The group sentiment is angry. Snatch. Drink. 20 children in the kendo field raised their swords at the same time. Luffy becomes Shura. Waiting all the way through the crowd. Oli here. Ada. Da. Fac. Deity. Luffy's secret, resentment / 10 consecutive slashes x1, x2, x3, x4, x22. Where Luffy passed, the Buddha came to the world one after another. Resentment / is advanced profound meaning, the 22 Buddha descends. Call. Feel much better. Collect the sword. Puff. 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 Coma Package X22. It's another sunny day. Luffy looked up at the sky. A seagull wearing a navy hat was frightened and quickly dropped a newspaper, flapped its wings and flew away. Newspaper. Luffy picked up the newspaper. Front page news. The rumors that the world's noble Tianlong people will visit the Goya kingdom are confirmed. Luffy raised his eyebrows. I skipped the news about the Tianlong Ren and looked at other reports. In order to welcome the arrival of the Tianlong people, the Navy carried out a comprehensive clean-up of the pirates in the East China Sea, and the naval hero Carp appeared in this operation. Carp? Grandfather? Luffy was taken aback. As a hero of the Navy, his grandfather has long been qualified to be promoted to general. However, the admiral is directly under the Drago Knights. Carp has always disliked the Drago Knights, so he refused to be promoted. Not even willing to be promoted. How could his grandfather clean up the pirates for the Tianlong Ren? Luffy, you beat all these people. Gina's voice came from behind. Luffy turned his head and smiled. Ah, yes, everyone is very energetic. It's a day full of vitality. Gina picked up the bamboo sword. That. Luffy interrupted, is there a navy station nearby? Gina thought for a while and replied, no, this island has nothing worthy of being stationed and guarded by the navy, but there is a port directly owned by the navy, and the past navy will go there to replenish fresh water. Take me there. Great. Luffy put the newspaper at the door, and the two left one after another. Frost Moon Village, a temporary naval port. In the navy duty room, the alcohol was pungent, and a fat man with a fat face was lying on his back and fell asleep on the ground. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Knocking on the door to no avail. Luffy opened the door by himself. Drink, good wine, this meat is also good. The fat-faced fat guy was chattering, still dreaming. Luffy pushed a few times and tried to wake up. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Snapped. Luffy patted the Navy's face. The Navy was taken aback and finally sobered up. Who beat you, Lao-tzu? Luffy said, hello, I have important information to report, please help me contact Lieutenant General Carp. The fat-faced man looked at Luffy in confusion. You beat me. Luffy repeated, you have misunderstood. I just wake you up. Only those who drink alcohol on duty need to be awakened. I think you must have not drunk. The fat-faced fat man looked at Luffy in confusion. Luffy repeated, I have important information, please help me contact Lieutenant General Carp. The fat-faced fat man finally heard Luffy's words clearly. Who are you? Luffy, you only need to contact me. If I am making trouble, I will be right in front of you. You can arrest me for questioning, right? On the contrary, if I really have something important, you will be delayed. I think you will lose the precious work that you can sleep from morning to night. The fat-faced fat guy was dumbfounded by Luffy. I don't know if I can contact Lieutenant General Carp. I can call the East China Sea Naval Branch to try. I hope that I will be able to transfer for you when I have time. The fat-faced fat man took out the phone bug and put it down again. Pointing to Luffy's nose and said, boy, you better have something to do, otherwise you will have a big deal. I will let you know that even the obese person who smokes and sleeps in the duty room is not easy to provoke. Luffy smiled and faced, of course, I think you were handsome when you were young. He was the brightest boy in the Navy's 360 streets. The fat-faced fat man nodded seriously, and said with certainty, I am. Then finally hit the phone worm. Xuanjiao Village is stationed, number XXX0529, calling the 16th branch of the Navy. The phone worm emerged with 6 beards, and looked as though he was not awake. The 16th branch of the Navy received it, please tell me the number XXX0529. I have one here. The fat-faced fat man stared at Luffy and looked up and down, soldier, if you find important information, you need to contact Lieutenant General Carp. He glared at Luffy as he said. Luffy smiled back. The phone worm with 3 beards said, "Important information? But where is the Sapphire Pirate Group?" The fat-faced man looked at Luffy. Luffy nodded. "Yes, it is. Okay, I will transfer the call worm's thoughts to Lieutenant General Carp's special line." Phone worm Nianbo switch. The 3 beards on the phone worm's face disappeared, replaced by a worm's shell with a dog head hat. Roared, "Where is the Sapphire Pirate Group?" There was a shiver under the fat on the fat-faced fat man, and there was a wave of ripples. Luffy grinned and said, "Grandpa, I'm in Chuanjiao village." Silence. The phone worm's expression was sluggish for 3 seconds, and then suddenly roared, "Asshole! Brat! Who made you run around?" The voice of conversation came from the phone worm. "Lieutenant General Carp found the ship of the Sapphire Pirates. Turn around and go to Chuanjiao village." "The Sapphire Pirates? I have no time to watch any Sapphire Pirates. Turn around." "Return." "Yes." Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 44, Lieutenant General Carp. Smelly boy. Stay honestly in Chuanjiao village. Did you hear that? The phone worm growled. Luffy replied, "Okay, make sure to stay here honestly, I'm." The phone worm hangs its head and hangs up on the other side. "I didn't lie to you, I said I have important things." The fat-faced fat man looked at Luffy blankly, and confirmed, "You called Lieutenant General Carp just now? Then you are Carps." Luffy shook his head and said, "My family used to be neighbors with Lieutenant General Carp, nothing more. Thanks for the help this time." Luffy nodded in greeting and turned to leave. "Wait, you, that." Luffy waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell Grandpa Cap about your drinking on duty. Goodbye." The fat-faced fat man was speechless. "I want you to help me with good words. You just don't talk about drinking." "I am." "Thank you very much, then." The fat-faced fat man was crying. Little meaning. On the way back, Gina looked at Luffy strangely. "Luffy, is there a flower on my face?" "No, Lieutenant General Carp is coming to Frost Moon Village." Luffy nodded, "Should, I ran out secretly without telling the father that he probably learned from my guardian that I was away when he was on vacation to see me." Gina nodded. "So your grandfather is looking for you? How did you guess?" Luffy looked around and whispered, "Actually, my grandfather doesn't like Denon. He doesn't care about visits by Denon, let alone showing up and being published in the newspaper." Gina said with emotion, "Then you should tell them when you leave." Luffy shrugged. "Before I came, I didn't expect that I would apprentice a teacher. Walk to the dojo." The people who fell to the ground in the dojo all disappeared. It should have been placed in the lounge by Cow's hero. "Your grandfather is here to pick you up, right? Go away." "It depends on what the old man meant. If he has to let me live in the bandit den, then I can't help it." "Bandit's den? You also think it's weird to send your grandson to the bandit den, right?" A little bit." "Then, what kind of people are those bandits?" "They? Cooking is so-so, long-sounding, good people, right? Talk to Gina about the unscrupulous old man Carp." In the afternoon, the horns of naval warships entering the port resounded throughout the village. The men, women, and children of Chuanjiao village are all right, standing at the door of each house, watching the excitement from a distance. Luffy, Gina, So Long a Sunspot, the 3 of them came to the dock and waited for the wind. The naval battleship docked. The old man wearing a dog's head hat and a Navy Justice cloak walked down awe-inspiringly. "Luffy, that's your grandpa? Looks very powerful." Soran stared at the dog-headed hat on Grandpa Luffy's head, his eyes flickering. Gina was also attracted by the pull-out dog head hat, and couldn't help but said, "Do your grandfathers and grandchildren like dogs so much?" Of course, dog meat hot pot is delicious. You will also like creatures like dogs after a meal. Gina, Soran. Urha was unaffected and looked at the sky arrogantly. He is a wolf, not a dog. Dog meat hot pot has nothing to do with him. Live barrage. I'm really afraid that the old man squeezed his right hand, and then the dog's ears tremble. Puff. To tell the truth, this dog's head hat is handsome. It's really handsome. Baotou-style dog hat. Luffy looked at the old man from a distance. Old Yi also saw Luffy, then his gaze swept away, and he continued to walk forward. Lu Fei coughed lightly and shouted, "Grandpa, you are finally here." Carp looked over suspiciously. Bringing a team of navy, came head-on. Then, looking behind Lu Fei, he pointed to Soran and said, "Hey, you guys, have you seen a kid who is about the same height as him? This is not recognized yet." "Ahem. I'm Luffy, can't you recognize Grandpa?" Carp stared at Luffy blankly, and said with suspicion, "Luffy." Luffy nodded with teeth. One big and one small, smirking faces overlapped in front of them. Carp noticed the straw hat behind Luffy, and shouted in shock, "Luffy!" Luffy nodded again. Pulling his hands on his cheeks, he showed the elasticity of the rubber devil fruit. Boom! Carp suddenly hit Luffy's head with a punch. The sudden attack almost made Luffy bit his tongue. "Asshole! How did you become like this?" Luffy couldn't stretch it anymore and roared, "Asshole! Don't hit me on the head!" Boom! It was another punch. Carp snarled, "Asshole! I'm your grandpa and I fight as much as I want." Luffy only felt dizzy for a while. Then bang, was another punch. "Asshole, how did you become like this?" Luffy took a step back, away from Carp, and roared back, "Asshole!" He ate the wrong thing and suddenly grew taller. Father Carp punched again, "Asshole! Who made you eat indiscriminately?" After a punch there was another punch, "Asshole! I am your grandpa, who made you call your grandpa like that?" The brain is trembling, dynamic vision, no triggering. Luffy backed away, hiding far away, and roared back, "Asshole! Who told you to call me in and hit me on the head?" Love's fist can't be avoided, wow kaka. The old man's education method is as unique as ever. Poor Lobo, he must have thought of improving, but he still followed in his footsteps. Ha 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 hiccup, I suspect that the old man used domineering when he beat Lobo. Soran watched Luffy being beaten with bright eyes. Luffy's grandfather is really amazing. Gina was speechless. There are also naval forces that have long been petrified. Boom! With the last punch, Luffy was smashed. "Okay, go back with me, this time because of you, the noise is not small." Luffy sat up from the ground, "I have a new teacher, won't you go and meet?" "Not far, just ahead." The old man looked surprised, "Have you been a teacher?" Luffy bared his teeth. The old man was thoughtful. Bang! Lu Fei gave Lu Fei another punch. "Lead the way." Luffy was crazy inside. But he still introduced, "These two are my fellow students, senior sister Gina, and junior brother Soran." Soran said in a huff, "I got in the door. I'm a senior." Luffy waved his hand in disgust, "You are too weak." Soran went crazy, "Luffy! I want to challenge you." "Ah, wait for tomorrow." The old man said sternly, "You don't want to be pirates, do you?" Soran said with enthusiasm, "Senior sister and I will become the world's most powerful swordsman." "It's not a pirate." The old man nodded with satisfaction, "Very well, I will make you and Luffy the best navy." Soran. Gina. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 45, Tragic Practice. Your Excellency will be here to make the house alive. The fragrance of tea was lingering, and Chaos Hero and Kapu were sitting on both sides of the tea table. Ha ha ha, my kid is bothering you. Chaos Hero praised, Luffy's talent is very good. He has made great progress in practicing for a few days, and he is an excellent seedling. Hearing Chaos Hero boasting about Luffy, Carp couldn't help laughing out loud, ha ha ha, right? I don't think he has talent in kendo, so I will trouble the teacher in the future. Chaos Hero smiled and said with honor, that is the honor of being here. Outside the house, Luffy, Soran, and Gina secretly listened to the corner. Soran said in surprise, Luffy, your grandpa promised you to stay here, you don't have to leave. Luffy had a strange reaction from Soran, you want me to stay? Soran replied, of course, my progress will be faster if you are in it. That's why it is worthy of Soran. I still have 2 friends, I don't know how they are now. Luffy thought of Ace and Sabo. Soran asked curiously, is your friend as good as you? Luffy, they're even worse than me now, but they're also very powerful. Soran looked expectant, then call them 2. Ace and Sabo. One is the son of One Piece, and the other is the nobleman deliberately raising children who are close to the crown prince. It may not be easy to bring them. Really? When Carp and Chaos Hero finished talking. Luffy, you found a good teacher, you can stay here to practice in the future. What about Ace? Ace? Ace can't, I have other arrangements for him. Ace is low, he almost said too much, You will see Ace in the future. Before then, you will practice here. In order to prevent Ace from being exposed, did he not let him see Ace? This is indeed a necessary arrangement. Today, it was revealed that he is the grandson of Carp, and many people will pay attention to him in the future. If he and Ace get close, Ace will be close to everyone's vision. Then Ace would be dangerous. Teacher Luffy, do you have a place to spare? I want to live here for a few days. Luffy's grandfather, yes. Carp wants to stay overnight? Not good. Thank you very much, then. Luffy, I heard that you are awakened and domineering? Very good, you deserve to be my Carp's grandson. I will practice you steadily these days. Luffy's face turned green. He hasn't awakened at all to see the domineering. I think the teacher misunderstood, I didn't. Chaos Hero interrupted, Gina, you and Luffy will fight. Gina picked up the bamboo knife. Luffy's mouth twitched. How to do? Deliberately let Gina hit him? If that's the case, if his grandfather sees it, he will definitely be beaten. Forget it, isn't it just a few days of beating? He was beaten up, and he has long been used to it. Salute, salute. Gina uses a female body, which is far less ferocious than a male body. The dynamic vision brought by the T-evolution potion could not be triggered. The two have come and go and fought for several rounds. Gina's sword was getting faster and faster, and Luffy's vision began to blur. With a little prejudgment, click. The bamboo sword tilted, and Gina's sword slid on Luffy's blade, pulling the sword, and slashing back. Clatter. Gina reacted quickly and stopped. At this moment, a stone suddenly broke into the field of vision, and shot straight towards the eyeball. The stone is extremely fast, and the dynamic vision is triggered. Luffy dodged his head flat. Boom! The stone hit the wall of the dojo, boom! With a sound, the weighing pillar broke, and half of the wall fell with it. Soran looked at the knocked-down wall dumbfounded. Carp laughed and said, ha ha ha! It is confirmed that I am really awakened and domineering. It is not in vain to beat me from childhood to adulthood. Luffy had lingering fears, and roared, asshole! Are you going to kill me? Boom! Smashed with a heavy fist. The smashed Luffy's brain buzzed. Asshole! Who do you call an asshole? I'm a bastard. Boom! Asshole! Kojiro's smiling face twitched. Carp noticed the damaged wall and shouted at the seaman at the door, "What, are you still standing? The wall is not repaired yet." The sea soldiers shouted collectively, "If you want to repair it, don't tear down the wall." Carp roared, "I have some opinions about accidentally dismantling it." The sea soldier roared, "To fix it. Then let's fix it together." Cap roared, "Okay." Luffy. Cow's hero. Gina. Shouldn't it be the soldiers brought out by Carp? Whether it's a misunderstanding, it's not a misunderstanding. That night, Luffy was blindfolded and received many punches. The most hateful thing is that Carp smashed it with domineering. Every punch hurts so much. Luffy had no choice but to ask fans in the live broadcast room to help cheat. Coming. Luffy lowered his head to dodge, and successfully dodged. Text bubble, "Thank you, continue." Coming. Luffy lowered his head again. Nothing happened. Look up. Boom. Hit it right now. Text bubble, "Ah. Do you bear it? I really didn't lie to you just now, it was the old man who played with it and took a shot." Text bubble, "Okay, then I hope you all." Coming. Luffy shrinks his head. Dodge. Text bubble, "Love you." Look up. Boom. Ah. Can't you just tap it? Those pirates won't be kind to you. Boom. Another click. Will the Navy be kind? Carp proved with practical actions that he hit it with a punch, not even more. Text bubble, "Grandpa's love is unreliable, and the love of fans can still be trusted, right? Give some love." Coming. Coming. Shrink. Boom. Oh. Fuck. Grass. Luffy's brain is buzzing. This practice method. Teacher. Me too. Seeing Luffy being beaten, Soran looked at Cow's hero expectantly with bright eyes. Cow's hero wondered, "What do you want?" Soran was extremely affirmed, "I also want to practice like Luffy." With that said, ran to the lounge to find a belt and blindfolded. Teacher. Beat me. Cow's hero. When Carp saw it, he laughed and said, "Very good, you can definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world." Soran was encouraged, "Master. I'm ready." Carp turned his head and reprimanded Luffy, "You learn from Soran." Luffy. With that, he smashed a heavier punch. Fuck. Hurry up. Luffy shrinks his head. Hoob. The fist wind poured into his neck, and Luffy's body was cold. If this punch is hit, the life will go in halfway. Isn't this great? Come again. Carp threw a fist. Coming, coming. Luffy shrinks his head. Carp's fist smashed from top to bottom. Fuck. Run. Leave that position. Boom. Luffy jumped away, smashing a deep hole on the spot. Luffy roared in fright, "How to hide this?" Carp laughed and said, "I didn't let you stay where you are." Hoob. The wind blows. Luffy was beaten to the sky. Fuck. If this weren't for eating devil fruit and taking T evolution potion, he would definitely die. Distressed Lobo, it's really not easy to live such a big life. Luffy felt full of tears in his heart. The past few years have not been easy. It's too difficult. The self-confidence of the Traversers has been destroyed. Luffy. Focus. Carp hit it with a punch, but this time it wasn't Luffy, it was Soran. Cow's hero. Kapu bared his teeth, "The old man's body is in his prime, you don't need to do anything, just leave it to me to train them." Gina's eyes were firm. "I also found a strap to blindfold my eyes. I also want to practice." Good. Courage is commendable. Carp didn't hesitate and smashed his punch. However, the strength is obviously reserved. Not as violent as against Luffy. The screams of the kendo hall were endless, and Chaos Hero silently watched from the side. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 46, Mandatory Practice for 2 months. Time flies like an arrow, and time flies like an arrow. In a blink of an eye, Carp stayed in Frost Moon Village for 2 months. In these 2 months, in the first half of the month, Luffy's live broadcast for a full month, the month's appraisal, the group members ranked first, and a random treasure chest was organized and rewarded. 1.5 months later, for the second month of Luffy's live broadcast, the Luffy's total list was finally not so exaggerated, only 30,000. 10,000 of them are a big man with an ID, Moonlight Nose Autumn, promised last month. This month, luckily Luffy was the first in the group. At this point, Luffy has obtained 2 guild treasure chests, a purple gold treasure chest, an orange wood treasure chest, and a mahogany treasure chest. These treasure chests Luffy have gathered up, planning to open at the end of the 3rd month. In the group, it is worth mentioning. After listening to the fans' suggestion, the venom was parasitic on the Hulk. As a result, the emotionally unstable Hulk was stimulated by the venom and went completely away. The result was a 2-month hunt. In addition, Tang Seng was greatly stimulated. The 2 entourage that Tang Wang arranged for Tang Seng was eaten by monsters on the way. And it was cooked live in front of Tang Seng noodles, which caused a big blow to Tang Seng's spirit. Except for these 2 tragic characters, everyone else in the group is doing their part and barely making ends meet. The mountain behind the kendo arena. Luffy, Gina, Soran, and Hizi are a wolf, together with Carp, doing a domineering practice of seeing, hearing, and sex. Boom! The heavy fist fell, the gravel on the ground flew up, and the blindfolded Luffy jumped and bounced, avoiding Carp's attack. Wow! A stone wrapped in domineering flew towards Gina's abdomen. Gina stepped back and dodged flexibly. Hoob! Carp threw his whip to Soran. Soran felt the danger, but his movements were a little slow. Carp's toes slipped over Soran's clothes, and Soran's clothes opened a big gap. Then Carp patted Hizi on the head. Hizi, who also wears a blindfold, turned his head and avoided 4 attacks. The attacking Luffy was the hardest, Soran followed, Gina followed, and the lightest attack was Sunspot. I have to say that Carp really likes dogs. The reason why the dog can escape is not because of the domineering seeing or hearing, but because Carp's hand is on the dog's head for too long, and the dog feels the heat. A stroke of favor. Lobo is not as good as Urha, so angry. Guzi is Carp's grandson, the identification is complete. I think the dog didn't realize the domineering knowledge, it was because Carp spoiled him. This is the next generation kiss, right? God TMD is a generation away, this is 2 generations away. So I kissed even more. Text bubble, when the old man is gone, I will give him additional training. Carp's whip leg swept across. Luffy leaned back to avoid perfectly, touched both palms on the ground, flicked his fingers, turned back and stood up straight again. Not far from the practice site. Chaos Hero looked at the trainees with satisfaction. At the beginning, he wondered if such training would help it. After all, apart from Luffy, neither Gina nor Soran showed any talent for domineering. But now it seems that his worry is unnecessary. It seems that my teaching methods in the past are still too conservative. People with talents should take more care of them, so that they can fully utilize their talents. The sweat from the corners of his eyes ran freely. The 4 struggled to rise up in pain. Although embarrassed, today's embarrassment is destined to achieve tomorrow's unrestrainedness. The first day of the day rose to the middle of the sky, and today's morning exercise finally came to an end. The frequency of the old man's attacks began to increase. The 3 of them are hiding more and more hard. In the end, a bunch of cities were knocked off at the same time. Okay, let's stop here. It's finally over. The blindfold was pulled apart. The colorful colors come into view again. A sense of solidity fills my heart. The next step is hunting. This, Luffy doesn't need to worry about it. He can solve it with a wolf. They just need to light the campfire and wait for it to cook. Treated a few people for dinner. Carp, who was eating and drinking, showed a trace of melancholy. With the convenience of the Tian Longren, I stayed here for 2 months. Today is the last day. The last day? Grandpa, are you leaving? Carp nodded sadly, yes, from now on. Oi! Luffy couldn't help it, and threw out the bone in his hand excitedly. Old man Carp's face went dark, bump. He hit Luffy's head with a punch. I know, you will miss me, and I don't want to go, but the dragon people are coming soon, and I have no reason to stay here anymore. There are so many things to do at the Navy headquarters, so I won't go back to the old man in the Warring States period. I can't sit still. Listen. Luffy. Soran. Gina. You will all become the best Navy in the future. Soran said without hesitation, yes. Gina glanced at Luffy and nodded. Luffy patted his straw hat and promised, I will definitely be a Navy. It's not necessarily a matter of being a few days. Okay, I'm leaving. Next time I come again, I hope to see you all grow. Soran burst into tears and promised, definitely. Carp looked at Soran, then at Luffy who was disgusted, bang, punched Luffy on the head, then turned around and waved goodbye. The rabbit must die, I remember exactly what Lobo promised me. Luffy suddenly thought of it and shouted, wait. Carp was pleased to continue walking, the man must be free and easy, Luffy. Luffy shouted, I want to ask you if there are any Halostone handcuffs. I heard that Halostone has a restraining effect on devil fruits, and I want to assist in cultivation. Practice with Halostone handcuffs? Carp turned around and praised, although it doesn't seem to work at all, but the desire to become stronger deserves encouragement. I have sea-floor stone handcuffs on my boat, but they are handcuffed together. I will let someone transform a separate bring it to you. Does anyone else want something? Carp looked at Soran and Gina, and added, in practice. Soran thought for a while and said, I want 3 apes. Super heavy. Cap wondered, 3. Soran quickly brought a bunch of bamboo swords over. One bit it in his mouth, and the other 2 held it in his hands, one on the left and the other on the right, this way. Ha ha ha. Really a guy with an idea. Okay, I see, should it be important? Halo rock is very heavy and satisfying. Speaking and looking at Gina. Gina saluted, I don't need it anymore, thank Grandpa Cap for 2 months' advice. Soran suddenly realized, and then he saluted, thanks to Grandpa Cap for 2 months of guidance. Kapuhaha laughed and looked at Luffy. Luffy took a deep breath. Thank you for not killing me for 2 months. Ha 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 ha. Carp turned around and waved goodbye. Well, your gifts, I will prepare well, and wait with expectation. For some reason, Luffy suddenly had a bad feeling. At the same time, a pair of dragon boats on the sea drove a distance towards the island, and then fled at twice the speed of the previous one. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 47, News from Goa Kingdom. The seagull dropped a roll of newspaper. Luffy picked it up and wanted to take a cursory look. Unexpectedly, what was reported was really hard to look away. A fire suddenly ignited outside the border town of the Goa Kingdom. Fortunately, no one was injured and only a small amount of garbage was lost. Text: the fire was preliminarily inferred to be due to the excessively hot weather, which triggered the spread of forest fires. Regarding this unexpected fire, the king of the Goa kingdom stated that the fire will not affect the visit of the world's nobles, the Tianlong people. In addition, when the reporter asked whether the fire was caused by man-made, King Goya's answer was, he couldn't imagine how vicious a person's soul would be to do such a frenzied thing. He didn't believe there was this in the world. This kind of people, even the hateful pirates, shouldn't cause such a heartbreaking tragedy. He never believed that there were such people in his kingdom. The people of the Goa kingdom are all high-spirited people who love life and strive for the honor of this country all their lives. The reporter said that when the king spoke, there were kind tears in his eyes. Such a kind king made her admire. Nonsense. Luffy glanced over a large section of useless text. Keep your eyes on the last. Finally, I wish the world aristocrat Tianlong all the best in his visit to the Goya kingdom. Inhale, exhale. This result is not unexpected. The king will not allow the trash mountain to be there when the Tianlong people visit. After all, the Goa kingdom is known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea. She was spotless. Because the unnecessary things are completely discarded, this country can be described as a successful example of an isolated society. Luffy is not worried about what will happen to the Goa kingdom. He was worried about Sabo. In the original world development, after Sabo knew that the king was going to burn the garbage mountain and the people in the garbage mountain, he told his neighbors the news. It was discovered that the neighbors, the noble class of the Goa kingdom, had already known the news. They talked and laughed, waiting with anticipation for the day when the fire ignited. The nobles who talk and laugh as usual make Sabo unacceptable, and their indifference to human lives makes Sabo sick. In the end, Sob gave up his original plan to go to sea a year before he became an adult, robbed a ship in the port, planted the Shanghai thieves' flag and set sail. It's a pity that the day he chose was the day the Dragonite visited, and a ship with a pirate flag blocked in front of the Dragonite's ship. The result can be imagined. Sabo's ship was sunk by the order of the Draco. Later, Sabo was hidden in the crowd, and Luffy's father, Monkey D. Long, rescued him and joined the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps it was because of the concussion of the cannonball, or it was the brain's prefrontal lobe damage caused by the lack of oxygen in the water for too long. Sabo, who was rescued, lost part of his memory, forgetting Luffy and Ace. It wasn't until I received the newspaper that recorded the war on top of it that I knew that Ace was executed, that I thought of everything in my grief. Also met Luffy again. Luffy. Dina, who was training and resting, saw Luffy stupefied and walked over. Then I saw the newspaper in Luffy's hands. This king is disgusting. Luffy agreed, yes, if you want such a disgusting person in this world, the warm sunshine won't be warm anymore. Have a ship with 2 dragons passing here recently. The ship carved with 2 dragons is the ship of the Revolutionary Army, with Luffy's father Monkey D. Dragon on it. The dragon is an opportunity for Sob to join the Revolutionary Army. I don't know this. I have been cultivating in Hyushin these days. Luffy nodded, I plan to go to the dock and ask. Dina, I'll go with you. Soran wants to challenge me when I stay. He was beaten by you bad enough. I can't bear to send him back to the bed. After all, he just got up. After comprehending what he saw and heard, Soran's strength soared. But it is a pity that his opponent has the same ability. In this way, the weaker Soran still couldn't escape his weaker fate. Okay, we should let the flat-headed kid take a good rest, otherwise I'm really afraid that he will die suddenly because of too much excitement. After leaving the dojo, the two quickly arrived at the dock. It's a pity that after asking a few people, they all said they didn't see it. The people Luffy asked were all fishermen unloading at the wharf. They didn't see it, and they didn't come to a large extent. But why didn't it come? It stands to reason that it should be here. Master Luffy. Luffy was taken aback by the weird name. Looking for reputation, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. The fat-faced man smoking in the Navy duty room. When Carp arrived that day, he was also there and witnessed the intimacy between Luffy and Carp. I learned that Luffy is Carp's grandson, not a neighbor. This fact. You can call me Luffy, you don't need to increase the number of people, it sounds weird. Is there anything you asked me to do? The fat man with the uniform of the Navy soldier on his face was excited. Since you asked me to call you Luffy, then I will call you Luffy. Are you looking for a boat with 2 dragons carved? But a boat with dragons carved on both sides. Luffy wanted to prevent the fat man from calling him you, but he didn't care about it when he heard the second half. Because what the fat man said exactly matches the look of the ship Luffy was looking for. You saw it. The fat man nodded again and again. I was drunk in the duty room that day. I deeply blame myself. I have decided to quit drinking. Really, I haven't been drinking for more than 2 months. The fat man was very excited. It seems to be brooding about alcoholism. In a way, alcoholics are really good at quitting alcohol. But this is not what Luffy wants. Very good, keep it up. What then? Tell me about what you saw. With Luffy's affirmation, Fatty's emotions became more and more excited. Excitedly said, after quitting drinking, I went all out every time I was on duty, and then just 3 days ago, I saw a boat approaching. I stared at the ship earnestly with my binoculars and waited for it to dock. So I can be sure that that ship is what you describe. However, the strange thing is that the ship was halfway through, and when it entered the port, suddenly turned around and left again. Drive in, leave again? Why? Shouldn't it be reasonable to disembark for supplies? In the original world development, the ship's supply was provided by his current teacher Cow's hero. 3 days ago. It was the day his grandfather Carp left. Could it be that Long heard the news first and knew that his father was on the island? So I just left? It's really possible. In other words, if he knew the island where Carp was passing, he would immediately turn around and go as far as he would go. Luffy confirmed again, did the ship come in the morning or in the afternoon? The fat man said very positively, it was 10:10 in the morning, because I was ready to go, and when the ship docked, I went for a routine inspection. I looked at the watch specially, so I remember it clearly. At 10:10, the old man hasn't left yet. That makes sense. But the question now is, where did the ship go after it left? Did he go to the kingdom of Goya, or to leave the East China Sea directly? If the dragon came to see him, then he knew that Kapu was on the island, then he should have been heard on the island. In that case, it is very likely to leave. If it is to watch the world's noble Tian Longren visit the East China Sea, it may not go far. Thank you very much for your news. Your news is very useful to me. Next time I see my grandfather, I will tell him that there is a conscientious soldier in Zhuangjiahu village. The fat man was very excited. It's just a trivial matter, so there is no need to alarm the Cap hero. I will definitely be more forbidden to do my duty. Well, do you see where I am still inadequate and need to be improved? The fat man looked expectant. Luffy thought for a while with his mouth half open. Pointing to the fat belly on the fat man's stomach, exercise to reduce weight loss, come on. Luffy left the port with the fat man's overstandard farewell. Putting away the joke, Luffy said seriously, I have to find a way to leave Frost Moon Island for a day or two. Gina, where to go? Luffy, Goya Kingdom. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 48, What did you say? Luffy. I want to challenge you. Soran's roar spread throughout the Kendo Hall. Unfortunately, he did not find Luffy after several laps. Not only Luffy, but also Gina is gone. Where did you see Luffy? Soran asked the guy who was slacking off. The man pointed to the back mountain. 10 minutes ago, he and Gina went to the back mountain. Back mountain? That must be a secret practice. Soran beamed his eyes and chased after him with his training equipment. At the same time, the port. A teenager with dark blue hair bought a ferry ticket and boarded the merchant ship with his suitcase. Please wait a minute. The big-bellied navy with a sandbag tied to his leg suddenly stopped the man. The blue-haired boy turned his head to look. The navy was taken aback, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry, I. The blue-haired boy showed the ticket. Do you want to check the ticket? Sir. The navy nodded and said, Ah, yes. The blue-haired boy handed the ticket to the other party. Anonymous, VIP warehouse tickets. The rich guy. The fat navy returned the ticket. The ticket is no problem, I wish you a pleasant journey. The blue-haired boy smiled slightly and glanced over the sandbags tied to Navy's body and his sweaty clothes. The fat man explained with a smile, I'm losing weight. Wish you success. Nodding his head, the blue-haired boy climbed up the spiral ladder, boarded the deck and stepped into the cabin. My lord, is there any problem with that person? The crew member who checked the ticket came over after seeing the scene just now. The fat man shook his head and said, No problem, I have admitted the wrong person. The blue-haired boy stepped into the VIP room and plugged the door from inside. Come out now. The box placed on the ground suddenly moved by itself, and the zipper opened. Congratulations, from now on, you will have 2 identities. Luffy got out of the box. The blue-haired boy was naturally Gina's male body. What are some congratulations? Gina took out the word written in it from the sword bag and slashed it a few times in the air. Luffy smirked, as long as outsiders don't know the connection between these 2 identities, it means that no matter what the situation is, you can have the opportunity to evacuate. Of course, you need to give another name before that. Gina was a little puzzled, come on with another name. Luffy, if someone greets you at this time, how should you introduce yourself? I think I would waste this identity by using Gina's name, right? Gina nodded, oh, then what do you think is better? Ask him by name? Lu Fei thought for a while and smirked, how about my surname Lu? I named it Land Rover. Gina looked at Luffy strangely, isn't your last name Monkey? Amount. This explanation is again a complicated question. I'm joking, can't you tell that it is a joke? Ha 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 ha. Gina shook her head. Dang. 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 Hello, sir, what do you need? There was a knock on the door. Gina looked at Luffy. Luffy knew how to get back into the box as quickly as possible, and pulled the zipper herself. He added in a low voice, I want meat. The box that Gina brought was not big, and Luffy could get in because of its rubber body enough for Q-bombs. Luffy got back into the box, and Gina put the katana back into the sword bag. Open the door. Bring me some hams. I said whole roots. I have a larger appetite. In addition, some desserts and juices. The waiter quickly recorded, Okay sir, may I ask, how should I call you? Gina subconsciously reported her name and said, Guy. The waiter looked at Gina and waited for Gina to finish. Yes. Mr. Guy. Gina nodded, yes, Gooey. The waiter hurriedly replied, Good Mr. Guy, what you ordered will be delivered immediately. I wish you a pleasant trip. The waiter left, and Luffy got out of the box. Praised, Guy is a good name. Gina nodded without paying too much attention, and started practicing swords alone in the cabin. Actually, you don't need to follow me. The teacher will be anxious if you find that you are missing. Guy replied, I left 2 letters. The first letter says that for the sake of Soran's body, we will be practicing secretly in the back mountain for the time being. The second letter, if it doesn't come back for more than 3 days, Hiza will present the truth. 2 letters. Luffy could already predict what Koshiro would look like if he saw the second letter. So, we'd better be back within 3 days. Gina, don't you say it can be done in 3 days. Luffy replied, it should be no problem, enough time. But having said that, Gina was willing to help him, and Luffy was still very grateful. If it's him, it's not difficult though. But in order not to attract the attention of the Navy and interested people, he would definitely not be as smart as he is now, and he can live in the VIP cabin unscrupulously. Most of the time, I found a barrel to seal myself in. Gina, actually, I'm not all here to help you. Only when I come out with you can I have the opportunity to use this new body. With that said, Guy raised his sword again to chop. The look in his eyes, the fighting spirit surging. It's not far from Xuanjiao village to Goa Kingdom, and the wind direction is good. The boat boarded in the morning will arrive in the afternoon. However, the port in Jejin was temporarily closed to welcome the nobles of the world. Merchant ships had to enter from the port of Bia Town, where the garbage mountain is located. Of course, the trash mountain is no longer there. Standing on the deck and looking around, all you can see is a layer of fresh mud that has just been paved. Where shall we go next? Luffy did not enter the box. His appearance and the past have changed drastically, and it is impossible for anyone to recognize him. Go to Jejin to find that kid first, I hope he is well. Before leaving, Luffy told Gina about Ace and Sabo. Of course, it hides that Ace is Roger's son. The two got off the merchant ship and walked towards the gate leading to Jejin. Hi! Brother, do you know? Your profile looks a bit like Luffy, the grandson of the legendary Lieutenant General Carp. The young man with blonde hair beckoned to Luffy enthusiastically. That guy also just got off from another boat. Ha ha ha, of course, you can't be the grandson of Lieutenant General Carp, the grandson of Lieutenant General Carp, I heard that you are. Wait, I have a picture here, show it to you. Luffy squeezed his face and twisted it into a shape. Turned his head and said, "What did you say?" The man was stunned. "Oh, brother, you really have a personality, do you know? You and Luffy are only half a face. My young master is Cavendish. Unlike your kind of nobles in the world, this young master came to the kingdom of Goya for travel." Luffy nodded. "Hello, my name is Soran." Gina looked at Luffy. Luffy smiled, "It's nice to meet you. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 49, Gift for Ace. Get rid of the familiar Cavendish. To be on the safe side, Luffy returned to the box and was taken by Gina as Guyin arrived in Jejin. "I seem to have found the guy you mentioned, but you didn't say that he has a younger brother, and it seems that their relationship is not harmonious." "Sabo has a younger brother?" "Yes, there is indeed one. Therefore, Sabo's performance is not good, and he is particularly assertive. Sabo's parents were disappointed with Sabo, so they adopted a 2-year-old boy, Starry. I hope they can realize their wish in him and marry the princess." Facts have proved that they succeeded. Starry did marry the princess and became the next king of the Goa Kingdom. Gina stood on the road and watched from a distance, in the noble villa, 2 teenagers who were about to do it. "Do you need me to teach that kid secretly?" "Box, no, if that kid is crying, Sabo must be unlucky." In Gina's eyes, Sabo punched Starry in the face. Starry burst into tears, and then Sabo's parents came and began to yell at Sabo. "Sabo! How can you hit your brother? Look at you now, there is no such thing as a nobleman. You really disappointed me." Starry crying aggrieved, "Mother, it's not my brother's fault. If it wasn't for me to stop my brother from looking for the person named Ace, my brother wouldn't do it. It's all my fault." Sabo's mother was mad, screamed, "You are going to find that little trash again." Sabo's father slapped the table and said, "I said, if you ghost with him again, I will put him in prison." Sabo defended, I didn't want to go to Ace, it's Starry." "Enough, Sabo. Go back to your room. You can't come out until you finish your homework." Sabo left the living room and was locked into his own room. Gina lost the trace of Sabo in his eyes. You're right, Sabo is the unlucky one. What's next? Do you have any plans to take Sabo away? Do you want to take Sabo away? Luffy is also not sure. If the dragon is not here, it is inevitable to take it away. But if the dragon is here, Luffy didn't want to ruin Sob's chances. Text bubble, what do you think? Rescuing Sabo would destroy his original opportunity, right? Save it. Be a pirate together. How good. Joining the Revolutionary Army is also a good choice. I don't care if it's saved, I'm just curious about when you will save those treasure chests. Text bubble, the treasure chest will be opened after returning to Frost Moon Village. Do you want to save a wave of luck first? Haha. Save it, keep some thoughts, if you open it, it might be a lot of waste. Scrap, hehe, real heartbreaking. When will Lobo go to see Ace? Text bubble, many more navies have been sent to the island. Now I am going to see Ace. I am afraid that Ace will cause trouble. After all, Ace is Roger's son, and his identity cannot withstand investigation. Yes, poor Ace. Lobo, would you like to leave some souvenirs for Ace? Souvenir? This is a good idea, why don't you leave my two brothers' clothes for Ace? He wore Akatsuki's clothes. Although after apprenticeship, he changed to Yuxin Dojo's training uniform. Others. Luffy opened the inventory and glanced. The storage bar has been upgraded to level 2, and the storage bar has been upgraded from 9 to 18. The arrangement can be changed. Luffy sets 3x6 with 3 rows and 6 columns in each row. The first line, Elf Ball, Whetstone, S.I.Q Potion, 11, Broken Mace for Amnesia, Akatsuki Windbreaker, Random Teleport Scroll. Second line, Guild Random Treasure Box, Guild Random Treasure Box, Purple Gold Treasure Box, Orange Wood Treasure Box, Mahogany Treasure Box, empty. Items obtained in the lottery, as well as treasure chests, cannot be stacked, and occupy a grid alone. The third row, the inflatable kayak stuffed into the barrel, a barrel of fuel, a barrel of explosives, 10 cubic meters of bacon, 10 cubic meters of fresh water, and air. The first level storage bar, each compartment limits the size of the object to 1 cubic meter. The secondary storage compartment has a limit of 27 cubic meters per compartment. In addition, the number of the third level inventory is twice that of the second level, 36, and each box has a limit of 125 cubic meters. 72 grids at level 4, each with a limit of 1000 cubic meters in size. The number of 5-level grids has the same size limit, and living objects can be loaded on this basis. The living thing being loaded is in a state of functional freezing, will not feel the passage of time, nor will it age. The function is quite good, but it is a bit more expensive, it costs 100,000 high-grade crystals, which is 1 billion low-grade crystals. It is 10 times the price of the 4th level inventory, 1,000 times the 3rd level inventory, and 10,000 times the 2nd level inventory. I can only think about it at this stage. Luffy looked at the storage bar. Elf Ball, Luffy is going to catch a moo. The sharpening stone, keep the sharpening stone for yourself, or give it to Gina. The repairing whetstone is enough to make Luffy a guest of honor for all swordsmen. S.I.Q medicine, when you encounter a good animal, give it a pill. Amnesia mace, if you encounter big trouble, you can come to a stick, and everyone will get to know it again, such as Big Mom. Akatsuki organized the trench coat, he wore it, just in case it was seen that the connection was made, so it would be better not to send it. So, only the random teleportation reel is left. Item name, Random Teleportation Scroll. Item Precious Degree, B level. The degree of danger of the item, D level. Introduction, a directional teleportation reel that failed to make, but the failure gave it unlimited possibilities. Seller, an old mage who did not want to be named. Evaluation: as long as you are courageous, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Remove the uncertain factors. To some extent, this thing is an escape artifact. It seems to go well with Ace. Text bubble: what do you think of giving this scroll to Ace? Luffy shared random real attributes to the live broadcast room. Wow! B-level items will be given away if they say they are given away. Worthy of being a good brother. Ace has this scroll and is not afraid of chasing it down. It's awesome. How do I feel that Lobo dare not use it? After all, there is a chance that it will be teleported to the crater, or the sea. What a nonsense! Lobo was worried about his brother to give such a precious gift. He smiled darkly. Text bubble: how could I not dare to use it? There is a kayak in my storage bar. Even if I fall into the sea, I am not afraid. Fell into the magma? Ha 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 ha. Seriously, falling into the magma is a bit too much. It's almost delivered directly to the death god. It suddenly occurred to me that with the fruits of luck, this thing might actually be able to send people to the volcano, or directly to the terminal. Love Drew. The fruits of luck, appearing in the Golden City, can absorb the luck of others, and those who have absorbed luck will become very poor, and those who have absorbed luck will be extremely lucky. If he has this fruit, who will open the treasure chest in the future? Are you demons? If you give Ace a random scroll, shouldn't you also give Sabo something? Send Akatsuki's clothes. Sabo is not afraid of being exposed. The point is, Sob is only 1.3 now, and he can't wear it if he sends it. It can be remembered. After so long separation and little time to get along, the affection will fade. Yes, the key is to take a souvenir, and when Sob becomes the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Lobo will have an eyeliner in the Revolutionary Army. You nasty guys, we Sabo are not tool people. Sabo can send it or not, anyway, it will be amnesia, ha 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 ha. Gina, Luffy? Are you still angry? Luffy. I'm very good. Let's observe it secretly. It stands to reason that someone will rescue him out of the sea of suffering. If the one who saved him doesn't show up, let's try again. Now, let's go find another friend of mine. Well, wait, before you go, you write a letter for me. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 50, Luffy was stolen. As received. The fact that I am a grandfather and grandson has been exposed. For your safety, it is not convenient for me to meet with you now. But I believe that there will always be a day to meet, and that day will not be too far away. Back to the topic, I left this time and got a mysterious scroll by chance. This scroll can transport people randomly to other places. If someone is chasing you one day, you can use it to get out. How to use: untie the reel and unwind the reel. Remember, you can only use it when you have to. After all, God knows if this thing will transport you to an uninhabited island or a volcano. Brother who drank a cup of wine. After reading the letter, burn it. Three Brothers Base. Ace put down the envelope and glanced at the scroll with the envelope. Luffy. It must be him. Luffy has been here. Ace looked around. The sky is dark, and the sun is only a ray of light on the horizon. It will be completely dark in less than 10 minutes. The mountain wind blew the big tree, and the big tree swayed slowly, and there was a rustling sound. Opposite the base, on another hill. Gina held the box in one hand and the binoculars in the other, confirming that Ace got the gift from Luffy. It's so close, why don't you leave without saying goodbye? There is no one here anyway. Box, dragon people are coming tomorrow. There is absolutely no shortage of big people on this island. Who knows if someone just happened to pass by? Did Ace burn the letter after seeing it? Gina is holding the binoculars. I don't know if you have been careful. He didn't burn it, he ate the letter. Have eaten? Can. Box, let's go. Before he notices this side, this guy's perception ability is super terrifying. Gina put down the binoculars and jumped down from the tree. Across a mountain, he can't perceive it. Gina leaves. Ace's gaze didn't know if he could perceive something, and he glanced at the top of the mountain where the two of them were. Gina returns to Jaejin with Luffy. The two lived in a house opposite Sabo's house. The original owner of the house was knocked fainted, and he was living in a hood. Instructed by Luffy, Gina moved her hand. Knowing the face of the nobleman of the Goa kingdom from Lu Fei's mouth, Gina didn't have the slightest politeness to start. No matter how many times you run away, it's useless, Sabo, you are my child, no matter how many times you run away, you will be brought back. Renew my mind and study hard like Starry. Then bring happiness to the parents who gave you life. This is your happiness too. Do you think so too? In the darkness, Luffy looked at the living room of Sabo's house from a distance through a gap in the curtain. With the window closed on the other side, the sound coming out was very small, but when I focused, I could hear the content of the dialogue among the many noisy voices. In the living room, facing his father's question, Sabo bowed his head and remained silent. Starry on the side invited him and said, "My father, okay, I'm still here." Sabo's father laughed loudly when he heard it. Oh, Starry can be trusted. Okay, Dad will buy you high-quality clothes. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony, and you will be able to see the Tian Longren soon. That night, the lights in Sabo's room were turned off very late. Luffy could feel Sabo's sadness, silently staring at the lighted room in the dark until... Luffy, don't sleep, Sabo is gone. Hey, Lu. Gina, you have to be more vigorous. Last time Luffy fell asleep and was shackled by a wolf for more than 10 miles. Did he wake up? Ha 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 ha. I bet a pack of spicy strips, Gina won't wake up Luffy. I bet on 2 packs. You can't be bold. If Lobo wakes up, I will be out of the guarantee mission next month. Okay, I remember your promise, Lobo, don't pretend to be asleep, the money is here. Snoring. Quietly outside the window, the surrounding nobles went out early to meet the Tian Longren at the dock. Gina watched Sabo crawl out of the window, turned around and patted Luffy's face. Well, I think you will understand me when you wake up. Gina raised her fist and hit Luffy's stomach. Boom! Luffy's stomach collapsed, and a fist bulged out of his back. This punch was definitely not light. However, snoring. After all, I haven't slept all night, it's hard to wake up. I don't think it's not that I didn't sleep all night, Lobo just sat and fell asleep. Sit and sleep with eyes open, haha. Gina struck 2 more punches. Can't help looking at the sword bag. However, Gina finally gave up this choice and brought 2 hams from the kitchen. Luffy, get up for dinner. The ham approached Luffy's nose. Luffy's nose made 2 impulses, and then Kong Chi swallowed the ham in 1 bite. Swallowing with bones, Luffy's stomach, supporting a bulge of bone. Fuck, this is fine too. I think Gina's heart is desperate. Gina looked at Luffy silently, and brought a few more hams. In the beginning, she was close and she teased a few times, but he was almost bitten by his hand. Fortunately, the one behind was thrown directly in the air. Watching Luffy's carp beat up in his sleep, swallowing meat in 1 bite. But still did not wake up. Confirmation of feeding is also invalid. Gina had to stuff Luffy into the box. Take Luffy and follow behind Sabo. With this sleep, Luffy didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, excited shouts surrounded him, and there seemed to be the sound of ocean waves. Gina. Whispering. Guy. The voice increases. No respond. The box was very stable and did not shake, and it should have been placed on the ground. Goya Kingdom, Jaejin Port. A warship with a golden lion on its bow and a sail painted with the flag of the world government sailed into the port. Day. Beizu, you finally woke up. Text bubble, what the is Beizu? Lobo and Pig, abbreviation, Beizu. Text bubble. Gina didn't wake up with the temptation to eat, so she almost put a word on your head. Text bubble, how is the situation now, how about the Gina? Sabo's ship was sunk, and Gina jumped into the sea to save people. What? Text bubble, I remember I didn't sleep. Luffy moved and tried to open the box. At this moment the box suddenly left the ground. Text bubble, under what circumstances, Gina is back? Not Gina, but a thief, who seems to treat you as a valuable thing, intending to make a fortune. Text bubble, he has the foresight, I am indeed very valuable. Excellent. Text bubble, but he has enough ideas to memorize, unexpectedly met me. The thief rushed holding the box. Won't Lobo come out? Text bubble, it's too eye-catching now, waiting for him to a place with few people. Indeed, normal people don't hide in boxes, and they might be treated as assassinated assassins if they come out now, ha 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 ha. In the crowd, Cavendish, who had a close relationship with Luffy, glanced at the people holding the box and rushing in front of them. He said to himself, people are waiting for the Tianlong people to enter Hong Kong, but this guy is running out at this time, and he looks like a thief. The young master is so smart. Well, wait, the box that the thief is holding seems a bit familiar. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 51, A Group of Worried Old Mothers. I remember. Isn't this the box that guy was holding? Hey! The thief in front. Stop this young master. The thief looked back at Cavendish. Age 14 or 5 years old. He has big wavy golden curly hair, a white shirt with curled upper body, breeches on his lower body, and a golden dazzling rapier tied to his belt. This person is either the child of a rich businessman or the son of a nobleman. The thief speeded up and rushed through the crowd. But the box is too heavy, and it won't be much faster if you want to. Compared with the agile Cavendish, it will not take long to be overtaken. Oh hoo, see Cavendish again, Lobo, your trouble is coming. Text bubble, Cavendish? He came to see righteousness and courage? Yes, if he gets the box, you may not be able to hide your identity. Text bubble, whatever, I am more worried about Sabo, I hope he is okay. The young master asked you to stop, you didn't hear it. Cavendish stabbed with his sword, and the thief let go with pain in his arm. The box fell to the ground. Cavendish originally planned to take it easily in a chic posture, and didn't want the box to be too heavy, so the one who was carried was dropped. If it were not for his hands, he would almost fall into a dog's shit. It's heavy. What's in this box, isn't it gold bars? Well, when you find Guy, you must ask carefully. That guy lost his precious box, he must be in a hurry. Very decent, I found the suspicious box without opening it. No matter how you say it is normal, it is also the Prince of Perjoa Kingdom. Ha ha ha, I will be exiled in a few years because I am so beautiful, I feel happy when I think about it. Wait until the kingdom of Rommel is the peak of his life. However, since meeting Luffy at this time, his life may change. Don't you worry about Sabo, ruthless. Don't worry, you won't die. Even if you die, it's a big deal to restart the world, what a big deal. Text bubble, restart the world? But only after completing the world mission can the world be restarted. Text bubble, how to restart? Through the authority management port, add a little crystal. The world can be restarted, the more it listens, the more it looks like a game. This is the first time Lobo has asked us about the world. I thought Lobo was not curious at all. Text bubble, how can I not be curious, but I am afraid that the more I know, the more I lose. Lobo's good philosophy, I like it. Anne, as long as you live for a long time, you can accept all kinds of truths and secrets. The Tianlong Ren have landed, so ugly. Ugly cute, ugly, among the Tianlong Ren, only Brother Ming can still see it. This, Luffy agrees. The Tianlong people really don't have a lot of good-looking ones. Cavendish is worthy of being a prince, and didn't cheer. It seems that he really came to travel. Lobo, take Cavendish into the fleet. Text bubble, incoming the fleet? He is a prince, and his eyesight is high. Yes, but this prince will not be long. Hey, I want to laugh when I think that he will be exiled because he is so beautiful, it's so happy. Yet, he was also a prince anyway, but he was exiled for such nonsense. Cavithar can't help it. Girls all over the country refuse to marry for this reason. If they don't govern, the country won't be over. The Tianlong Ren came ashore. Zioka was so slick, he even pretended to kneel. It's also a prince anyway, there is still a drop in pride, so I kneel when I see people. What a prince, you didn't see how the king's old man kneels down, like a dog. Don't insult the dog, he is not worthy. Well, like a pig. He doesn't pay for the pig, he should follow a maggot. Puff, this description is fine, haha. The Tianlong people came ashore, and under the leadership of the king, the people on the harbor began to salute and pay homage to the Tianlong people. Wait for the hustle and bustle to leave. Luffy just felt the box move. It's really heavy. I knew I had brought Faralu, but the Tianlong people didn't kneel when seeing the horse. Maybe they would kill Faralu, or not. Ah. Next, I will find Guy. By the way, with so many people, how do you find Guy? Well, as smart as this young master, there is always a way. By the way, you can find the thief just now. But, the thief has gone far, what should I do? Cavendish muttered to himself and took the box 2 steps away, because it was too heavy, and put it down again. As a noble prince, this kind of rough work is really not suitable for him. Hi, big guy over there, do you need this thing? ZNG. Cavendish bounced a gold coin into the air. The big man who was stopped by Cavendish's eyes lit up. I will be happy to help. Then Cavendish handed the box into the hands of the big man. Bumpy all the way, walked for a long time. With a chuckle, the box was placed on the ground. Luffy heard the voice of paying the money, and the sound of the door opening and closing. You can stay at this young master's residence for a while. The young master is going to go out, relying on my outstanding wisdom, find Guy and return you back. Well, it cost my young master a gold coin to transport you back. When I find Guy, I have to let him treat me to a big meal. By the way, study how Soran's face grows. Well, it's so decided. Little Ka seems to like talking to herself very much. Perhaps this is how his dual personality was cultivated. You mean one day when you were talking to yourself while looking in the mirror, the person in the mirror suddenly responded? Ha ha ha. That is not a split personality, it is insanity. Crack. The door closed. Hey. The lock was locked. People are gone. Text bubble, is there anyone else in the house? No. Text bubble, good. Luffy opened the zipper from the inside and slowly got out of the box. Although Guyi deliberately made hands and feet on the box to make it easier for Luffy to breathe, and opened his mouth, there is still a world of difference between the feeling inside and outside. Luffy stretched comfortably. Then he looked at the furnishings of the room. Very clean and very upscale. It is by no means comparable to the messy bandit den. Well, when I get rich, I will live in a house more luxurious than this. The pursuit is too small, if I want to live in the palace, such as the palace of the Empress, ha ha ha. No matter what you do, you will be forgiven, after all, the concubine is too beautiful, ha ha ha, I support it. One Piece the most beautiful woman, none of them. I support Luna, How can the Empress compare with my Nami? Nami, forget it, the body is completely seen, there is more than one person, and she resolutely refuses. No, no, I think only Princess White Star can match our Lobo. White Star? Are you kidding me? How can such a big one be together? Princess Bakesing is as big as a ship with just one finger. Why the original house? Why can't it be the original? When Lobo passes this month, you can buy things in the mall after the newcomer period, and then it will be solved by buying a multi-A miniature lamp. Dora A's reduced light is super expensive. Lobo can't afford it. Crowdfunding, understand or not? Crowdfunding. If I smash the pot and sell the iron, I also have to save the reduced lights for Lobo, as long as Lobo chooses the White Star. Furthermore, even if you don't need to reduce the light, Lobo can blow it up for himself, without delaying the original house. Puff. It's Hancock. If you know that you marry Hancock, you will have the whole daughter country, even roar. I do not care. It's Nami. Actually, Karucha's rabbit is also good. Warren Ziazi. So Princess Vivi is also good. The barrage is noisy and happy. Luffy. Text bubble, well, don't worry about finding a wife. Actually, I didn't plan to find. No way. Must find. Luffy. Luffy seemed to see a group of old mothers roaring at him. Text bubble, the one who is looking for, and also looking for a traverser in other worlds, I mean if one day I can see it. Pull it down, the female traverser secretly doesn't know how much she slept. Lobo, do you already have someone you like, from the anchor group? Could it be Sister Luo? Don't talk nonsense, this can't be a joke. Sister Luo is so kind to me. Don't make jokes about Sister Luo. Besides, Sister Luo is a boy. Well, let's not talk about finding a daughter-in-law, first care about Sabo. Sabo's life or death is uncertain. Lobo, if you want to find a traverser, you can develop in the world of pirates. It is not only the human beings on Earth who can become a traverser. Any creature can be the world you are in. Yes, you can even develop it into an anchor, but it is not recommended to do this before completing the world mission. 2 traversers are in a world, and one of them must die, otherwise the world mission cannot be completed. There is still such a thing. Hey! The door lock turned suddenly and someone was coming in. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 52, How do fans want to blow up the dragon boat? There was an abnormal noise from the door lock, and Luffy returned to the box as quickly as possible. But after waiting for a long time, the door did not open. The voice of Chuck kept ringing, as if someone was picking the lock. Crack, boom. The door opened and closed. The sound of footsteps moved from far to near to the box. Noisy. The zipper was opened, and Luffy looked at each other. How is it an individual? Who are you? Why are you in the box? Isn't this kid the one who received a gold coin from the small card and gave it to the box? Mostly because of the money. Ha ha ha, this guy never dreamed that there would be a person in the box. Luffy raised his hand. Boom. He smashed the past with a punch. The man's mind went blank, and he fainted straightly. Since you are a thief, you can't blame me. Luffy touched the man's body and found a gold coin. Bright gold coins, pure color. Black eating black is excellent. All the tickets for this next trip have been reimbursed and there is still a surplus. You can use the money to invite Cavendish to dinner, wit. After solving the thief, Luffy put on a sun hat and left the door. Text bubble, go and see the situation on Gina. Lobo is not afraid of being discovered. Text bubble, it's actually nothing to be discovered at this time. I can pretend to come to watch the ceremony, right? Yes, just don't meet Ace. Text bubble, but you guys also watch it for me. If you find aces nearby, let me know immediately. Okay. Roger that. The town is still quite big, besides, there are people from all over the world in the town today, and the probability of encountering it is almost non-existent. Fuck. Ace is behind you. Hide it quickly. Luffy was taken aback. Walk into a store and look back carefully. No one. You are too bad, how can you scare Lobo? Luffy. Text bubble, this is a serious matter, don't make a joke about it. Received, promise not to be joking. Luffy checked the surroundings. The street is very lively. Pedestrians come and go in glamorous clothes. From time to time, there is also a neatly lined team of navy passing by with guns on the main road with their heads up and their chests high. At the port, you can see a huge warship flying the flag of the world government from a distance. The Tianlongren had left and headed to the palace, and there were a lot fewer people on the dock than before. Luffy pressed his hat down and walked towards the beach. Please stay. The port is temporarily blocked. No one can enter the port. Sorry, I just want to take a closer look at the big ships of the world's nobles, that. I won't move forward, can I just do it here? The seaman pointed to the banner of the road closure and said, only outside this line. Luffy nodded repeatedly. The navy continued to stand guard. There were a lot of people taking pictures around, and the flash was flashing. Luffy found a place where it was not easy to get into the mirror, and watched the sea from a distance. The waves slapped the coast, and from time to time a few seagulls chased each other. The battleships that the Tianlong people ride on are not only luxurious, but the rows of blastholes and the muscular seamen on their bodies all demonstrate their power and status. Lobo, I feel that the golden lion with the huge bow should be pure gold, or it should be deducted. Text bubble, I bet that any seaman on board is a domineering existence. This golden lion is only 3 meters long and wide, so it can definitely fit into the storage fence. Hey, this ticket is available, and the money for the next 10 years will be available. Lobo, isn't there a barrel of explosives and a barrel of fuel in your space ring? Proper operation is not a problem at all. You can wait until the evening, if the Tianlongren don't leave at night, take advantage of the night to start. I don't think I can go. I've been sailing for so long and I can't leave as soon as I get ashore. I guess it's good. It makes sense. When the guards start to doze off in the middle of the night, they will blow up the golden lion directly and put it in the storage space. Perfect. Text bubble, is it safe to put it in the storage bar? Have to find a way to retreat. It's simple, Cavendish is also a prince, you are with Cavendish, evacuation is not a problem at all. It's just that if the ship is damaged, the Tianlong people will not make much movement, at least it is impossible to issue the order to kill the demon. Even Cavendish's one-sided people are included in it, it's really. Furthermore, even without Cavendish, you are also Carp's grandson, and there is no evidence to identify you, who would dare to move you? Lu Fei stared at the golden lion head nearly 3 meters high on the bow. Text bubble, is it really gold? The Tianlong people must use real gold, and the gold plating will drop in price. This ship is less than 800 tonnage, about 10 meters wide, and the golden lion is half a meter thick, 3x 0.5, 4.5 cubic meters, and weighs 86.94 tons. Isn't it too much? There are more than 40 tons when folded in half. 87 tons of gold. More than 40 tons in half, how much is that worth? It's so alluring. Text bubble, you really want me to do it? Dry. Forget it, it's embarrassing if you get caught. Dry. Text bubble, wait, we are here to find Gina. No delay, if Gina is in the sea, you can't swim, and the dock is blocked. Text bubble, you want me to blow up the boat? Fried. No support, too dangerous. It's over, and life has to be dry. Novice village to challenge the ultimate big boos is really unwise. It's not about killing the dragon, just blow up a boat. Text bubble, okay, some people support it, some people don't, the old rules, when you encounter this situation, you will come to a gift PK. Text bubble, if you agree to brush unicorns, if you disagree, brush the stars, count by votes, not by individual. Text bubble, come on. 1 unicorn, 10 lower grade crystals, 1 star, 1 lower grade crystals. The gift PK is released. Reward Kuluruo Tien Tuan will reward the unicorn 66x1 more. Toto, you are here, I didn't even notice you. Kuluo Luo Tien Tuo Duo, just come, join in the fun. Reward the rabbit must reward the stars 66x1, x2, x3, x18. A small star plane took off. Unicorns, the stars, 660:1188. The rabbit must die, it's too dangerous to blow up the dragon boat, I don't recommend it. Reward the devil left wing del rewards the unicorn 66x1, x2, x3, x18. The devil's left wing del proved with actions that he is indeed a black fan. Devil's left wing del, explode. Must be fried. Unicorns, the stars, 12540:1188. Text bubble, Brother Del is not worried that I will be in danger at all. Thank you for your reward. Are there still variables? The devil's left wing Del, no, I hate the celestials so much. The gift PK counts down 60 seconds, and 60 seconds ends. Unicorns, the stars, 12650:2658. Agree is 6 times greater than disagree. I think it is feasible. Get dry. Blew up the bow of the Tian Long Ren. It is worth mentioning that 80 tons of gold are more and 40 tons are missing. This vote is worth doing. Poverty makes me lose the right to speak, and cry. Looking at the shiny golden lion on the bow, Luffy was also a little moved. Text bubble, regardless of whether Miss Devil wants me to die or not, I must thank you for the gift. Overall ranking, 35,410 lower grade Shenjing. You can get another orange wood treasure chest. Text bubble, well, since you think it's feasible, try it. Fortunately, this ship seems to be made of wood. I hope it's not the atom wood for the keel of the Sunday. The possibility is extremely low. Even if it is used, it is a keel. The golden lion is inlaid on the bow of the ship, and it does not grow together. Luffy took out the binoculars and looked at it carefully. The gold lion base is in the shape of horns. Brush this white paint base. Text bubble, if it's not gold, it would be embarrassing. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 53, Ace. It's not gold, it's too low in price. That is, Denon's face is completely ashamed. If it's not gold, just leave a message on it, Numa is not gold, and the price is too low. I think it will be very happy. I think the Draco will be mad, and immediately ordered the lion on the bow to be replaced with gold, haha. Luffy held his binoculars and looked at the golden lion carefully. He took out the gold coin he had touched from the thief and made a comparison. Text bubble, the color and luster match, but I don't know if it is a coating. If it is a coating, it will be more embarrassing. Luffy walked into the crowd and praised loudly, what a shiny golden lion, that lion must be made of gold, otherwise, how can it bring out the nobility of the world's nobles? The person next to him took a picture with his hand and echoed, it must be real gold. Such a noble color is gold at first glance. Luffy replied, that's not necessarily, maybe it's just a layer of plating. The people around focused their attention on the golden lion and started talking. Luffy looked at the guard, hoping that the guard could speak out and give an answer. It's a pity that the guard just stood there dutifully and unsmilingly. The telescope moved sideways, and Luffy was investigating the coast. asked the people around him. I came late, and heard that the nobleman sank a ship. Another person beside Luffy snapped back, well, it's a pirate ship with a pirate flag. The man pointed to the sea, it's there, 100 meters away from the coast. There is a kid on it, oh. Ah. Don't mention it, the guards have seen it, don't trouble yourself. The person who answered the conversation shut up. Luffy looked in the direction the man pointed. If Gina jumped into the sea to save people, the range of going ashore would not be too far. Then anyone jumped into the sea to save people. The people around shook their heads. Several of them took the initiative to walk away from Luffy. It seems that not many people have seen Gina go to sea to save people. No wonder everyone's eyes should be on the fishing boat. Hi. Soran. So you are here. The voice came from behind, it was Cavendish. Luffy put down the binoculars and looked over. This time he didn't let his face distort. Say hello, hi. Staring at Luffy's face, Cavendish was stunned, and then pointed at Luffy excitedly, your face, ah. You are, oh. Luffy reached out and pressed Cavendish's mouth. I'm looking for Guy, did you see Guy? Cavendish understood, but did not reveal the identity of Luffy. Following Luffy's words, he replied, no, I'm looking for her, I just found. Cavendish suddenly saw the box in Luffy's hand and was surprised, why is this box with you? I remember me. Luffy pretended to be stupid, what's wrong with this box? Cavendish recalled, you and Guy have two identical boxes. Luffy shook his head, no, this is Guy's. Cavendish looked puzzled, no, I remember a thief running with a box just now, I took it back. Luffy replied, it's a coincidence. Just now I saw a thief trying to steal this box, and then I took it back. As he said, Luffy took out the gold coin, by the way, I also touched a gold coin on the thief. Cavendish was surprised when he saw the gold coin, isn't this my reward? Damn thief, he must see that I have money, and then steal the box before I leave. ZNG. Luffy flew the gold coin into Cavendish's hand. Since it belongs to you, then give it back to you, thanks. Cavendish said unhappily, I originally planned to wait until you found you to return the box, so that you owe an adult please, now it's okay, it's a waste of work. By the way, what's in Guy's box? Why is it so heavy? Is it gold? The people around heard the gold and looked over with ridged ears. Luffy was speechless, what are you thinking about? Nothing more than a box of big rocks, that Guy just wants to practice his wrist strength with a heavy load. Hey! The box opened and there was nothing inside. But I don't think the stones are too heavy, and I have thrown them all at him. The people around took a few secret glances, seeing that it was empty, and the disappointing ones stopped paying attention to this side. Luffy and Cavendish walked along the coast to a place with few people. Cavendish lowered his voice excitedly, I know you are Luffy. Don't worry, I won't tell you this secret. Just like you, I sneaked out to play with my family. Cavendish was still young, and he was one head taller than Luffy, about 1.68 meters. Luffy nodded accommodatingly, thanks. Cavendish stretched out his hand again, my name is Cavendish, the Prince of the Kingdom of Perjoa. Luffy stretched out his hand to shook it, and introduced himself in a low voice, Monkey D. Luffy, the unknown man. Cavendish said excitedly, how could you be an unknown person, I dare to swear, all the navies now know you. Luffy pointed to the navy not far away and said, then there is a navy. Do you think he recognizes me? Cavendish was stunned, he shouldn't believe you will be here. After all, it is said that you were taken to the Navy headquarters to practice secretly by Lieutenant Admiral Carp. Secret training at the Navy headquarters? Exaggerated, right? It can be seen that most of the rumors are not credible. I and Guy are separated, I need to find Guy first. Cavendish volunteered, then let me help you. Let's find them separately, so it's faster. I booked a room at the Goya Hotel near the pier, room number 202, whether we find it or not, we wait until 5 o'clock, how about we meet there? Luffy nodded in response. Then the two separated at the pier. Luffy continued to look for it along the coast, and Cavendish went to the city to look for it. When Cavendish was gone, Luffy took out his binoculars and searched the shore for traces of footprints or dragging. Unfortunately, there is no gain. Gina girl won't drown, right? Probably not, that girl is not bad at water. Will it be captured by the navy? Why don't you go to the lighthouse? Yes, you have to go over there to see, here is blocked, Gina can't get up either. When you come up, you have to be asked by the navy for questioning, right? So Gina might be in the navy. Lighthouse. Luffy looked towards the lighthouse. The lighthouse is indeed a good place not to be noticed, but the lighthouse is 500 meters away from the place where the Tien Longren anchored. Text bubble, probably not. If that is the case, people around will definitely see it. Text bubble, let's wait for him to take a look. At the same time, on the clock tower near the pier, Ace sat cross-legged on the top of the clock tower, holding a monocular, looking at the dock from a distance. The gate from Bianzhen to Jaijin was closed, and he lost a lot of energy before sneaking in. When they came in, the dragon boat had already stopped at the pier. Luffy, since you are here, you should come to join in the fun. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 54, The Left Eye of the Red Queen R-Type Body. Coast of the Kingdom of Goa. On the base of the lighthouse, the scattered large rocks reveal deep gaps under the scouring of the sea. The white tower was reflected in the white light under the scorching sun. Luffy looked around. There are no beaches on the coast here, but dams made of stones. No clues can be found on the traces. Wow! A head with blue hair came out, he took a big breath, and dived again. It's Gina. Luffy also saw it. Count it all, the thief stole the box and took it to the hotel in Cavendish, and then I came here. It's an hour less, right? Yes. Have. If yes. Gina didn't find Sabo, did Sabo sink to the bottom of the sea? No way, the future chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army just hangs up. This is not the butterfly effect. To save one person will have to die. It's impossible. Wait, Lobo, don't worry. As time passed by, Luffy stared at the sea closely. About 10 minutes. Gina floated out of the water again. Seeing that Gina was about to plunge in again, Luffy hurriedly stopped. Gina. On the sea, the person in the shadow of the lighthouse was taken aback and looked towards Luffy. You're awake? Luffy quickly asked. Sabo is still on the bottom of the sea. Gina shook her head. No, someone took a step ahead of me and rescued Sabo. Saved. Luffy was overjoyed. If Sabo died like this, to a large extent, he was responsible. After all, in the development of the original world, Sabo did not die here. Sabo was left. Why are you still here? Gina's face was overcast. I dropped the Hedayi text in the sea. I won't say anything. I'm going down to find it. The best sword will be soaked in the sea for a long time. I have to find it as soon as possible. Speaking, Gina sank to the bottom of the sea again. Puff, this is the reality version of finding a needle in a haystack. The bottom of the sea is so dark, it's hard to find it. Lobo quickly find a flashlight, waterproof. Luffy wakes up. Click to open the chat group. Luffy, I need a waterproof flashlight. Who has it? Naraku, is it okay to stream fireflies? A kind of monster can shine. Naraku, by the way, there is also the soul lamp, which I hung on the carriage. Luffy, thanks, an ordinary flashlight will do. Venom, I have it. System prompt, Venom initiates a transaction application with you. Agree. The immediate interface changes. 2 flashlights were sent from the Venom bar, one in a helmet type and the other in a handheld one. System prompt, please check the transaction items. Determine. The system prompts that the transaction is complete. Venom, private chat boss, are 2 enough? Do I need to move a few more? Luffy, enough is enough, thank you very much. Group chat. Coolalo Luxalu, I have a fluorescent magic scroll, a magic stone, or a night pearl. It's worthy of being a big boss, and the things they took out are different. Lu Fei, thanks, but Brother Po has already provided 2 flashlights. Lu Fei, yes, Sister Luo Luo, are there any metal detectors and the like that can be used in the sea? Venom, give me time to find it. Kurolo Rusiro, did you have any important things falling into the sea? I can lend you a clone of Xiao Hong, but I have the coordinates of your world, or? Luffy, what is Xiao Hong? Kulalo Luxalu, the artificial intelligence of the original hive is now my housekeeper. The Red Queen? Incredible. But the matter of exposing the world coordinates is still forgotten. Luffy, I'm not tired, I'm afraid that someday I accidentally angered Sister Luoluo and Sister Luoluo will kill him again. Kulalo Luzalu, the security awareness is pretty good. It seems that I listened to what I said, very good. Kulalo Luxalu, then I will take apart for you. I can help you search for things that have fallen in the sea. Don't worry about recording your coordinate information. System reminder, Kulalo Luxalu initiates a transaction application to you. Agree. The immediate interface changes. A ball the size of an egg was sent from the trading bar of Kulalo. System prompt, please check the transaction items. Do you want to trade? Luffy was really afraid that Kulalo knew where he was in the world. However, one of the previously signed contracts is that things related to the content of the transaction cannot be concealed. Private chat on the trading panel, Sister Luo Luo, are you not positioned? Kulalo Luxalu, don't worry. Lu Fei, thank you Sister Luo Luo. Confirm review. The transaction is successful. Item name, the left eye of the Red Queen R-shaped body. Item precious degree, sea level. The degree of danger of the item, D level. Introduction, the left eye of the R-type airframe can operate independently, has a certain degree of reconnaissance ability, and can explode when necessary, and its power can barely move all buildings within 10,000 square kilometers. Producer, Alice. Evaluation, O, a robot eyeball. Just an eyeball score has a C grade, and Kulalo Luzalu is indeed a senior. Luffy, thank you Sister Luoluo, I'll return it to you when it runs out. Kulalo Luzalu, no, you can keep it, I can recreate it. Luffy, thank you. Close the chat group. Luffy shared the item information to the live broadcast room. Text bubble, equipment supported by Sister Luoluo, we have to write down this situation. Wow! Sister Luoluo is so kind. Lobo, or you choose Sister Luoluo as your wife. Luffy's face turned black. Text bubble, stop making trouble, Sister Luoluo is a boy. While Gina was not coming up, Luffy simply manipulated the mechanical eyeball. It's not difficult, the pupils are opposite, and an operation interface will appear in front of your eyes after binding. Then just follow the prompts. In addition, the requirements can also be entered directly into the interface. The intelligent system mounted in the eyeball will filter functions according to requirements. The operator only needs to press OK. It's very convenient. Lobo waits and uses it to sweep the dragon boat, and then he knows if the lion is gold. Text bubble, OK. Wow! Gina came up again. Not found yet? No. Gina gasped. Luffy quickly lifted the binding and aimed the mechanical eyeball at Gina's eyes. Don't blink, look at what's in my hand. Gina wiped the water and said in doubt, "This is Luffy, can you see an interface? Do you know all the words on it?" Gina nodded. "Ask me if I am bound?" "Luffy, what is this? It's good to be able to read it, but it's embarrassing if you can't. He ate the devil's fruit, and now he is a land ruck, without water at all. This is a probe that can help you find a sword that sinks into the sea." The mechanical eyeball was successfully bound, and it floated from Luffy's hand and hovered beside Gina. Then Luffy put on the head-mounted lighting equipment for Gina. When everything was ready, Gina went into the water again. A text is saved. How can such an important sword be lost? This sword has to be passed to me. What's going on? Gina is not dead again. Hey, do you think Gina would drown suddenly, and then force a text to Soran? Fuck. You accumulate some virtue. Such words can also be said. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 55, The First Encounter Between Ace and Guy. Do you see who rescued Sabo? No, the man swims faster than me. When I get ashore, the man has disappeared. Unbind. The light of the pupil of the left eye of the R-shaped body was dim, and it slowly landed on Gina's hand. Yes, I think this thing must be very precious. Gina passed her eyeballs to Luffy. Luffy hesitated a little, then took it. At this stage, he really does not have the capital to give away sea-level items at will, or he should not be a big-tailed wolf with a swollen face and a fat man. Moreover, this is a super bomb capable of destroying 10,000 square kilometers. A word is all right. I have a special whetstone for repairing weapons. You can try it if necessary. Luffy took out the D-class item, the repairing whetstone, and handed it to Gina. Gina looked curiously at the whetstone that looked like a brick. Can it repair weapons? Luffy nodded. Sounds weird, doesn't it? I've tried it. The rusty kitchen knife gets sharper and newer. It's amazing. Gina took the whetstone and tried it with a word. OM. The blade of a word vibrated, making a pleasant soft sound. The thin, almost invisible wear of the blade began to heal, and the already bright blade was as smooth as new. How is this done? Gina was surprised. But Luffy noticed that a little powder had fallen from the whetstone. You must know that when he experimented with a kitchen knife, no matter how he sharpened the whetstone, there was no change. I don't know, I guess it should be related to the material. There are special substances on the whetstone, which can repair weapons. Gina carefully stroked the whetstone. It's incredible. Luffy replied, yes, the guy who made this whetstone must be a genius. Well, now that the sword has been retrieved, we should also leave. Gina reluctantly returned the whetstone to Luffy. Luffy put the whetstone in the storage compartment. Then bind with the mechanical eyeball. Go to the pier first, I want to use this thing to scan the dragon boat. Gina handed the sword to Luffy. Leave the sword with you first, too. The scabbard gets water, and you have to deal with it before you can put it back. Luffy took a text, took a look, and put it in the storage area. At the same time, a pop-up window appeared. Item name, Headai text. Item precious degree, sea level. The degree of danger of the item. Introduction, one of the 21 workers of the Big Quick Knife. Prepared by, Saburo Farming. Evaluation, not bad. Does the inventory have the function of appraising treasures? Then why didn't the gunpowder he received show because it was too low level? Luffy took a few glances at the Headai text in the inventory. Class C is higher than Luffy expected. After all, the price is only 10 million Baileys, not even 100 million. You said you want to scan the dragon boat? What do you do? Luffy smiled and said, I want to see if the golden lion inlaid on the bow of the dragon is gold. Gina suddenly lost interest. Boring. The two walked along the coast and returned to the pier. Luffy aimed his metal eyeball at the golden lion on the bow of the dragon. Metal identification. Item: gold. Purity: 50%. Volume: 4.28 cubic meters. It's really gold. But this purity is a bit low, only 50%. 50% is 12K. The price is half the price of 24K pure gold. Luffy stared at the gold and thought. On the clock tower, Ace, holding a single scope, finally saw Luffy. Luffy. In the telescope, Luffy talked and laughed with a boy with blue hair. Ace adjusted the lens barrel of the monocular, focused and carefully distinguished Luffy's face. Then he followed Luffy's gaze and turned to the bow of the Tianlongren. The golden lion is particularly dazzling under the sunlight and the white base. This lion is made of gold. Often robbed, Ace, who secretly collects many gold and silver jewelry, can tell the material of the golden lion at a glance. Okay? Luffy is looking at this golden lion. Isn't he thinking about this golden lion? Probably not. This ship flies the flag of the world government. The world government is the most powerful existence in the world. Luffy would not want to start with it. Besides, there is no luck with such a large amount of gold. I definitely think that Kaneko wants to be crazy. Ace adjusts the telescope and realigns Luffy. Luffy and the blue-haired boy left the pier and walked towards town. Ace put away the telescope. He decided to follow. Luffy didn't know that he had been discovered by Ace. After confirming that the golden lion is gold, Luffy and Gina went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Will you go back after you finish eating? In the box, Luffy swept the ham on the table. Gina was more reserved, eating bite by bite. No hurry, stay here for one night and leave tomorrow. Stay for one night? Gina whispered, is there anything else to do? Luffy wondered whether to tell Gina about the bombing of the dragon boat. Tell, Gina became an accomplice. Bombing a ship of a world government is similar in nature to a car of a national leader. It is a felony. Well, I don't want it anymore. Nothing special. When we first went ashore, we met a man named Cavendish, do you remember? I was stolen by a thief when you went to the sea to save people. That guy took the box back. I think the other person is pretty good. In addition, I told him that I was separated from you, and he still offered to help find it. He and I had an appointment to meet at Goya Hotel at 5 o'clock. Gina nodded, that's not bad. After dinner, Luffy and Guyana went around the city a few times and went to a few shops selling knives. Unfortunately, they didn't have much money on them, and they barely had enough for the ferry tickets to go back, so they could only take a look. At 5 o'clock, Luffy and Gina went to the Goya Hotel for the appointment. Cavendish arranged accommodation for the two. Then the three went out and had a big meal. At night, go back to each room and rest. Luffy and Gina live in the same room. This is not only because the room rate is expensive, but because the hotel does not have any extra suites. Cavendish paid 5 gold coins for this one. But it was not crowded, the room was originally a suite. Luffy and Gina each share a cabin, with a living room in between. Luffy, there is hot water. Ah, you go first, remember to change back into a male body when you come out. Great. Gina began to take a bath. After Gina finished washing, Luffy took a brief shower. Then go back to each room. After a short rest, Gina's sword practice sound came from the living room. At midnight, Wan Lai was completely silent. Gina also went back to the room to rest. Lu flew into the quilt and stuffed 2 backs, vacating the inside. Secretly went out and turned out the window in the corner of the corridor. All the way to the pier. Not long after Luffy left the hotel, a gap was opened in the living room window from the outside. Tweet, twee, twee. The chirping of birds came from the tree outside the hotel. There was no response from the room. Ace squatted on the tree and waited for a long time. He has been following Luffy in the dark for a day, just waiting for the dead of night to come to the house and settle the accounts. This guy is asleep. Ace looked around, made sure it was safe, and carefully turned over the living room window. Wow! As soon as Ace landed in the light of the knife, a chilly knife was placed on Ace's neck. If you move, I'll cut it off. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 56, Accident. The evening breeze rustles. 12:10, the pier of Goa Kingdom is brightly lit. The main light source is the big ship that the Tianlong people ride on. Fortunately, the guards who patrolled the coast during the day were all withdrawn. Luffy took out the mechanical eyeball to scan the hull, and the 3D image of the big ship gradually appeared in front of Luffy. There is no one on the bow. There are more than 500 navies on standby. The timing is right. Lobo rushes to the duck. Text bubble, I started to regret it a bit. This is definitely the craziest thing I have ever done since I crossed. There is no one. No, they are all asleep, fucking. Text bubble, how much time do you have for evacuation from the time the ship was bombed to when the Navy was dispatched? The ship will shake violently when it is blown up. You pour fuel on it and the fire burns. You can fight for at least 3 minutes. It's okay, there is no teleport scroll. Text bubble, send the scroll to Ace. Anchor Pride. Class B item. Still your only Class B item. Lobo has always been proud, ahahahaha. Text bubble, I'm rushing, do you have a brother or sister to offer a plane to cheer up? A small plane is fine too. Reward Ling Shan Mosquito Fairy Reward Rainbow Candy 66x1, x2, x3, x4. Text bubble, thank you Sister Mosquito, good. I rushed. Don't stop rewarding. Everyone come with me. Put the mask that came in the daytime on your face. Luffy looked like a rat, vinegar, flashing by the light, his rubber arm grabbed the fence and went straight to the deck. The mechanical eyes hovered beside Luffy like a shadow, and broadcast the crew's movements for Luffy in real time. Skittles X10, X11, X12. The Navy does not move in the 3D rendering. Luffy took out the explosive barrel and fastened the explosive barrel at the junction of the lion's head and the hull with a rope. Then take out the fuel and spill the fuel on the badge and deck. The fuel had a pungent smell, and when the sea breeze blew, the Marines on duty on the upper deck noticed it and walked towards the bow. Luffy jumped off the deck and at the same time threw the lighter that was on. Hoob! At the moment when the lighter fell, the fire flowed on the deck, covering all the places where the fuel was flowing in the blink of an eye. I saw the fire snake surging, climbing along the hull, and burning directly to the explosive barrel stuck on top of the lion's head. Boom! The half-person height dynamite barrel detonated, and the impact of the dynamite slammed the fuel on the deck in all directions. For a time, the sky was filled with oil, the fire and rain were everywhere, and the brightly lit dock was in full bloom. The golden lion head tilted slowly in the explosion. Success or failure in one fell swoop. Luffy's rubber arm grabbed the corner of the golden lion. Pull it down and put it in the storage space. It's done. Evacuate. Woo! 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 The ship's alarm sounded. The whole pier was noisy. Go, go, go! Run! The Navy is dispatched. Try not to use the power of the devil fruit. How could Luffy know that? But it was really costly to evacuate as quickly as possible. You know, the worst Marines in the New World are armed and domineering. Luffy can't bet, so he must leave as soon as possible. Luffy passed a big tree, using the angle of view behind the big tree to create a blind spot. He used a rubber arm to lift the eaves, tumbling and leaping, ejected onto the big tree outside the Goya Hotel, and ran into the hotel corridor in the shadows. X29, X30. An extended version of a small plane took off. From the beginning of the bombing to the evacuation, Luffy took a total of 60 seconds. At this moment, the heart has beaten to a drumbeat. During this period, other scattered votes totaled more than 1,000. Overall ranking, 38,300. More than 3,000 votes have been raised than before. Not bad? Yay! Lobo, you are bigger. Ha ha ha. Stimulate. If you want me to say, it is better to put the eyeballs on the ship, and sink them when the Tian Longren leave the port. That will be very exciting. Lobo, do it. Text bubble, then I have to lose precious C-class reconnaissance equipment, and the Denonians are not worthy of making me pay such a high price. Furthermore, Sister Luoluo wants to chant. Text bubble, what a big face, I said that I wanted it, but I promised that I will return a gift to the Red Queen in the future. This eyeball belongs to the Red Queen next to Lolo. Text bubble, yes. Oh. Puffing up his breath, Luffy opened the door carefully with the key and tiptoed in. Where have you been? As soon as she entered the house, Gina stood in the living room with her arms folded. Luffy saw a person standing beside Gina. Ace? Why are you here? Ace said proudly, I just found out, I have been with you all day. Gina said calmly, it wasn't in my hands in the end. Ace, I called Luffy with a secret signal. I didn't expect Luffy to call you out anymore. If I didn't say anything, how could you catch me? Luffy looked at the faces of the two of them. Obviously a lot of things happened during the time I went out. Gina, where have you been? The explosion outside will not be related to you, will it? Luffy, of course it doesn't matter. I couldn't sleep and wanted to go out and relax. There was noisy outside. Ace looked out the window, curiously said, then do you know what's going on outside? Luffy said perfunctorily, looking from a distance, there should be something wrong at the dock. Ace quipped, the dock? Could it be someone who blew up the dragon boat? Then he could steal the gold? Ha ha ha. Luffy. Ace, I'll just talk about it casually. Luffy, where have you been in these 2 months? That's right. Ace took out the teleporting scroll and said, the thing you gave me is real and fake. Can it really send people to other places? Just talk about it, are you the Prophet Emperor? I took a boat to the island next door and circled around. Later, the old man went and tortured me for 2 months. The scroll is real, so it's not a last resort, don't use it. The sea soldiers passed by the hotel, and the hotel rooms were brightly lit. Sui Nian's comments came in from the corridor outside the door. What happened? It was an explosion just now, right? Oh my god, the navy has been dispatched, so many navies. Noisy. Let me stop sleeping. The people in the next room seemed to be awake. Wrapped in clothes, I looked around, talking in the corridor. Really? Ace looked at the scroll and fiddled with it. That's right, and there. Ace's mood suddenly fell a little bit. In the 2 months you were absent, Sabo's father bought him and took him away with the guards in the city. Luffy was not surprised by this news. In the original world development, Sabo's father bought the Sapphire Pirates and asked the pirates to capture Luffy and Ace, and then threatened Sabo with the lives of Luffy and Ace and sent Sabo home. I already know this, and I also know that Sabo will go to sea today. Then it was sunk by the heavenly dragon. Before Luffy finished speaking, Ace's face suddenly changed, and he roared, what? The one that was sunk was Sabo. Luffy raised his hand, don't get excited, Sabo is not dead. Someone rescued him. The room suddenly flickered. The source of light is... Luffy looked at Ace's hand blankly. Damn it! The belt on the reel was pulled apart by Ace. Ace! Throw the scroll out! Ace was startled, and just accidentally pulled the scroll off when he was excited. Hearing Luffy's shout again, he subconsciously did what Luffy said, and threw the scroll shaft out of the window. The window in the living room was originally open, but at the moment Ace threw the scroll out, a strong wind blew outside the window, and the window that was pushed out came back directly. It happened to hit the scroll and bounced the scroll toward the road. Fly! The reel unfolds. In the flickering white light, Luffy only saw Gina suddenly stretched out her hand to him and grabbed his shoulder. Then the world went dark. In the eyes of Ace. With the white light closing in, Luffy and Gina disappeared. Papers of crash crap floated all over the room. The overhead chandelier ding 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 shook violently. People? Was it really teleported away? Ace stood there blankly. Dang dang dang. The door knocked, and Cavendish's voice came from outside, "Guy. Well, are you asleep?" The dragon boat was blown up, and the golden lion was stolen. Come out to watch the excitement. What? Ace. Who I am? Where am I? What did I do? Like the One Piece Road Fae anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fae has the fastest literary update. Chapter 57, Lucky Landing Place. The orange sky looks like the usual color of old-fashioned incandescent lamps. The waves slapped on the beach, crashing loudly. Here, where is it? Good luck, did not fall into the volcano, ha ha ha. It looks like it's an incredible place. Text bubble, where? I don't know, wow Kaka. If you come, you will be safe. First make sure there is no one on the island, maybe it is a secret base of the world government. The rotting stench wafted around. The sea breeze is warm. Luffy looked up at the sky. The starry sky here was strange. The luminous lines were intertwined like a spider web, but there was no such rules as a spider web. Looking around, the bones of several animals on the golden beach were half buried. Looking into the distance along the beach, the trees are shaded, and it is a forest. Luffy, my word is still in the hotel. Could it be that a text is bound to my home Suoda, but in the end it still has to be in my Suoda's hands? If Cow's hero saw that only his sword daughter was gone, would he think that her daughter was dead? Luffy looked at Gina, and comforted, although Cavendish is practicing a rapier, he should still have his eyesight, and he should be able to help with it. Gina shook her head, I think the sword is more likely to be in Ace's hands. Luffy patted Gina on the shoulder, then there is no need to worry, Ace will definitely help you collect it. Gina said helplessly, Hope, is he rich? Luffy was surprised, why do you ask? Gina sighed and said, I'm afraid that if he runs out of money, he will use a word for it. Did you say that Ace will take the sword for you? I think Ace would forget to bring the sword and be picked up by Cavendish, or Cavendish did not pick it up, but was picked up by the waiter who cleaned the room, 233. Then fell into the hands of my Suoda. No, then Kojiro found out, thinking that his daughter was dead. Then Soran begins the life of the Liver Emperor? Will Gina's kendo dream be on his shoulders? How, I think this result is good. No, how could I, Ace, miss the treasure? Ace will definitely pick it up, and then open the kendo copy, eating a burnt fruit, and awakening the soul-slashing knife with fiery blades. Sword skills. Burning the city. Are you still wearing a white cannon with something written on it? Funny. Roar no Azoro of Moto Yanagi Yamamoto. Roar. 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 Text bubble. Luffy replied, it shouldn't be. His small vault has a lot of treasures, it's an invisible local tyrant. Hearing these words, Gina felt a little relieved. Luffy comforted again, don't worry, even if he takes the sword, I will definitely help you find a text. Now, we should study carefully where we have been transmitted to. Gina looked around, obviously, this is an island. Luffy, Gina sniffed her nose and walked towards the sea. The color of the sea is a little different from what she remembered. Luffy took out the eyeball of the machine and probed the surroundings. The mechanical eyeball is painfully aimed at sea water. Checking. Warning, Strong acid found. Strong acid analysis. Warning: strong acid is strongly corrosive to the body. System prompt: the body's self-protection system is turned on, and the hardened glass coating protective barrier is turned on. A layer of transparent crystals permeated the surface of the metal eyeballs to envelop the eyeballs. The crystals were very bright at first, and then turned into a frosted texture, like a lollipop covered with sugar. Strong acid? I seem to know where Lobo was teleported to. Day. If so, too lucky. I seem to know too. See Master Lanternfish. Don't be happy too early, maybe it's in the belly of other animals. How can the belly of other animals glow? This orange light is the lantern on the head of Lord Lanternfish. Text bubble: are you so lucky? Lobo knows. Text bubble: well, a fan told me on the live broadcast before. Is there? I'm here every day. Text bubble: one day I downloaded it and then broadcast it again. Most people don't know that I can't broadcast the pop-up. Oh. The truth? Fart. Luffy only knew it because he had seen the movie. Luffy held Gina, who was about to touch the liquid around the island with his hands. Don't touch it, it's not seawater, it's acid. Gina closed her hand. Acid. Luffy looked up and looked at the orange sky. I think I might know where we are. If you guessed right, we should be in the belly of a huge lanternfish. I just don't know if this lanternfish is the one I know. The huge lanternfish is honored as the Lord Lanternfish. Appeared in One Piece theatrical version of Golden Heart. There are 3 stomachs in its body, and each stomach contains an island. The innermost one is called Alchemy. Inside is stored a longevity tool developed by scientists Pure Gold. According to description, pure gold is an item that looks like gold but can emit golden light, and has the effect of delaying aging. Wow! From the bush, 3 dark red-skinned creatures that looked like dinosaurs ran out. Luffy just felt his eyes shine. Because there are dinosaurs on the island in the stomach of Master Lanternfish. The mechanical eyeball scans the creatures rushing out of the bushes. Checking. Report: found adult Velociraptor X3. Basic information: body length is 2.15 m, hip height is 0.54 m. Bite force evaluation: 3,500 pounds. Speed evaluation: 30 km per hour. It really is a dinosaur. But is this speed slower? Is it because the environment here is too small to use? Converting 30 km per hour to meters per second is only 8.3 milliseconds. Even Boulder didn't catch up, and Bolt still had 10.4 milliseconds. Hammer. This must be in the belly of Master Lantern. Lobo, there are treasures here that can make people live forever. If you remember correctly, there is also a father and daughter who have lived for 200 years. Ha 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 ha, I want to laugh when I think of the funny couple than my father and daughter. My daughter lived for 200 years and could only eat vegetables and fruits for a living. My father pretended to be a baby dinosaur and ate meat every day in the carnivorous dragon. Text bubble: that's great. At this moment, Luffy was also sure that he was in the belly of Master Lanternfish. Luffy. Gina touched the sword subconsciously, but it was a pity that the sword was not on her body. It's okay, this thing is a little scarier, leave it to me. Taking out the katana from the storage bar, Luffy slashed forward with the sword, and the neck of the 3-headed raptor slipped neatly. It's a pity that I was too full for dinner, otherwise I really want to taste the taste of dinosaur meat immediately. Luffy put the fallen dinosaur into the storage bar. Lobo, I remember there are pterosaurs on the island. You catch one, and there will be flying mounts in the future. Grab the leader of the pterodactyl. So there will be a group of flying mounts. Haha. Give another S.I.Q, let the pterosaur evolve into a super pterosaur. Lobo, how about forming an air force? If you encounter a deadly enemy, you will drop bombs and blow up the ship. Once the ship is sunk, you will be your younger brother. With the Pokemon Ball, it will be a special Air Force team that can launch surprise attacks. How? My green pheasant general expresses dissatisfaction. The general green pheasant is a different kind, after all, he is a man who can freeze the sea, but he should still be a lieutenant general now. My Kaido is also not convinced. Well, Kaido can become a dragon, and it's really amazing to fly, but it's a minority after all. Text bubble, you and I thought about being together. I originally thought that I would have to wait until the little garden to form a pterodactyl team, but I didn't expect it to be possible now. Little garden, is this what the guy told you? Text bubble, yes. Luffy operates a mechanical eyeball, submit an order detect humans surviving on the island. The mechanical eyeball lifted off and began to scan the entire island. Scanning progress, 10%, 20%, 30%. 100%. Submit task, the specified target was not found. No? How could it not? That scientist and the scientist's daughter live on the first island. Text bubble, the situation seems to be somewhat different. No way. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 58, Domesticated Pterodactyl. Could it be, this is not the stomach of Master Lantern? Word bubble, maybe, this is just another lanternfish master. No way, then the result is the difference between heaven and earth, there is no boat, how to get out of the belly of the fish is a problem. Look again, maybe the skin missed it. Or the special mountain can be isolated and scanned, isn't the scientist living in the cave of the baby velociraptor? Luffy hopes so. Luffy operates a mechanical eyeball, submit an instruction mark the distribution of all biological populations on the island. 3D image display of island. Species marker 1, large basilisk lizard. Population, 99. Introduction, with the help of the surface tension of the liquid and the bubbles formed by the fast-moving solace of the feet and the liquid surface, you can run on the water for a short time. If the speed slows down during the running, you have to swim forward. Species marker 2, Parasaurus. Population, 82 heads. Species marker 3, Velociraptor. Population, 77 heads. Species marker 4, Double-crowned dragon. Population, 84 heads. Introduction, the double-crowned dragon is 6 meters long, and its head is about 2.4 meters high when standing. There are 2 large bone crowns growing on the top of the head, hence the name double-crowned dragon. Click to view for details. Species marker 5, Pteranodon. Population, 50 heads. Introduction, toothless pterosaur has a body length of 1.8, a weight of about 15 kilograms, 2 wings spread about 8.2 meters, and a crown on the top of the head. Click to view for details. Text bubble, there is a pterosaur, it is not considered empty-handed, but, this pterosaur is too small to carry people. It can be moved after using SIQ. After taking RH, it grows from 1.5 meters to 3 meters. The pterosaur's body length is 1.8 meters and it is 3.6 meters, which is still possible. Unfortunately, there is no Fengshen pterosaur. One Fengshen pterosaur weighs more than 500 catties. Text bubble, it's so powerful, then look for it when you go to the small garden. Between conversations, the lanternfish's stomach juice surged, and the 2-meter-high water wall pushed over, like a rising tide. Luffy reacted swiftly. With his left hand, he grabbed Gyna from his waist, and his right hand stretched out to grab the branch on the rock 50 meters away. When the two of them swish, they ejected. The waves hit the shore, and fish of various sizes struggling and jumping on the shore. It turned out to be eating. Luffy sighed, Gyna grabbed the trunk and fell steadily. She was taken aback for a moment, and said in surprise, "This is the power of your devil fruit." Luffy replied, "Yes." Gyna praised, "It's so convenient, what other abilities are there besides this? Luffy, other abilities. I'll tell you later. We. The hoarse cry came from the sky from far and near. The black shadow above his head passed, and a group of pterosaurs swooped down, vying to the fish on the coast first. At the same time, 5-headed double-crowned dragon sprang out under the big tree. The double-crowned dragon stared at Luffy and Gina on the tree, the fan-shaped crowns on both sides of the head opened and trembled, making a threatening sound. Lobo is careful with this thing, it can spray neurotoxins. Luffy took Gina's hand with one hand, and shot the other at a taller tree. The figures of the two disappeared in the sight of the double-crowned dragon. Gina looked at Luffy strangely. Luffy explained, this kind of dragon sprays poison, so stay away. Gina, oh. Gina stared at the double-crowned dragon, and under the tree the double-crowned dragon shook its fan-shaped crown to intimidate. Unfortunately, this didn't work for Gina at all, but she became more curious. Standing high and looking down at the situation below. All kinds of dragons gathered. A small group of velociraptors and double-crowned dragons met and fought. Luffy clicked on the mechanical eyeball control panel. Submission order: screen the leader among the pterosaurs. The metal eyeball lifted off again. On the 3D scan map, all pterosaurs are marked, real-time monitoring of physical conditions and population interaction patterns. Marking, 10, 30, 50. Screening, 50, 25, 10, 5, 2, 1. Submit the task, to lock the target. Screening target, Toothless Pterodactyl, Chief Leader. Body length, 2.1 meters. Weight, 25 kilograms. The wings spread out about 10 meters. Speed, 43.2 kilometers per hour. Command, redefine speed in meters per second. Data update. Speed, 12 meters per second. Luffy followed the 3D projection instructions to find the target. The black toothless pterosaur was hovering in the sky. The height is 30 meters. It is not difficult to find the right time and angle. It seems that you are right. It really is in the belly of a big fish. Gina looked surprised at the big fish's bones dissolving in the acid at a speed visible to the naked eye. I really didn't expect this world to have such a big creature. Luffy stared at the leader of the toothless pterodactyl and replied, there are still many incredible things in this world, such as walking in the sea, carrying a giant elephant of a race on his back, and a sky city built high in the sky. There is also a mermaid castle built 10,000 meters below the sea floor. Gina did not dare to say, really? If it weren't for the sight in front of him, Gina couldn't believe what Luffy said. Really? Lobo told you this too? Text bubble, yes, he told me a story called One Piece, and told me all night. What's his ID? What annoying guy actually snatched my line? Text bubble, he told me to keep it secret, saying that if he tells it out, he will be bullied by you. Lobo, tell me, I promise not to kill him, TVT. Damn it, deprived us of our sense of accomplishment as a mother, hey. Luffy looked down at Gina, seeing Gina's look of longing, couldn't help but shocked, but before that, we have to find a way to get out of this fish. Gina smiled and said, isn't it enough to fly with that kind of reel? Luffy shrugged, no, there is only one scroll of that kind. Then he pointed to the sky, I plan to let that guy take us out. Gina's eyes lit up, what do I need to do then? Luffy took the samurai sword out and gave it to Gina. It doesn't matter to other dragons. Pterosaurs can only hurt but not kill. By the way, protect other pterosaurs and earn some goodwill. Gina took the knife and responded, okay. Luffy took out SIQ. Boom. The cork is pulled out. Suddenly, whether it was the pterodactyl predator or the double-crowned dragon and velociraptor who were fighting with each other, they all stopped and looked towards Luffy's location. Gina didn't persuade in the slightest, the back of the knife held the knife in front of her and waited. Get ready, fight, it's coming. I have had the experience of taking S.I.Q for Urha, and Luffy knew that the show was about to debut. Ah! 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 Hey LV. We. Like rubbing rust, the dark blue toothless pterosaur shouted like cracks, and one dived towards Luffy and shot over. At the same time, velociraptors, double-crested dragons, large basilisk lizards and even the herbivorous Parasaurus were agitated. I suddenly had a great idea. Luffy stretched out his rubber hand and leaped to another tree. Immediately after the toothless pterosaur leader rushed over, he jumped up, rode on his back, and rose into the sky. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 59, Bold Ideas. Facts have proved that although the body weight of the pterosaur is very light, only 25 kilograms, it can still fly with Luffy easily. You really want to eat this, don't you? As long as you promise to be my mount from now on, I will give you food. The pterodactyl revolved and flew, trying to throw Luffy off his body. However, Luffy caught it so hard that he couldn't get rid of it, whether it was a sudden acceleration or hanging upside down. We. The pterosaur's hoarse voice made a weird cry. Are you dissatisfied? Well, you draw a charter, do you want me to persuade you, or let me find you delicious bribes? Pterodactyl turned over and slammed his back against the stomach wall of Lord Lanternfish above his head. Luffy dodged flexibly, moving his body to the abdomen of the pterodactyl and dodge easily. It seems you want to use force to solve it. Very well, I accept your challenge. Luffy returned to the back of the pterodactyl. Cross your hands firmly, raise your arms and extend them to the limit, retract and accelerate the hammer towards the back of the pterosaur. Rubber hand axe chopping. Boom! The pterodactyl was angry, his muscles twitched, his wings stiffened, and he fell straight down. The raptors and the double-crowned dragons that were chasing the ground rushed forward. Luffy retracted the legs holding the back of the pterosaur, the rubber legs stretched, and an axe came on the spot. Thomas whirled, 360 degrees x 3 turns, multiple angles, and the raptor and double the crown dragon hits the air. The pterodactyl struggled and barely breathed, flapping its wings to lift off again. Do you want to have another blow like the one just now? There are as many attacks of that intensity. The dark blue pterodactyl leader hesitated. The speed of flight slowed down. Trust me, I won't treat you badly. With that, Luffy took out a piece of bacon and handed it to the pterodactyl's mouth. Taste it, it tastes different from raw meat. Pterosaur watched the food delivered by Luffy warily, but did not accept it. Well, you seem to need some time to think. Then I will give you one more day. You will come here for food tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Luffy let go and leapt down from the back of the pterodactyl. The other pterosaurs saw Luffy coming down from the boss and rushed towards Luffy first. We. The leader of the pterosaurs made a strange cry, and the other pterosaurs gave up hunting, followed behind the leader, and disappeared into the woods. Is that all right? Gina chased after her with a knife. Luffy's transfer of positions made Gina a lot easier, and those who stayed to continue the attack were also resolved. The other standing raptors and double-crowned dragons yelled at Luffy with frightening sounds, and retreated a little bit, hiding in the forest. Let's wait until tomorrow to see the situation. After all, I will become a partner in the future. I can't do too much. The dinosaurs retreated, and Gina took the knife. Asked, he's a subdued like this. Luffy clicked to open the mechanic operation page. In the 3D image scanned by the mechanical eye, there are a few Dilophosaurus and Velociraptor creeping in the dark, waiting for the opportunity. Luffy took out a few pieces of bacon and threw them over. The dinosaurs were frightened and ran away. He's almost, but he is more active. What? Luffy sighed. When sleepiness struck, Luffy swayed and supported it a few times, so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first." After speaking, he fell down and fell asleep on the spot. Gina. When he woke up the next day and opened his eyes, Luffy found himself in a huge bird's nest. Luffy stretched his waist and gradually became conscious. "Good morning, Lobo." Text bubble, early. Text bubble, where am I? Where is Gina? After you fell asleep, Xylan flew back again and had a fight with Gina. After Gina won, Xylan showed kindness. "Then you will be taken by the pterodactyl to the island on the second stomach of Lord Lanternfish." Text bubble, what is Xylan? The name Gina gave to the head of the pterodactyl. So, it was Gina who managed the pterodactyl? Luffy. "Lobo, you get up and look around." Luffy got up and looked around. It was found that these half-human eggs were placed in a huge bird's nest nearby. Luffy swallowed the saliva silently. Text bubble, I was taken to the pterosaur lair by the pterosaur? Lobo, you just swallowed, don't burn these eggs, there are cute pterosaur babies inside. Text bubble, I don't eat fertilized eggs, except for hairy eggs. Is there a difference? Text bubble, where is Gina? Earlier than you were angry, I should go to practice sword. Luffy's arms stretched out and landed on the highest point of the tree, looking around. In a clearing on this island, Gina was repeating the slashing action. We. The dark blue pterodactyl flapped its wings and flew, with a big fish still alive in its mouth. Yo! Is it giving me food? Luffy waved hello to the flying pterosaur leader. However, the pterosaur ignored Luffy and flew towards Gina. Awkward. Leaping down from the tree, Luffy opened the skin on both sides of his body, and glided down towards Gina like a flying squirrel. Wow! Lobo, you can still glide. Text bubble, what is this? I know more things. What else besides this? Text bubble, secret technique, rubber water cannon. What? Ahem, I seem to know what it is. 6666. Lobo, you said to perform for us last time, you haven't done it yet. Text bubble, you didn't give money either, just a red envelope. Rain big airplane will perform. Lobo, you have changed. It's too expensive, why don't you grab it? Text bubble, wow, okay, just kidding, even if you get red envelopes and rain planes, they won't perform for you. Luffy appeared in Gina's field of vision. Gina couldn't move the knife anymore, and was stunned. The skin on both sides of Luffy's body was gathered, and it steadily landed in front of Gina, a perfect landing. Gina was surprised, you can still fly. The pterosaur leader named Xylan also looked at Luffy in surprise. It doesn't count as flying, it's just gliding. You just need to support the skins on both sides of your body. It's very simple. You may learn it when you practice. God trademark can be learned by practicing, and normal people can't do it even if they die. Unless the skin is stripped, funny. Pterodactyl put the big fish in its mouth beside Gina and pushed it down. This inadvertent little gesture made the way a bit savory. He raised his finger to the pterosaur, so, you took it down. Gina raised her hand, and the pterosaur moved her head together, letting Gina touch it. I don't know if it counts as acceptance, but it should be willing to help us. Not sure? Luffy took out the elf ball. Conquer with the poke ball, you can be sure. Wait, Lobo, I have a bolder idea. Rather than using the Pokemon ball to subdue the pterosaur, it is better to use the poke ball to subdue the lanternfish, so that you will be fearless in the sea in the future. Fuck, this idea is good, it's equivalent to getting a mobile fortress. Yes, awesome, I'll take this. Conquer Lord Lanternfish with elf ball? Luffy looked up at the top of his head. Some are not sure, can it be done? Haihuanja can conquer it, what a big deal. Also, Haihuanja is a divine beast. But, text bubble, but it's in the stomach, are you sure? No problem, Xiaoao's little Kabaimon was conquered after the pokeball was eaten into his stomach. Incredible. However, there is only one ball right now, Lobo, you have to find a way to keep Master Lanternfish from resisting. Go get some paralysis potions, or sleeping pills. No, use mechanical eyeball discharge to numb the Lanternfish Master's shop. Is the electric shock paralyzed and stunned? Luffy took out the mechanical eyeball. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it, ltnovel.com, One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update. Chapter 60, Fucking. How bold the heart is, how productive the earth is. Just do it. System prompt, target locked. Submission order stun the target with electric shock. The mechanical eyeball lifted into the sky, and a slender spike protruded from the pupil. This spike is very long, far longer than the eyeball can hold. On the mechanical eyeball operation panel, you can see countless small units with the nano-level logos gathering toward the spikes to restructure the structure. The task is in progress. Calculate the electricity required to stun the life body. 10%. System prompt, whether to carry out safety restriction protection. Introduction, restricted protection incorporates target safety into calculations. Instructions yes. The structure of the mechanical eyeball began to change. With the mechanical eyeball as the center, nanometer-level units spread around in 8 directions, and 8 slender glass-coated metal needles emerged from the branches. The tiny metal needles pierced the stomach wall of Master Lantern in 8 directions, like a big banyan tree. From the ground up, it looks like a big net. The system prompts, the preparation phase is over and the discharge starts. The blue arc flows and spreads on the metal wrapped in the glass layer, and a flower composed of electric current blooms. At the same time, the lanternfish's stomach shrank violently. Gastric juice churned, patted all over the island. The pterosaurs on the island were frightened and flew in all directions. Fortunately, this degree of contraction is only a moment. Lobo. Throw the ball. It's now. Go Pikachu. Luffy pressed the switch, and when the pokeball changed from a big walnut to a big fist, he threw it into the air. Fuck, do not. I suddenly thought of something. If it succeeds, Master Lanternfish will be installed in the elf ball, but you are now in the belly of Lanternfish. WOC. Forgot about it. Text bubble, damn it. Say it early. Lobo, get back the pokeball. No need to remind, Luffy has already done so. The rubber pen slammed into the pokeball. But after the stomach shrinks violently, the size of the stomach has doubled, and the distance is naturally smaller. Luffy threw it fast. Oh! The elf ball hit the stomach wall, and the red light spread, rushed out along the esophagus, and then wrapped the whole body of Lord Lanternfish from the outside. Brush! The red light and the pokeball disappeared. Failed. Write out a pterodactyl and have a look. The mechanical eye is separated from the stomach wall, and the metal needle that extends is differentiated into the fuselage and restored to its original shape. Affected by the electric shock, the light in the lanternfish's belly was a little dim. Luffy operates mechanical eyeballs and intends to use metal eyeballs to illuminate it. But the surrounding yellow lines suddenly lit up again. Not the orange light in the past, but the dazzling light. Luffy, what did you do? I don't know, I guess Master Lanternfish was stunned by the electric shock, and then floated to the surface of the sea. Luffy's arms stretched out to grab the pterosaur, turning over and landing on the pterosaur's back. Gina, you stay here first. Your name is Xylan, right? My name is Luffy, and I need you to help me with things and fly out along the esophagus. We. It's the direction of the mouth, where food goes in every day. The pterodactyl took off. Luffy rode a pterodactyl and flew all the way from the second stomach to the first stomach, and then flew all the way down the esophagus to the mouth. Lord Lanternfish was affected by the electric shock, with his mouth half open, and 2 rows of jagged teeth open. There is light outside. Fly out. Pterosaur seemed to understand Luffy's words, and flew out with Luffy. The vision suddenly broadened. Luffy saw the blue sky. Out. We. Don't panic, this is the outside world. You were in the belly of Master Lanternfish before. The pterosaur may never have seen the outside world. Excited fluttered wings, soaring up and breaking through the clouds. When the pterosaur hit something, his head was dizzy, and his body fell uncontrollably. Fortunately, after only falling for a certain distance, he recovered, his wings were flat, and no accident was caused. But what did the pterosaur hit? Luffy did not see clearly when the incident happened suddenly. But he had a bad feeling. Fly up again, slower this time. Pterodactyl obeyed Luffy's words and flew upwards slowly. This time it flew slowly and hit lightly. The pterosaur was not affected much. Luffy lifted his hand and wiped it off, touching a layer of smooth object. It seems to be glass. To finish, Luffy looked down. Below there are 13 beaches and 23 seas. The whole is circular. This is a ball. The Pokeball was successfully captured. Fuck, funny. Sorry. Lobo, you were taken 233 by Elf Ball. Can you still go out? The capture is successful, it should not be possible, the Pokeball can only be opened from the outside. Ha 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 s. Luffy raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. His brain hurts a little. Should we not only collect lanternfish? You are in the belly of the lanternfish, which is equivalent to food. It's like that didn't go out, it won't be pulled out automatically because of being caught. Bad analogy. Hey. Tell me, what should I do now? Wait for the end of the month, at the end of 3 months, the store function is open, just buy the random teleporting reel and send it out. This is a way. But then, this Pokeball can't be taken back. Sure, God knows where the Pokeball is floating. It's a pity, if you want me to say, I'll wait for someone to pass by and pick it up. Well, that person will definitely study, the Pokeball has no binding function, just press the button to open it. Fortunately, there is no fingerprint recognition, it would be interesting if there is one. Wait, then. Looking up at the sea, Luffy said uncertainly, now, what should we see is the outside world, right? It should be the panoramic view outside. The endless sea, you can't even see the shadow of an island. Let's go back and talk to Gina about what happened. Then, Luffy spent a minute, telling Gina about the passing. Gina is very calm, that means we can't go back in a short time. Luffy nodded, yes. Oh, will that be stuck here forever? Will not. Oh, that's okay, let's cook first, and continue training after eating. Anyway, there is a lot of food here. Even if you can't get it out, you won't starve to death. Gina glanced around. The white eggs are scattered in different nests. There are also fleshy pterosaurs, indeed they don't die from starvation. Eat the 3 velociraptors hacked to death last night. Luffy Gina took a pterosaur alone and went outside for a round. This is the inner side of the sphere, you can touch it. Under Luffy's guidance, Gina tried to touch the canopy that was separated by a layer of glass. It's amazing, how big is it? Luffy introduced, from the outside, it is actually a fist-sized ball with a circular switch on the top and red and bottom. We are inside, as if we were shrunk. Or we have not been reduced, just allocated to another space. Gina nodded seemingly. She had already seen Luffy put a lot of things into space, and with the preparation, it was much easier to accept it. In short, something incredible is right. Wow! The waves rolled and the huge lanternfish moved. That fish wakes up, will it attack us? This, logically speaking no, he was subdued by me, and I am considered his master. But the problem now is that everyone is in it. I don't know if this master-servant contract was successfully signed. Like the One Piece Road Fei anchor, please collect it. ltnovel.com. One Piece Road Fei has the fastest literary update.